So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to So we are back with a brand new movie on What If Harry Had the Power of a God Hades' Son. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Got off the train at platform 9 3/4. He saw Hermione rush off to greet her parents who were looking very nervous surrounded by all the witches and wizards. Harry could spot the odd muggle in the crowd that mainly consisted of witches and wizards. "So these are your friends?" asked Mr. Granger suspiciously. "Yes, Dad," Hermione rolled her eyes. "Aren't they a bit old for you?" Hermione's father asked, eyeing up the twins warily who were grinning manically. "Oh, stop being silly, Mike," interrupted Mrs. Granger. "Hermione's a sensible girl." "But they're so much older than her," Mike Granger said. "She's much too young to be interested in boys." "Dad," said a blushing, mortified Hermione. "Mike, stop embarrassing your daughter," Mrs. Granger rolled her eyes. "Fred. George." A high-pitched screech came from somewhere near. "Mum," groaned George, "we were just saying goodbye to Hermione." A gaggle of red-haired children following behind a harassed-looking woman had arrived where they were standing. Harry noticed that the little girl with brown eyes as wide as saucers was gaping at him like he was the star attraction. "Are you really Harry Potter?" she squeaked in a very high-pitched voice. Harry winced. "Oh look, there's Mr. Brunner," Harry said quickly. "Well, we got to go." Harry pulled Cat and Eve off, hearing the twins raucous at the fact that out of everything Harry Potter could be afraid of, it would be a 10-year-old girl who was more than a head shorter than he was. The girls too were looking very amused at this fact. Harry ignored them, waving goodbye to Neville, who had sidled away from the noisy red-headed family in favor of meeting up with his grandmother, who was looking him over critically. Harry remembered the same look that Aunt Petunia got whenever he, Dudley or Uncle Vernon carried muck into the house. "I think you've got yourself a fangirl," chortled Cat. "Oh joy," Harry scowled. Harry made his way to Chiron, who looked at him slightly suspiciously. Harry realized that the centaur suspected him of stealing Zeus' master bolt for his father. Harry didn't say anything to the centaur in disguise, knowing that Chiron would probably talk to him later about it. Harry fell into step beside the 5 seventh years that were at Hogwarts. They were looking back the train softly. It was obvious that it was a sort of bittersweet farewell to them now that they were heading out into the world. "Can't believe we're not coming back here," Daniel, son of Athena, said softly. "It feels like only yesterday I was being sorted." He shook his blonde head. "Still can't wait to begin my magical restoration apprenticeship in Ireland." "Only you," Raven snorted. "Well, it's better than ending up in the ministry," retorted Daniel. "The only way to improve the ministry is by working your way through the ranks," retorted Raven. "He does have a point, brother," said Becky, interrupting their heated discussion, "though I agree with you. I hope to get a place on a Cursebreaker course in London. I'll be able to discover ancient artifacts." "What's the use of artifacts that you can't fight with?" growled Wanda, daughter of Ares. "Being an Auror is the only job." Anne, daughter of Apollo, rolled her eyes. "Well, when you get yourself cursed, I'll be there to fix you up." "Anyway, we all have to wait for our Newt's results in July," interjected Becky. "I know I'll pass," smiled Anne, courtesy of being the daughter of the god of prophecy. Chiron cleared his throat loudly. "If you'd all make your way in threes out of the platform, there is a bus waiting for us." Harry, Eve and Cat followed the others to the bus, which seemed to be gray. Harry had a feeling that it had once been white but just hadn't been washed in a while. The 20 children and Chiron piled in on the way to Diagon Alley. Sometime later they piled off the bus, which drove away. It had obviously been hired by Chiron for the one ride, using the money they got for strawberries and other produce of Camp Half-Blood. "Okay, everyone go get some dinner," Chiron called to them. "Harry, can I speak to you for a moment?" Chiron added. Harry had a feeling that he knew what it was about, considering that his father had been under suspicion for many months for having Harry steal the Master Bolt. Harry had hoped that Chiron at least would realize Harry would never steal the bolt. Never mind the fact Harry hadn't been anywhere near Olympus at the time. There was a silence between the centaur and the demigod. Chiron waited until things quieted down and the other demigods weren't anywhere in the hearing range. Chiron hoped that Hades hadn't convinced Harry to steal the Master Bolt. Zeus would incinerate the boy in a second if that were the case. Harry could see what his mentor was thinking and felt very bitter at the thought, despite the fact he'd spent almost half his life in Camp Half-Blood. Still, the ones who knew who his father was didn't fully trust him. Not even Chiron. It was little wonder that so many children of Hades went psycho to try and get some respect. "I know what it is you want to talk to me about," Harry said, breaking the silence. "You do?" asked Chiron, surprised that Harry would reveal having knowledge. "Of course, Dad warned me that the Lord of the Sky would be more likely to kill me than usual," Harry said. "And I don't know where the lightning bolt is," Harry said, emerald eyes glinting. "You do realize that it would be your father who would benefit the most from having a war with the gods," Chiron said. Harry snorted at this. "There's barely any space for the number of dead already. There are queues all the way back to the 18th century. With rising costs, there is nowhere near enough wealth to cover it." "You should really be looking at his Poseidon," Harry said, angrily ignoring the clap of thunder that resounded after what Harry had said. "After all, he's the only one whose symbol of power hasn't been stolen." Harry then realized what he had said in his anger. Harry's emerald green eyes widened like saucers. Almost comically, had the situation not been so grave. Harry clapped his hands over his mouth, hoping naively that the 1,000-year-old centaur had missed what he had said. Chiron had been observing the son of Hades as the shadows flapped around him. He could feel the death coming off him in waves. There was a rumbling from underneath them. Chiron knew that he had to calm Harry down if they didn't want an earthquake in London. Then Harry revealed what he was obviously not supposed to reveal. If the hands clapped over his mouth and the widening of emerald saucers were anything to go by, Chiron didn't want to think what it meant if the Helm of Darkness was missing too. It could mean one of two things. One, Poseidon had stolen both his brother's symbols through a demigod in order to claim kingship. Percy would be the first person that everyone would be suspicious of. That would be the case if Chiron did not know the boy. There was no way he could have done it. He was completely ignorant of Greek gods at the time. It had taken a few weeks for Percy to even believe that Greek gods existed. Poseidon could have used another demigod, but Chiron couldn't think of any child who would risk Zeus' wrath for a god other than their own parent, unless Poseidon had another child out there. Chiron doubted it. It was exceptionally hard to keep a child of the big three away from monsters and satyrs, especially when the child knew of their parentage, which the child would have to steal the bolt. Chiron didn't think that was very likely. He'd known Poseidon for many years and knew that the god was happy where he was under the sea. Poseidon didn't want to overrule her, and he had little choice of demigods to use. The second option was even more disturbing than Poseidon or Hades deciding he wanted to usurp Zeus from his throne. An unknown third party wanting a war with the gods, which would undoubtedly lead to the end of Western civilization as they all knew it. The thing was, Chiron couldn't think of anyone who would want to destroy all the gods worked for. There was the odd demigod dissatisfied with their parents, but they wouldn't have the power to hide the lightning bolt from Zeus. This implied that an immortal deity was involved. Percy's prophecy confirmed that suspicion with the god who has turned in the West. Originally Chiron had believed it to be Hades, but if Hades' symbol too had also been stolen, then who was the god who was behind the Master Bolt and Helm's disappearance? There had been several conflicts with the gods over the years, but never had they stooped to stealing each other's symbols of power. This was turning out to be far worse than Troy, and it hadn't even started yet. Then he realized something. He just sent the son of Poseidon, who was the most obvious suspect, to Hades. If Percy didn't return the Helm of Darkness to Hades, he'd stay in the underworld forever. "Are you saying that the Helm of Darkness has been stolen?" asked Chiron. "No, I just meant that it could have been Poseidon too," Harry said quickly. "Please, Harry, don't lie to me," Chiron said, serious brown eyes boring into worried emerald ones. "Has your father's helm been stolen?" Harry nodded once. "Yeah." "When?" asked Chiron quietly. "He brought me to the underworld on the 21st, Harry said. Chiron nodded. "So he would have found out at the same time as the Lord of the Sky?" asked the trainer of heroes. "Must have," Harry agreed. "He sent Alecto to find whether there was a child of Poseidon around." "Well, there was one," Chiron said gravely. "Well, does he have them?" Harry asked impatiently. Chiron shook his head. No, he didn't even know about the gods when we found him. He faced a kindly one, Chiron began. Electo, Harry interrupted. Quite, agreed Chiron, as well as the Fates and Pasiphae's son, and it still took him a few days to accept that he was a demigod. Harry snorted, idiot. The point is that he's gone on a quest to face the god who has turned. The oracle pointed him west, Chiron explained. If he turns up in the underworld accusing your father having stolen the master bolt, Dad will not be happy, Harry said quietly. To put it mildly, agreed Chiron. We've lost track of them. I can shadow travel to them, Harry said. I'd have to go alone because of the distance. Chiron nodded, looking tired. I thought you'd say that. Where are they? Asked Harry. That's the thing, we lost track of them 5 days ago when they released some circus animals, Chiron said, so we have no idea. Have they reached the underworld? Asked Harry. I have no idea, Chiron sighed. I can't travel to a place I don't know unless I know someone. There, Harry said. You said, them? Harry noted suddenly. Who else is there? Annabeth Chase, Chiron began. A son of Poseidon and daughter of Athena are getting on. Harry asked, surprised. Being cordial at least, Chiron said. Still with their parents, it's quite surprising, Harry commented. It's like me having a truce with a child of Demeter. Well, I think it's more Annabeth wants to go on a quest, Chiron admitted. That sounds like Annabeth, Harry said. Just those two? Asked Harry. No mediator? Grover, Chiron said. Grover? Asked Harry, surprised. After Talia Grace had been almost killed and turned into a tree, the Council of Cloven Elders had told the satyr that he was to wait before guiding another demigod to camp. It had been hot gossip at camp, considering that a daughter of Zeus had been involved and there hadn't been a child of Zeus since the end of the Second World War. True, they didn't speak about this while Luke and Annabeth were around, considering they had been the one who had been close to Talia Grace. To this day they didn't discuss her. Harry couldn't help feel a little guilty knowing that she had been practically killed as his father's retaliation for Zeus attempting to kill him. He was given a second chance, Chiron explained. He found Poseidon's son. He does have a knack of finding the children of the big three, noted Harry. So he's got his searcher's license? Asked Harry. Grover may not particularly like him, but Harry, like everybody else at camp, had heard of Grover's ambitions to become a searcher. Harry had thought he'd never get it considering what had happened with Zeus' daughter, but apparently he'd made up for it with the son of Poseidon. There were, Chiron seemed to search for the right word, complications, Chiron said, carefully settling on a word. If they succeed the quest, then he'll get his license. Harry shrugged. I should be able to get to them as there's 2 people I know. Come on, Morty, Harry called. Where did you get him? Chiron raised an eyebrow. Oh, he's my familiar Mortis Cohortus, Harry said, son of Cerberus. How did you meet him? Asked Chiron. Long story, Harry laughed. I'm sure Kat and Eve will be willing to tell you. Good luck, Harry, Chiron said softly. Tell Eve and Kat goodbye from me, Harry said. Of course, Chiron nodded. Morty, we're going to be shadow traveling. Follow my path, Harry told his dog. We get to see Father, Morty's second head practically squealed. What if he doesn't remember us? Worried the third head. Of course our father will remember us, the second head said, as though this was obvious. Are you sure? Asked the third head. Follow me, Harry shouted. Chiron watched as the son of the Lord of the Dead and the son of the Guardian of the Underworld disappeared into the shadows. Chiron just hoped that they would make it all right. Harry arrived in the shadows of a street, looking up at the entrance of the underworld from the surface world. He had been here before whilst exploring his father's territories, but personally preferred to shadow travel. Harry could sense the gates and the dead moving right under his feet. Harry looked up at the tall marble, black naturally, building that acted as the station between life and death. It went under the cover of DOA recording studios, but no musicians went there unless they were dead, of course. Harry rolled his eyes at the sign saying no solicitor, no loitering, no living. Idly Harry wondered what happened to dead solicitors, but put the thought aside for another day. Today Harry had a job to do. Harry pushed the door open, being hit by a blast of cold air in the summer night's heat. Harry could hear some sort of classical music being played in the background. Harry looked around at the gray walls and carpet that Karen had decorated the place with. As Harry understood it, the gray was to signify the fact that they were in the halfway stage between life and death. Either that or Karen had a very poor taste in home decoration. Considering it was Karen, it could be the latter. Harry had only ever spent one night with Karen and never felt the need to repeat the experience. Harry had never met such a moaner. And he was worse than sons of Aphrodite when it came to Italian suits. There were the dead standing, sitting on the black leather couches standing in the cacti. Harry could see the blonde, curly head of Annabeth Chase, the brown curly head of Grover, and a head of hair that was as dark as his but unlike Harry's had a blue sheen to it like the color of the ocean at night. The second Harry entered the gray room, the spirits of those who were waiting to enter the underworld turned to look at him. Where before they had to been silent specters, they had suddenly started talking to him. They began to congregate on him. "They're going to delay us," Morty's third head barked. "Don't worry, the prince will look after us," the second head said. "Leave us," snapped Harry. After Harry used his authority over the dead, the spirits returned to where they had been before. Harry walked on with Morty hot on his heels. He could hear the conversation that the other two demigods and the centaur were having with the ferryman. "Leave while can," warned Karen. "I'll just take these and forget I saw you." Karen began to gather up the coins that the trio had been trying to buy a ride to the underworld with. The blackish blue-haired boy snatched them away. Harry decided that it was time to make an appearance. "I don't think you want to do that," Harry said coolly. Percy whirled around, surprised to see another living soul at the gates of death. Percy had to admit that whoever this boy was, he seemed to just fit in with the dead. And he didn't mean that the dead just seemed to respond to the boy. It was his features, his clothes, his aura, everything. The boy seemed slightly younger than Percy, with hair darker than even Percy's, like the darkest part of the night, and deathly pale skin. He wore a long black trench coat over a black t-shirt with a skeleton riding a motorcycle with flaming wheels over skulls in a post-apocalypse scene. Percy wondered if this was what the world would be like if he didn't convince Hades to return to Lightning Bolt. What the world would be like if Hades took over the three kingdoms when Zeus and Poseidon had obliterated each other's forces. He shivered, suspecting that the boy was the thief. He shook, wondering how the boy could deal with the summer's heat in those black jeans held up by a thick black leather belt with a silver skull clip. Percy had to admit that the overall effect was very frightening and cool. "Harry," Annabeth's voice came from behind him. "What are you doing here?" "Chiron sent me," Harry said promptly. "Is this because of what I told Luke?" Percy said, feeling slightly intimidated. "We found out some new information," Harry returned. "What?" asked Percy. "I'll explain on the way," the boy said, nodding at Karen. "My friends and I are going to have a free ride." Percy watched as Harry bent forwards and whispered something in Karen's ear. Percy watched in surprise as the chocolate-skinned god paled so he looked like the color of old grass. Whatever the other boy had said terrified the minor god. "Of course, go on right through," Karen said. "How did you do that?" asked Annabeth. Harry smirked. "Oh, I have my ways." "So how was Hogwarts?" asked Annabeth. "Hogwarts?" asked Percy. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Annabeth explained. "There are such things as wizards?" asked Percy, sea green eyes popping. "Descendants of Hecate," explained Annabeth. "I have a lot to tell you," Harry grinned. "But I think we've got somewhere to be," Harry commented. "Come on, Morty." "Is that the Cerberus?" asked Percy. "Too small," Annabeth said. "I don't like the blonde girl," sniffed the second head. "I am not small." "Do you think we're too small?" asked the third head. "Cerberus' son," Harry explained. "I found him and he took a liking to me." "You called him Morty?" asked Annabeth. "Mortis cohortus," Harry explained. "Death's guard," Annabeth translated. "She's smart, she could figure out who you are," the third head worried. "Our prince can look after himself," the second head assured his fellow. "Come on," Harry ordered. "The boat's almost full," Karen's voice sounded. "I better well be off when you join." Harry nodded. Coming. Come along, Karen said. Still can't believe you managed to convince him to let us board, muttered Annabeth. Well, we all have our secrets, grinned Harry. The demigods and the satyr followed after Karen. As Harry walked, the dead parted easily before him, as it was his will as a son of Hades. None of the dead dared to attempt a free ride with Harry around, so they got into the elevator easily enough. Harry could tell that the other three were nervous being around the dead, especially Grover. Right. Now no one get any ideas while I'm gone, Karen ordered. And if anyone moves the dial off my easy listening station again, I'll make sure you're here for another 1,000 years. Understand? Harry couldn't help but chuckle at what Karen had said. It sounded like he was talking to a bunch of delinquent children or toddlers, not the deceased. Grover, Annabeth and Percy looked at him like he had gone mad. Something funny? Snapped Karen. Nothing, Harry said, unable to not grin. Just because you're Hades, began Karen. What happens to the spirits waiting in the lobby? Asked Annabeth, trying to defuse the situation. Nothing, Harry said grimly. For how long? Asked Annabeth. Forever, said Harry grimly. Or until I'm feeling generous, Karen added. Oh, that's fair, Annabeth said, obviously thinking the opposite. Whoever said death is fair, young miss, responded Karen. Fair as it can be, Harry retorted. Wait until it's your turn. You'll die soon enough. Where it is you're going, warned Karen. I don't think so, Harry said confidently. Maybe not you, conceded Karen, but your friends. What's special about him? Asked Percy a little rudely. Percy, Grover said. What seaweed brain here means is why is Harry likely to survive when we won't? Annabeth hit Percy. Wouldn't you like to know? Laughed Harry. Harry felt it as they began to move forwards, having reached the river Styx. The spirits' clothing became gray cloaks that the dead all wore before they were judged. Karen too obtained a long black cloak, and his eyes were full of the same things that Harry was full of. Death, darkness, despair and fear. Harry could see the other three shivering at what they were seeing. Harry didn't think it was any surprise, considering they were being ferried by what looked very much like a grim reaper without the scythe. Harry could see over the black river Styx, which was filled to the brim of lost dreams that had made their way down here. There were curling exam certificates where people had failed to get what they hoped to get. Wedding rings, marriage certificates and presents from relationships gone sour. The river Styx, murmured Annabeth. It's so, she trailed off. Polluted, suggested Karen. For thousands of years, you humans have been throwing in everything as you come across. Hopes, dreams, wishes that never came true. Irresponsible waste management, if you ask me. Harry could see the shoreline that he hadn't seen since the previous summer coming into sight. Grover looked relieved to see it, even if brought them a second closer to Hades. Harry saw the others panic as the despair got more. It didn't bother Harry being the son of the Lord of the Underworld, but the others clutched at each other, looking very ill. Harry heard Percy mutter a prayer in ancient Greek to any gods that were listening. Old Three-Face is hungry. Karen's voice interrupted their panic. Bad luck for you godlings, leered the skeleton-faced man. Harry just rolled his eyes at the obvious way that the ferryman was attempting to scare them. Harry shook his head at how well it worked on the others. He moved off the boat, glad to see the others were following the only one who seemed to have kept any semblance of normality left. I'm good with three-headed dogs, Harry told them. The dead began to disembark, leaving only the three visitors to the underworld and the two citizens of the underworld. The demigods and the satyr were the last to leave the boat as Karen warbled some song and left to collect more dead. There were always more dead, too many to possibly control. Harry was leading the way as the only one who had any experience with the dead. Not that the others knew that, of course. Harry could see the fast-moving queue that was leading straight to the fields of Asphodel, guards dragging newly judged to the fields of punishment. A few happy souls heading to Elysium or the Isle of the Blessed, and a queue of those waiting to be judged. Look at the living, Harry heard Cerberus' second head saying. Disgusting little creatures. Why does this prince socialize with such vileness? Father, barked Morty's second head happily. What do you figure? Asked Percy. The fast line goes straight to Asphodel for those who don't want to risk judgment, Harry explained, although the really bad don't get that choice as their crimes are too great. I'm just glad that centaurs never have to come here, shuddered Grover the satyr. You know a lot. Annabeth gave Harry a piercing look, suspicion in her eyes. There's a court for dead people? Asked Percy. Harry rolled his eyes. How else do they decide where people go? There are always 3 judges, added Annabeth. They change around a lot, Harry said. It's usually intellectuals like Shakespeare or royals like minnows. And the Lord of the Dead, Grover shuddered. Harry frowned at his satyr's attitude to Harry's father but didn't say anything. Annabeth scowled at the mention of Hades' sadness in her eyes. She was obviously thinking of Talia again. Harry sighed, feeling guilt and loneliness well up in his soul. It was strange. Usually in the underworld it was the only place Harry ever truly felt at home, but with Harry, Annabeth and Percy it just served as a reminder that he never truly belonged here. You seem to know where you're going, commented Percy. So what new information is there? Asked Annabeth into the silence. The Helm of Darkness has also been stolen, Harry said grimly. But if it's not Hades, Annabeth said wide-eyed. No, it can't be. What? Asked Harry. I've been having dreams, Percy said, a voice in a pit. Harry paled. It can't be. It just can't. I know, agreed Annabeth. If it is, Harry said quietly, a war between the gods is the least of our troubles. I know, Annabeth agreed desperately. What are you two talking about? Demanded Percy. Harry just shook his head. Let's just pray we're wrong. Annabeth was looking desperate. Harry was grim. Percy was confused and Grover seemed edgy in these caverns. They continued on, making their way up to the black gates of the underworld palace, past the fields of Asphodel and Punishment and Elysium. Ooh, the prince is here, Cerberus' second head said brightly. With those who mean to challenge, our lord, said the first head anxiously. They're the prince's friends, so must be good, the second head said brightly. Harry could see the towering form of Cerberus standing before him, but he knew that all the others could see was a smoky form. Harry was the only one who was close enough to death to be able to see the guardian of the underworld. It was like Thestrals all over again. He's a Rottweiler, Percy said from behind him. Father, cheered Morty's second head. Mortis, you've come home, Cerberus' second head said brightly. It's wonderful to see you again, Morty's second head said, and Harry could hear the grin in his voice, although he wasn't sure dogs could grin. Will we ever see you again? Whined Morty's third head, pining for his father. Of course we will, idiot, growled the first head. There's the strong one, Cerberus' second head said brightly. Somebody has to be when you're stuck on the same body as these two, growled the first head of Morty. It would be lonely without us, Morty's second head said in a soft voice. Not likely, snorted Morty's first head. I'd get some peace for once. I'd miss you, whined Morty's second head. I'm starting to see him better, murmured Percy as they moved forwards. Why is that? I think, Annabeth trailed off. You're closer to becoming a citizen of the underworld, Harry explained grimly. But that's okay because we've got a plan, Grover said desperately. The 3 of them had obviously discussed the plan before Harry had joined the quest. Whatever it was, Harry could only hope that it wouldn't anger Cerberus. This was something that Harry seriously doubted. Are we sure about this? Asked Grover, as if hoping someone would change their mind. Annabeth? Percy asked hopefully. Right, Annabeth said weakly, a plan. Percy? Grover asked. Are you sure you want to do this? Guys, what are you planning? Harry asked. Fetch, Grover said nervously. Hey big fella, Percy suddenly called out. I bet they don't play with you much. Harry was insulted by that insinuation. Harry played with him most days. Harry watched as the brave son of Poseidon began to wave a mahogany bedpost in front of Cerberus' face. Harry could already see where this was going to go. Good boy, Percy said. Fetch. Harry watched as Percy flung the post in the direction of the river Styx, where it disappeared as though it had never been there. Cerberus was furious that the boy had taken the toy from him. Where's my stick? Howled the first head. 10 seconds to dinner time, said the second head cheerfully. Percy, he's saying that you have 10 seconds till dinner, Grover warned. Do we run now? Percy took one step back preparing to run, but Cerberus was already preparing to pounce. It was Harry who jumped in between the dog and the demigod. Instantly the three-headed dog froze, still slavering out of its three mouths. "Stop," Harry ordered. "But I want to eat them," the second head said brightly. "No," Harry said authoritatively. "Nobody gets eaten today." "But they look so nice and tender," moaned the second head, slavering. "I said no," Harry said, drawing his power around him. "Let us pass." There was a sudden silence on the shores of the river Styx. Even the dead had stopped their chattering. Cerberus moved aside, bowing to the young prince. The other three were staring at him in shock. "Come on," Harry said, not wanting questions about his powers today. "How did you do that?" asked Percy. "Voice tone," suggested Harry weakly. Harry didn't say anything else as the four of them ran past the giant three-headed dog. He had got the three past another obstacle. Now he had to keep them from saying something stupid and frying them. They immediately found themselves in the fields of Asphodel. Harry had been here many times before, so it didn't bother him at all, but he could tell that the others found it dreadfully depressing, which it was. That's why you should always try to make your life worth it rather than just living. Harry walked on, leading the way as the others stared around sadly. "We should attempt to blend in with the crowd in case the guards try to stop us," Annabeth said. "They won't," Harry said. "You can't know that," Grover said. "I do," Harry replied. Sure enough, they passed a guard in a black ninja outfit. Apart from a deep bow in Harry's direction, there was nothing in the way of a comment. Annabeth frowned at this, looking him up and down, obviously suspecting whose son he was. He was secretly annoyed at Rico for making it clear that they held him in some respect. "Did they just bow at us?" asked Grover. He was a little confused, but by what Morty had said, by calling the demigod his prince, and the fact that Harry had ordered Cerberus around then, he was beginning to suspect it. If he was right, there was little wonder that he wasn't popular with satyrs. "Apparently so," Harry said. "That's not normal," frowned Grover, trying to see Hades in Harry. "Why should they act like that?" asked Percy. "I don't know." Annabeth gave Harry a pointed look. "Whatever it is, it's better for us," Harry said. "So let's not worry about it." Harry sped up his pace, not encouraging any questions. The dead would come up to Harry and begin to talk. It was only Harry who could actually understand what was being said. There was a young woman who approached them first. "Can I return to the surface to see my son?" the woman begged. "It's depressing," Percy shivered. "Better than having the souls of dead congregating on Earth," Harry retorted. "Still, I wouldn't like to be stuck here for all eternity," Percy shuddered. "I like it," Morty's second head growled. Harry didn't answer because he liked the underworld. It was the place that he considered to be home, and it was where his powers came from. They ended up near the Judgment Pavilion, where the dead would currently be being judged at this very minute. There were two lines leading to the Fields of the Punishment, which Harry wasn't allowed to go to unsupervised, and Elysium, which Harry usually frequented. "That's what this is all about," Annabeth said softly. "The place for heroes." Harry smiled softly. "My mum's in there." Annabeth smiled softly. "I'm sure she is." "She died to save my life," Harry said sadly. They began to move further and further into the caverns of the underworld. Harry could see the others were moving closer to each other and were shivering. Harry didn't understand how anyone could dislike the underworld. "It's getting darker," muttered Annabeth. "I suppose it's too late to turn back," muttered Grover. "We have to do this," Annabeth said. "I know," Grover groaned. "Or the gods will go to war." Annabeth seemed to be trying to convince herself more than anyone. "We will be okay," Harry said with conviction. Suddenly Grover's shoes spouted wings. Harry recognized them instantly as Luke's shoes that had been a present from his father Hermes. Luke must have let them borrow the shoes as the first people to get a quest since he had. The quest that had killed 2 demigods. Harry hoped it wasn't an omen. Then Harry realized that something was wrong when Grover began to bounce all over the place. It wasn't Hades, since he would sense his powers. Persephone wasn't here as it was the summer, so what was happening? "What are you doing?" asked Percy. "Stop messing around," Annabeth ordered the satyr. Harry watched in alarm as the shoes began to drag Grover further away from them. All three of them were very alarmed at what was being done. Harry began sprinting after the satyr. He may not like the other boy, but that didn't mean he wanted to die by malfunctioning shoes. "Grover!" yelled Percy in alarm. "The shoes are malfunctioning," Annabeth shouted. She too took after the flying satyr. Soon all three demigods were running after the lone satyr. Percy made a grab for Grover's hand, but to no avail. The wings were flapping furiously, dragging him further away from the palace. "Help me!" bleated Grover. "Untie the shoes!" shouted Annabeth. Grover attempted to do so, but it wasn't easy to do when you were being pulled along by possessed flying shoes and trying to stop yourself from being injured. Grover was trying to sit up to untie the shoes, but he couldn't get close to the laces. Harry, Annabeth and Percy were just trying to keep up with him. Harry realized where they were going with a thrill of horror. They were getting closer and closer to Tartarus, closer and closer to his grandfather, Kronos, the Lord of Time. Harry could smell the sharp tang of pure evil and power down here. If Harry wasn't allowed in the fields of punishment, it was nothing compared to Tartarus, where monsters were reborn and Kronos was kept. When Percy had told Harry of his dreams about a voice in a pit, he had suspected this. To know that it was indeed Kronos behind this was terrifying. What demigod would work for Kronos? Everyone knew of his evil. Harry hoped that his father, and he supposed the other gods, would be able to contain this before it became all-out war. Beside him, Percy froze. Harry was sure that the other child of the big three had realized where they were. Who was behind all this? Who was attempting to kill his father? It wasn't a happy thought, not at all. Harry could understand the other boy's shock and fear. The evil that was palpable here was not like the rest of the underworld that Harry quite enjoyed. "Percy!" cried Grover, realizing his best friend had stopped in his tracks. "Come on, Percy," Annabeth moaned. Harry was still racing after Grover, who was still being dragged by the demonic shoes. Annabeth wanted desperately to believe it was Hades, but she knew from both what Harry had said and where they were that Hades wasn't behind this. And that terrified her. She knew that she had to get Percy moving. He was the most powerful of them, although she was beginning to suspect that Harry had a fair idea of who his father was. But Percy seemed to be in some kind of shock. "The place you described in your dreams," Annabeth agreed, "but there's Grover." Grover was being pulled and smashed against the rocks. Then his trainered hooves were smashed against the rocks. The right shoe came flying off, continuing on its way down to Kronos' pit. Grover was then able to slow himself down enough to remove the other shoe. The demigods caught up with him. "Come on, let's get out of here," Harry said sharply. He was very edgy around here. More so than the others, because this was his home where you should feel safe, and this wasn't safe in the least. Grover carefully picked himself up from the floor where he had landed and looked only too happy to be out of here. "How?" asked Grover. "That wasn't me. What happened? We have to get out of here," Harry said sharply. "I know," agreed a very pale Annabeth. "What's that noise?" asked Grover. "It sounds like chanting," Annabeth said. Percy pulled out a pen and uncapped it so that Harry could see a large bronze blade gleaming in the night. Grover pulled out his reed pipes, but Harry knew that reed's pipes could do very little in face of the Titan King. Annabeth pulled out her bronze knife that had been gifted to her from Luke. Harry pulled out his wand. "Spothy!" Harry yelled. Harry pulled out his long, black sword that reeked of death. He heard a gasp from Annabeth and Grover as they saw the sword. Still the voice continued to chant in ancient words that were not ancient Greek. They were darker and far more dangerous, full of power and hatred and all things bleak. "Harry's right, we have to get out of here," Annabeth said. "Facing Hades is better than the king of the Titans." They ran, swords, daggers and reed pipes in hands. The sound of Kronos' chant was ringing in Harry's mind. Never before had Harry been so frightened of being in the underworld. They arrived back in the fields of Asphodel, much to Harry's relief. All three of them were breathing heavily, staring at one another in shock. Harry could feel the cold blast of air that Kronos was still emitting. The king of the Titans was not impressed at having his attempt at gaining power thwarted. There was a wail of fury that had all the dead in the vicinity shivering at their fellow prisoners' anger. What was that? Grover demanded. One of Hades' pets. Harry glared at the satyr for that insult. Hardly. Worse, much worse, Annabeth said, looking terrified. The Titan King, agreed Harry. We have to see Hades now, he said sharply. As much as I hate to say it, Harry's right, agreed Annabeth. If anyone can contain the Titan Lord, it's the Lord of the Underworld. They began to move back towards Palace. There was a very tense silence between the four of them. As Harry came closer to the palace, he could not help but smile. There was always a feeling to the palace more than anywhere else in the underworld that he was home. And his evil stepmother wasn't here at this time of year. All he had to worry about was a war between the gods. Did Harry say all? Harry could see the Furies circling around. He saw Percy scowl at this and remembered that Percy had been attacked by one. Harry passed by Persephone's garden, glaring at it slightly. Persephone, muttered Harry darkly. Keep walking, Annabeth said. Harry was the only one who was immune to the smell of the fruit because of the fact that he was already a citizen of the underworld. Eating them didn't trap him here like it would the other three. Harry dragged Grover away from the pomegranate tree before he could take a bite out of a juicy one. The four of them walked up the large black, marbled steps through the pillars and into the Palace of Hades. Harry got more bows from the various dead guards that were stationed around the hallway and his father's throne room. HMH, murmured Annabeth. I don't like the bows, muttered Grover, it's creepy. At least they're not shooting us for trespassing, Percy said cheerfully. Harry rolled his eyes. He thinks you have the Helm of Darkness. Somehow that doesn't make me feel any better about this, muttered Grover. Harry just grinned. Well, at least you know he won't kill you straight away. Annabeth just shook her head. The four of them continued to stride on. Soon as Harry approached the doors, the two guards on the door, who were dressed in U.S. Marine uniform, stepped aside and a hot gust of wind blew the door open. Harry was the first to enter his father's throne room, with Percy and Annabeth hot on his heels and Grover looking like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Harry saw his father lounging on his throne. Unlike when Harry usually saw Hades, unless he was in trouble, the god of the dead was in his giant form. Hades was obviously trying to intimidate those he saw as his thieves. He had no idea how wrong he was with that assessment. Whatever else Percy was, he was not the one to have stolen the lightning bolt or the Helm of Darkness. That was Kronos. The only question was who the Titan Lord of the time was working for. Hades had clicked open the door for the little thief to enter before him. He knew he was with the satyr fool that had attempted to save the tree girl and a daughter of Athena. That would sure shake up his thieving brother and his niece. Hades was sure that if Aphrodite got her way, then the two would end up together. What Hades didn't expect was that his son would be accompanying the two. He had only just finished the school year. He should be heading back to Camp Half-Blood right now, but instead he's flung his lot in with the thief. The brat who had somehow managed to hide both the lightning bolt and the Helm of Darkness from all the gods. Hades felt furious, but before he could say or do anything, Harry dropped down into a bow before him. Hades' anger fell away instantly. Never before had Harry bowed to him, or anyone else for that matter. Lord Hades, Harry murmured. Hades raises an eyebrow at his young son, questioning what he was doing. Harry looked up at his father and gave a faint nod of his head in the other three's direction. Hades was no fool. He understood that Harry was not ready for the young demigods and the satyr to know of his parentage, so played along with Harry. You are brave to come here, son of Poseidon, he said softly, turning in the direction of his enemy. After what you have done to me, very brave indeed, or you are simply very foolish. Lord and Uncle, Percy began. Annabeth wisely took over. We have been sent west to retrieve the lightning bolt and have heard that you two are missing the Helm of Darkness. Hades fixed Harry with a piercing look at this. Harry had the decency to look abashed at having revealed the fact that Hades' power was significantly decreased without his Helm of Darkness. Hades gave him a disapproving look, and they were obviously going to be talking about this later, something that Harry in no way was looking forward to. Hades' eyes burned as he realized that Poseidon's foolish son was still trying to pretend that it was not he and his fish-brained father that had stolen his helm and Zeus' flashy toy. Hades' eyes turned fiery on the child standing before him. He saw him, his girlfriend and the satyr gulp as they took in the full fury that was Hades, lord of the underworld. "You dare to keep up this pretense after what you have done," thundered Hades. "It wasn't him," squeaked the Grover. "It was only loyalty to Percy that had him speaking up to the god of the dead in the horrible underworld so far away from any wilderness." He now understood what it was all about. Hades was under the impression that Percy had stolen his helm. It was understandable considering that the only member of the Big Three who had retained their symbol of power was Percy's father, but Grover knew that it wasn't Percy. "Lie!" roared Hades, turning back to Percy. "Your father boy may fool Poseidon, but I am not such a fool." "It wasn't Poseidon," Harry suddenly shouted. "Have you asked your friends?" Hades sneered. "What is in their bag?" Hades turned towards his son. The three shared confused looks at this statement. Harry just hoped he could keep his father calm enough to stop his friends from being incinerated on mere suspicions. Of course, with his father's anger issues that was not a sure thing. "Grover was nearly dragged into Tartarus," Harry said suddenly, and chanting. Hades stopped at that. He stretched out his mind, and sure enough, father was having one of his active periods. It seemed he had been wrong to accuse his brother. It was really the fault of his father. Then what about what was in the boy's backpack? He could sense the power of the lightning bolt from the second they had stepped into his kingdom. "Then how did the bolt get in your backpack?" asked Hades coldly. "What do you mean, Lord Hades? We've not seen the lightning bolt," Annabeth said politely. "Percy can't have taken it. He didn't even know until after it had been stolen," Harry said. "Precisely," nodded Annabeth. "And what would be the point of sending it here once obtaining it?" asked Harry reasonably. Hades ignored his son. "Open your pack then." Percy looked pale as he pulled off his pack and opened it. Harry widened as he saw a 60-centimeter long solid gray cylinder that looked deadly. Harry shivered, wondering whether this was what had almost killed him and the Dursleys, and killed many mortals, when he was 6 and when the other students were learning how to fly. "But Kronos," whispered Harry. "Are you working for my father, boy?" demanded Hades. "I see no reason that Harry would lie to me about this." Attempting to overthrow. "The gods will make Prometheus' torture look like the Isle of the Blessed if that is the case." "It can't be. No demigod would betray the gods to Kronos," Harry said, feeling sick. "Ares," muttered Annabeth. "Ares gave us the backpack." "Should have known it was too good to be true," groused Percy. "Ares really?" asked Harry, surprised. "It fits," Harry said urgently, eyes pleading with his father. "Ares is the god of war. A war between the gods is exactly what he wants." "Yes, Lord Hades," nodded Grover, quickly agreeing with the boy he didn't even like. "Please, Lord Hades, let us find Ares and retrieve the helm," Harry pleaded with his father. "Please, sir," begged Grover. "What about my mother?" interrupted Percy. "What about your mother?" frowned Harry. "She was taken," Annabeth said softly. Harry frowned. He knew what it was like to lose his mother, and he was still able to talk to her. He hated it when he saw the darker side of his father, one which he usually overlooked in favor of the paternal relationship the two dark-haired males shared. Harry decided that he would help Percy out of this. "Lord Hades," Harry said respectively, "if we find your helm, will you release Percy's mother?" The satyr nodded in agreement. Hades was considering it. As much as he wanted to believe it was the boy, he had to say that he was willing to believe Harry, at least for now. He could always find and destroy the boy at a later date if it proved that Harry had been tricked by the brat Poseidon had fathered. "I'll find your helmet, uncle, I'll return it," promised Percy. "And please don't hurt her," Harry said softly. "Or I will be back for her," Percy threatened. "Percy," groaned Grover, looking at Hades fearfully. "She's my mother," retorted Percy angrily. The other boy's sea-colored eyes darkening and swirling like a dangerous underwater current. Harry could see what it was about him that made him the son of the sea god. He was untamable as the sea. He could appear completely relaxed until he unleashed his fury, like the sea could appear calm until the currents grabbed hold and pulled you under. I will give you this chance, but only the one, Hades said softly. Return the bolt to Zeus, find my helm and return it to me. I will keep precious Sally with me until that is done. And if I ever find that you were the thief, you shall know the full power and might of Lord Hades. Hades glowered at the lot of them. Although Harry realized he was being left out of this ultimatum, he could not help but shiver at the sound of his father's voice. He had seen his father angry on several occasions, usually when Harry had attempted to sneak into fields of punishment, mainly because it was banned and that made it exciting for a child. We will succeed, Harry vowed. Grover looked relieved. We only have a few hours till the deadline, he groaned. Can we borrow some thestrals, Lord Hades? Harry inclined his head politely, knowing the answer. Hades clicked his fingers. Harry watched as 4 thestrals came swooping in, bowing before his father first, then him. He looked at the other 3, wondering if any of them could see the thestrals. They didn't appear to be able to see them. There were 2 males and 2 females. Harry helped the others onto them. And bring me back the helm, Harry Potter, Hades shouted after them as they flew up out of the underworld. They landed at Santa Monica Beach, slipping off the thestrals who stood beside them. Harry was feeling oddly out of place, as he always did after a visit to the underworld. The underworld was home. He was always a bit of an outside anywhere else, although graveyards were fun. And people called him a goth. The other 3 riders looked kind of green right now. Harry supposed it was hard to fly on something that you couldn't even see. Still, it was better than walking. That would take far too long, and they wouldn't want to see all the dead again. Harry realized that it was dawn of the 21st of June, the day of Zeus' ultimatum. That was not good. By this evening, if they didn't return to New York in time, there would be an all-out war between Zeus and his brothers. Hades may have temporarily accepted it wasn't Poseidon's fault, but Zeus had not, in attempt to find his missing lightning bolt. They also had to find Ares and convince him to give the helm back. Look, you 3 can take Cato. Harry put a hand on the gray-eyed male thestral that had brought Harry here. Trustee. Harry patted the small-boned female that had brought Grover, and Obidus. Harry patted young male that had only just reached maturity that had brought Annabeth. I'll find the helm. Gotta save your mom after all. He gave Percy a small smile. Your quest was to find the bolt. You've done it. Now get it to Zeus. We need a plan, muttered Annabeth, instead of just splitting up and hoping our luck holds up. Yeah, we have one. You 3 stop the war and complete the quest, Harry muttered. I fulfill my bargain with Hades for your mother's life, Harry said pointedly, and save your life. You're going to take on the god of war, alone? Grover said incredulously. You need to stop the war, Harry told them. He's right, Annabeth sighed. We need to complete the quest. So go, Harry said impatiently, feeling edgy. Go, fly. Good luck, Grover said helpfully. Thank you, Percy said. You can see them, can't you? Grover said. Couldn't give us a hoof up. Sure, Harry nodded. Harry moved towards the satyr. He held out his hands, wincing slightly as he held the hard cloven hoof. Still, soon Grover was up on Trisight once again. The dark-eyed thestral was very gracious about it bending when needed, although that might be because of Harry's presence. Still, it got them moving faster. Do you 2 need help? Harry asked, turning to Annabeth and Percy. Fine, Percy sighed. Harry grinned and guided Percy to Cato. Cato was a slightly evil-tempered thestral with gray eyes that were too like Draco Malfoy's for Harry's liking. He knew it was slightly cruel giving Percy the one with anger issues, but he was the quickest one and Percy didn't have long to get to Olympus. He just hoped that Percy would see it that way. Now I want you to be good for him, Cato. Okay, Harry murmured. Are you talking to it? Asked Percy. Yep, Harry said cheerfully. Percy didn't look too confident with trusting an underworld horse. Harry trusted them with his life, but he supposed that leaving the son of Poseidon, who couldn't even see it, with the angry one wasn't the best policy. He couldn't leave Moira alone though. She got nervous around people she didn't know. You do know I can't fly, Percy said. Zeus and my father want each other dead. Trust me, I know, Harry said grimly, thinking of his near misses in the sky. But don't worry about it, Harry grinned. You'll be fine. The Thestrals are part of the underworld, so you can't be harmed whilst on them. Why do you think you can ride Pegasi? Are you sure? Asked Percy, looking to Annabeth for advice. He's right, Annabeth agreed, just as long as you don't go too high. So no circus tricks, Harry said cheerfully. Don't worry, I'll keep my brother in line, Trustee assured Harry. Annabeth, you'll be needing help too, Harry said. Don't worry, Obitus will be gentle with you, Trustee assured Annabeth as though she could understand. Moira pawed the ground nervously. I'm staying with you. Come on, Harry said. Harry helped Annabeth onto Obitus' back. Obitus wasn't anywhere as near as grumpy as Cato, so it was relatively easy. If anyone found it strange that Harry could see them, they didn't say anything. Harry supposed it was something to do with the fact that those who were or had been close to death could see them. Since he had seen his mother's death, he would be able to anyway. Fly, Harry said. Harry had to hit Cato on the rump to get him to fly. The rest of them were happy just to obey his instructions. It was only Cato who was insubordinate. Harry smiled watching them fly off into the night. He now had to find Ares. He really should have asked them where they had last seen him. Not that it meant much, but at least it was a starting point. That was when Harry saw him standing halfway along the beach leaning on his motorcycle. Ares, god of war. If his children were intimidating, it was nothing compared to the god of war. But Harry had spent a good deal of his life with Hades. The only problem was the anger that Ares was causing to rise within him. Hey kid, Ares greeted. Nice going getting rid of them. Shame they were supposed to die. Heard you were in a scuffle few weeks back. Shame could have caused quite a war. And a lot of deaths, Harry said hotly. Ares grinned at this, and you'd know all about death being old coffin breaths, kid. My father already knows it was you who stole the helm, Harry said, so you might as well give it back. In the air, Percy had unwisely looked down. To his surprise, he saw the wizard kid and Ares, the god of war, standing opposite to each other. Percy's natural saving people thing kicked in. The boy may have been at camp longer than him and have magical powers, but it still went against Percy's instincts to just leave him there. Guys, Harry's in trouble, Percy shouted to the other two. Ares, we have to go back for him. Percy, he's been trained for longer than either of you, Grover called back. He could still need our help, retorted Percy. We should stick to the plan, Annabeth shouted. He's your friend, Percy retorted. Annabeth was conflicted. She wanted to help the younger demigod, but at the same time, if they didn't hurry up, there would be a terrible war destroying much of Western civilization. She didn't want Percy's fatal flaw of loyalty to destroy them all. If there was a war between the gods, it would make Kronos' escape only too easy. He told us to go, Grover called back. Is that what Talia said? Percy retorted. Annabeth flinched back, and she was sure that Grover was doing the same thing. It was a low blow. The worst thing was that he was right. Then she was just a kid, but now she was not. Annabeth couldn't believe that she had been about to sacrifice another friend's life. Percy was right, they had to go back for him. They still had some time left. Look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, Percy said. Percy felt he had gone too far. Percy often said things before thinking. He knew that both satyr and demigod felt guilty for Zeus' daughter's almost death. He wanted to save the boy, even though the boy was far more trained than he was and had the help of not talking and acting before thinking. It was something that got Percy into trouble time and time again. No, you're right, Annabeth said quietly. If we don't get the helm back, there will be a war anyway, but it will be Hades doing, not Zeus. We still have time as long as we're quick. Percy felt that it probably wouldn't be easy to take on the god of war, but for once decided that saying something like that to Annabeth when she already looked so unsure, he reached out for what did Harry call him? Oh yeah, Cato, which Percy could somehow understand as down in Greek, which made sense as it lived in the underworld. However, he couldn't find Cato's mind. He supposed that it was something to do with the fact that instead of being created by Poseidon as horses and zebras were these invisible things that felt like skeleton horses were created by Hades. Harry had ordered it to do as he wanted by speaking to it. Maybe he could do the same. Down, Percy ordered. Down, Annabeth too shouted. Down, called Grover. Annabeth and Grover instantly began moving to the ground. Typical, he would get the one that didn't listen to orders. Percy was convinced that the fates hated him, or maybe that was just the hairy kid. He squeezed his knees together like you would control the Pegasi at camp to see if that would help any. Grover, little help, Percy called. The satyr looked back to where he was trying to control his stubborn Thestral. Grover now knew why it was that Harry had told the Thestral name Cato to be good. Grover's suspicion since the Cerberus incident grew. It could be because he had lived for 9 months at Hogwarts, where there was supposed to be the second largest population of Thestrals in Europe. Or it could be, as he suspected, that Harry Potter was the son of the Lord of the Dead. That idea made the satyr shiver. He had nothing against the pale boy who gave off some major bad vibes, which would be explained by being the son of the Lord of the Dead that went against a wannabe searcher of the Lord of Wild Places. Oi Cato, Grover called. Come down, let us help Harry. Thanks, Percy called down. You've got the bad-tempered horse, Grover replied. The fates hate me, Percy muttered to himself. The Thestral slowly and unhappily, and with a lot of encouragement from Grover, flew down. The 2 demigods, 1 satyr and 3 Thestrals, landed back on the beach where Harry and Percy still seemed to be at a standoff. There was something about the boy with night-black hair that reeked of danger and death. So why did you betray your family to our lovely grandfather? Asked Harry, sarcasm heavy in his voice. Annabeth heard the word grandfather but not your. No, Harry had said our. That set the daughter of the goddess of wisdom's brain whirring. Harry may not have said it in so many words, but with everything that Harry had been done in the underworld. The little scene between him and Hades had stumped her, but it seemed that he was at least a son of one of the big 3 or Demeter. And he hated the children of Demeter. Percy meanwhile had seen Ares' fiery eyes widen minutely, shock-coating his dark face. It was obvious to him that the war god had no idea who he was actually working for, even if he was sure that Ares' ego would convince him that it was an alliance. But the Titan King didn't have allies, he only had people that he used to do his bidding. You didn't know, Percy suddenly said. Okay, I can understand that, Harry muttered. So since you were used, you wouldn't mind giving the helm back so I can return it to the underworld? You lie, Ares roared. The plan was perfect. My father would blame barnacle head and corpse breath for the theft. Hades would blame your father, Ares said, looking at Percy. Hades would kill you. Your father would be furious. All 3 of the big 3 would be fighting one another and dragging the rest of the gods into the war. Already the sides are being drawn. Glorious war, sighed Ares. But then you, Ares glowered at Harry, you just had to spoil it, convince old coffin dweller that it was not Poseidon. And now you have to die. Hades knows. Just give us the helm, Harry tried. Oh, you mean this? Smirked Ares. Ares took out a black ski mask that Harry could feel the power of his father from it. He instinctively moved towards before he restrained himself. Ares put it down on his motorbike, where it changed into a night black Greek battle helmet that would cover one's face. Harry had seen it before but had never been stupid enough to go near it. Didn't you hear us? It's too late, Percy shouted. Ah, but if you die nobody will realize it was me, Ares smirked. Hades will be blamed for your deaths. Poseidon will go to war with him over that. Zeus will never get his bolt back and will go to war with his brothers. Nothing will change. Hades knows, Percy tried. Ah, but nobody likes or respects or listens to the dead man's god, Ares said. He can't even get to Olympus for another 6 months. By that time the war will be on, he smirked. Harry knew that the man was right. He hated it, but nobody would listen to his father. They hated anything to do with the Lord of the Dead and had done so for 3,000 years. Looking at the others, Harry could see that they were thinking the same as he was. It seemed very hopeless, but Harry couldn't believe that he had just stopped one war. He couldn't stand the idea of there being another one. You are being ordered around, Percy shouted. You think this is on your whims? This is Kronos corrupting you. Harry winced, knowing that this wasn't going to go well. True enough, Ares' fiery eyes began smoking around his sunglasses. Harry could feel the rage emanating from the War of God. Ares was too prideful to even consider the idea that he might not be the one in control of this bargain, but you know what they say. Pride comes before a fall. And Ares had fallen into a trap set up by Kronos. It is, sir, Grover nodded hurriedly. I am the god of war, roared Ares. You punks think I am so easily swayed. I take orders from no one. You do from Zeus, bit in Annabeth. Ares appeared not to hear her. I don't have dreams. There was a silence amongst the three demigods, the satyr and the god of war. Nobody had even mentioned dreams, and Ares was claiming he didn't have them. This suggested that he was being sent dreams by something. Kronos must have been lulling him to his plans without the god realizing what was going on. You've been having dreams, frowned Harry, about a dark pit. Percy shivered slightly, remembering Tartarus. The smell of evil there. The dark presence that was there, that was the Lord of Time. It seemed that it wasn't only demigods that Kronos was getting to. It seemed that Harry was reading between the lines as well, understanding what Ares wasn't saying. Harry had to hand it to the boy. He was smart and knew how to get to the god without outright angering him. Tartarus, Harry sighed. Doesn't that prove that you are not the one in control? Percy said desperately. Ares looked somewhere between angry and scared and very agitated. It was a classic case of denial if Harry had ever seen one. And he had spent the better part of a year trying to convince two loyal Gryffindors that their teacher was a psychopath, which left him with more than one angry face in the common room. That's not the point, snapped Ares. I think it is, Harry said coldly. Are you challenging me, mortal? Flamed Ares. The point is that you, son of Poseidon, are still alive. I can hardly have you convincing my father that it is not Hades now. Ares clicked his fingers, and out of the sand below his feet burst a wild boar that was too large to be any mortal bull. Its massive white tusks gleamed dangerously in the morning sunlight. Harry watched as it pawed the ground, its black eyes glaring at Percy murderously. Harry was pleased when Percy stepped into the water without Ares noticing. Harry knew what the other boy was doing, even if Ares remained oblivious. As a son of the god of the seas, Percy could naturally gain power and control of the water. Right by the sea was where he was strongest. Harry realized that it was two children of the big three. One at his power source, against an angry god. Percy, hissed Annabeth, don't do anything stupid, you've ticked off enough gods. Harry didn't know what that meant, but gathered that Percy hadn't been entirely respectful to the gods. Honestly, Harry wasn't exactly surprised. The seas bowed to no one, well, except Poseidon, and it was the seas that ran through the boy's veins. Percy just better be careful with exactly what gods he insulted. Percy, groaned Grover when Percy did not move. Come on, man. Harry, on the other hand, pulled out his sword as well. One rule that Harry followed was that he didn't anger gods, as he had angered enough of them just by being born as a child of one of the big three who had sworn never to have children, and being a child of the exiled Lord of the Dead. Plus, angering gods just wasn't a good life plan, but well, he was hardly going to let his cousins fight it out alone. I've got your back, Harry told him. Good luck, Grover said weakly. Fight me alone, Percy demanded. Harry could have groaned. This boy just didn't know when to stop, did he? Fighting any god was bad enough, but fighting the god of war was just insane. The best he could hope for was to trick him. Ares had brawn and pride, but he wasn't too hot on intelligence. It was clear why he was the grandfather of Godric Gryffindor. Percy, are you insane? Grover looked faint. I think he might be, Harry replied. He hasn't spent too much time with Mr. D, has he? Harry asked sarcastically. Oh ha, bleated Grover. Scared? Taunted Percy. He's got worse, muttered Grover. Percy, run, shouted Annabeth. The boar charged at Percy. Percy swung around, seeing the giant black monster running full throttle at him. Percy uncapped the sword, ready to take it on. He was ready to take on Ares too. He was feeling that furious, but as Ares was too cowardly to, so he settled for the god's pet. He slashed the boar's right tusk clean off. Okay, that was good. The beast was disorientated and in an environment that its enemy had power over it. On dry land it would be far harder for Percy to fight it when he was already feeling so tired, but here it was only too easy for Percy to control the water of the sea. Salted seawater as well, although he could control fresh water almost as easily. Wave, Percy shouted. Harry had been about to step in to help, but it turned out that Percy needed no help. The water surged around the black bull. The currents were dragging the bull down to the depths. Harry for the first time found himself impressed with the very impulsive boy. He was definitely powerful. Ares looked furious as Percy turned back, feet still in the water, to face us. Very good boy, Ares bit out bitterly, so you can fight. Are you going to fight me now? Questioned Percy. Or are you going to hide behind another pet pig? Grover groaned. Did he really just say that? Watch it, kid, growled Ares. He's going to get himself killed, Grover groaned. I'll turn you into a rat, Ares scowled. Harry shivered. Why does that sound familiar? Harry muttered. Don't do this, Percy, Annabeth called. He's a god, you can't win. The sea bows to no one, Harry muttered. He's an idiot, Annabeth retorted. He's going to get himself killed, bleated Grover. Probably, Harry agreed casually. That's not a good thing, bleated Grover. I never said it was, Harry retorted. For once, Percy, think, Annabeth pleaded. He's a coward, Harry retorted. He's really done it now, groaned Grover. Yeah, he has, agreed Harry. Annabeth sighed, frustrated with her friend. It would seem that despite everything, the idiotic, hard-headed, recklessly brave son of Poseidon was going to do battle with the god of war. She ran up to him, taking off her camp half-blood necklace, including her beads and her father's necklace, which he got from her mother. If you're going to do this, take this for luck, Annabeth said in explanation. So what do Poseidon and Athena think of your friendship? Asked Harry with a grin. Thanks, blushed Percy. And take this, Grover added. The satyr handed Percy a flattened aluminium can. Harry knew that aluminium can, even flattened ones, were like a marvelous feast to satyrs, as aluminium lead to strong bones for satyrs, which helped them grow their horns, something that the satyrs prized above all else. In the same way as demigods prized muscles' strength. Don't get yourself killed, Harry added. You done saying your goodbyes, sneered Ares. You may think you're some hotshot being the son of Fishface, but here I am, immortal, 3,000 years battle experience and unlimited strength. Harry was glad to see that Percy didn't rise to the bait. Both god and demigod had their swords drawn ready for a fight. Naturally, it was the god of war who made the first move by violently slashing down upon the 12-year-old blue-black-haired demigod who had so unwisely challenged Ares. Had Percy been there, he would have been cut clean in two. However, a wave had suddenly risen from nowhere, pushing Percy out of the way so that Percy was now nowhere near where Ares' sword was. Harry couldn't tell whether it was Poseidon looking after his son or whether it was Percy's powers. He was going with Percy's powers, as gods could rarely interfere with their children's battles. As Percy was in mid-air, suspended by the tide, he slashed down upon the war god. The god was fast though and had plenty of battle experience. Ares spun out of the way of the celestial bronze weapon that Percy wielded like a pro, even though he had only just recently found out that he was a demigod. Harry could hear the clang as Percy's celestial weapon and Ares' large two-handed sword clashed dangerously together. Harry could see the helm still resting on the motorcycle was undefended. Harry felt it calling to him again. This time the young son of Hades could not resist the call of his father's symbol. Harry ran across the sand, taking care to avoid the water. Fight between Percy and Ares was still ongoing. Harry noticed that Percy had left the water in an attempt to avoid Ares' sword. Percy wouldn't stand a chance outside of his father's domain. Harry half noticed Ares prevent the son of Poseidon from returning to the sea. Harry had grabbed his father's symbol of power. Harry was about to return to the underworld when he caught sight of Percy and Ares still locked in battle. Percy was being pushed further and further away from the sea by Ares, who had realized that Percy was only able to hold up against him with help from the oceans. Percy attempted to get in closer, but Ares realized what he was doing. Ares then kicked Percy so that he landed in a pile of sand. It looked painful. Ares approached the 12-year. Then Harry noticed that there were police cars and cops coming. A mortal had obviously noticed the fight and called the cops on them. "Cops!" shouted Grover. Percy didn't move as Ares bore down on him. Harry feared that the god would kill him before anything else could happen. Around him the police were beginning to approach Percy and Ares. There were sirens blaring in the distance. Harry hoped it would make Ares pause for a second but somehow doubted it. "It's the kid from the TV," shouted an officer. Harry didn't know what the man meant, but he assumed that it meant that Percy had gotten recognized during the course of his quest. Still, it didn't help Percy much in his predicament. Ares didn't care for mortals and the mist would cover up anything that they saw anyway, so it didn't help them any. "I've got the helm, we can leave," Harry shouted. "They're armed," shouted a different officer. "Call for backup," shouted the original officer. "Oh," Grover said. Annabeth couldn't help but thinking things were not going well, considering Percy had just rolled out of the way to avoid being slashed by Ares. Harry was at the other end of the beach with the Helm of Darkness in his hands. She and Grover were at the opposite end of the beach with the cops almost on them. Harry looked at them clutching the helm to his chest. Harry ran up the beach. Percy had just picked up his sword again, slashing Ares with it. Once again the god of war was easily able to deflect the blow. Harry reached the two fighters with his sword containing his wand in his right hand and the Helm of Darkness in his right hand. Percy was now able to head back to the tide. Ares didn't seem to notice this as he followed the demigod back to the sea. The police were coming, closing in on them. Ares too had noticed it appeared. He looked at them angrily, smoke coming out from under his sunglasses once more. Harry didn't know what the mortals were seeing, but whatever it was, it wouldn't be pretty. "Drop the weapons," called out an officer. Well, that explained that question. Harry supposed that celestial weapons and the fact that in the 20th century swords were not common among mortals owed to the fact that they appeared to be guns. Percy looked monumentality confused before understanding crossed his slightly tanned face. "Well, that's never going to happen," Harry muttered to himself. "Look, office," Annabeth was saying, having no idea how she was going to explain this to the mortal. "Be gone," Ares roared at the mortals. Ares waved his hand, out of which came white-hot flames which surrounded the place in fire. It destroyed more than one police car and scattered the civilian onlookers, as well as separating Percy from the others, so he was fighting Ares without any chance of backup. Before, Harry had been ready to join the fray once he had got the helm, but now there was no chance of that. "Very brave," Percy said, "threatened by mortals. Ready to join the barbecue, little hero," scowled Ares. Ares slashed at Percy again. Percy reflected the blow again. Percy attempted to feint, but Ares once more knocked his sword aside. Percy was at the sea now, the water swirling around his torso. Harry, thanks to ADHD, noticed that the tide just seemed to stop. Harry wondered what it was that Percy was doing. Percy seemed to put his sword down, looking weak and defeated, but Harry knew that there was something else going on. He was tricking a god with the god's own ego. Ares smirked triumphantly about to gut Percy with his sword, but suddenly he was pushed back by a huge 2-meter wave that carried the son of Poseidon with it. Ares was spluttering for breath, choking on a piece of seaweed that had got caught with the tide when Percy pushed him out. Ares may be the god of war, but Percy was the son of Poseidon, only living son. Before Ares could get his bearings, Percy stabbed him in the foot, leaving Ares without enough time to foil the attack. Ares roared pure fury. The water literally blasted off him, leaving only steam behind him. Fire danced in those sockets. His sunglasses had came off in the wave. Ares looked positively murderous, and Harry spent his nights with the Lord of Dead. Ares was glaring at Percy, looking like he was about to kill the boy. Ares limped over to Percy. The fire between Harry and Percy had been put out now. He went to stand by the boy's side as Ares looked somewhere between furious and incredulous. Harry wondered how long it had been since he had been challenged. More so, how long had it been since he had been wounded by a mortal. Then Harry felt the presence of pure evil. It was as though time had suddenly stopped. A dark cloud hanging over all of them, even when there was not a cloud on the morning of what was sure to be a glorious summer's day. It was terrifying and wrong. Harry knew of only one deity who could cause this. The idea that Kronos was becoming conscious enough to be able to reach out of the underworld was terrifying. Looking over to Annabeth's pale face and Ares' shocked one, it seemed he was not the only one who was beginning to realize what was happening here. Harry needed to return to the underworld to inform his father of this latest development. Then the darkness was lifted. Harry felt his heart lift at this, to be free in a world full of color and sunlight. Harry looked around, seeing the others all look around frightened, even Ares. They knew what it meant. Ares now had to accept that they were telling the truth about Kronos, even if he didn't want to believe it. Kronos, muttered Harry darkly. That was. Percy trailed off looking shaken. That was scary, muttered Grover. Do you see now? Percy said calmly. Hard not to, bleated Grover. Ares didn't say anything. Harry could see his body begin to glow. Grabbing Percy around the waist and forcing him into the sea as Ares took on his divine form. Harry could only hope that Annabeth and Grover had done the same thing. Ares hadn't given them much warning, Harry thought, annoyed with the god. After the burning behind Harry's eyelids disappeared, Harry got to his feet looking around. Percy followed his example. Harry saw Annabeth and Grover had their backs to him. They slowly and all so carefully turned around. Apparently they were relieved that they hadn't been disintegrated into ashes, which was always a plus. The five of them met up halfway across the beach. Harry was still holding the helm of darkness in his left hand. Percy retrieved his backpack containing the lightning bolt. They stood there with the two children of the Big Three holding two of the most powerful weapons that the gods had created, which were about to start World War III. That was cool, man, Grover complimented Percy. Annabeth hugged Percy. If you ever make me worry like that again, I'll kill you, she threatened, letting go of him. Ah, Harry grinned. Is Annie in love? He teased. Annabeth and Percy both blushed, making Harry grin wider. Harry just simply loved winding Annabeth up. It was just too easy, even if it did leave him with more than a few bruises after she hit him. And now Harry had a cousin to bug to, although said cousin didn't realize they were cousins quite yet. Shut up, growled Annabeth, predictably punching him. Love you too, laughed Harry. Guys, Grover interrupted, the helm and the bolt. I'll take the helm to Hades, Harry said calmly. You three complete your quest and return the bolt to Olympus before Zeus begins this war. You want to go the underworld on your own, bleated Grover. Hades told me to return it to him, Harry shrugged. Annabeth nodded. If her suspicions were correct, then the demigod 11-year-old had nothing to worry about. Before she said anything to the others, she'd need more proof, though. Annabeth hated being wrong more than anything, so wasn't about to say it only to be proved wrong at a later date, but she thought he was. Come on Percy, we have to go, Annabeth said. Good luck, Grover said, nodding. I'd say you need it more, laughed Harry. At least Hades believes us, Harry pointed out, and doesn't like throwing lightning bolts around when he's angry, Harry muttered. You shouldn't say that too loudly, warned Annabeth. And we've got to convince him, Grover groaned. That's your job, Harry grinned, and Percy, do try to think before you speak. I've given up on that, Annabeth said. Probably wise, Harry agreed. She is a daughter of Athena, chipped in Grover. Fair enough, Harry agreed. Do you need help again? Asked Harry. If you could, agreed Annabeth. Harry walked over to her, taking her by her left hand in his right. He had put his sword away but had kept the helm of darkness in his left. He guided the blonde girl to Tristy. It was easy to get Tristy to agree to have a rider. It was only Cato who was at all antisocial and Moira who was timid. It was hard to believe that Cato was Moira's son. There you are, Annie, Harry said with a cheeky grin. Give me a leg up, could you? Grover said. Harry nodded and walked up to Grover, guiding the satyr to Cato. Grover as a satyr would be able to talk to the Thestral even if he couldn't see it. That meant that he would have some degree of control over the creature. Or at least the ability to reason with it, which was the best Harry could hope for, as he couldn't come along. Thanks, Grover grinned. No problem, shrugged Harry. This one is the one who doesn't like doing as he's told, muttered Grover. Well, at least I don't have it this time, laughed Percy. At least you can speak to him, Harry pointed out. How can you control them? Asked Grover. There's a pack at Hogwarts, Harry said truthfully. The groundskeeper showed me how to look after them, Harry downright lied. Oh, Grover frowned, trying to see if the boy was lying to him. Yeah, Harry agreed. Harry turned to Percy, hoping to get them out of the before he had to lie some more. He guided him to Olympus, who was happy to take his new rider. Harry watched as the three rode off to save the world. Harry could only hope and pray to the gods that Zeus and Poseidon would listen to the three of them. Harry then got on Moira. He could have shadow traveled back himself, but he needed to get Moira home anyway. Plus he had a feeling that he would need his energy later. Moira was the one who shadow traveled back to the throne room where Hades' son had a hell of a lot of explaining to do. Well, at least Persephone wasn't around. Harry landed in the throne room of the underworld. He slipped off Moira, coming face to face with his father. Hades was looking pensive until Harry came into view, and then filled with obvious relief at seeing his helm. Hades held up his hand. The black helmet flew into Hades' hands. He nodded and placed it in its hold on the side of his throne. Harry greeted Hades. "Thank you for retrieving the helm, my son." "Well, I didn't really want a war," Harry said, grinning. "Just stopped one." Hades frowned. "Ah yes, I heard all about that. Cornelius Quirrell was very informative about the danger you found yourself in." "Well, it wasn't really my fault," Harry protested. "Oh, I know," Hades agreed. "It was Dumbledore's," Harry said before realizing what his father had said. "Oh," he blushed. Hades, however, frowned. "I was about to say it was Quirrell's. What has Dumbledore done now?" "You know Dumbledore, then?" asked Harry. "Answer the question, Harry," Hades said. The room swirled with dark power as Hades' fury reigned supreme in the underworld throne room. The souls from the fields of punishment sewn onto Hades' night black robes screamed and were more ambitious than usual in attempting to escape from their prison. There was a rumbling as Hades caused an earthquake to occur. "Dad," Harry rolled his eyes. "You are so overprotective. You really need to learn manners." Hades gave Harry a reproving look. "And don't change the subject. What did Albus Dumbledore do?" "Who said he did anything?" asked Harry. "You," Hades reminded him, glaring at him. "Now talk." Okay. He knew exactly what Quirrell was going to do and manipulated everything so it would be as two down in the chamber, Harry said. "Happy?" Harry rolled his eyes. "With you?" Hades demanded. "As long as you learn to treat your father with the respect he deserves." "With Dumbledore," frowned the Lord of the Dead. "First Gellert, then the Elder Wand, and now his manipulations. I think it is time Dumbledore saw why you don't mess with me or mine." Hades grabbed the helm. It turned into a modern military-style hat. Hades placed it on his head. Harry saw him about to disappear off to give his headmaster a bit of his mind. Harry rolled his eyes. As much as he didn't trust the old man, Harry felt it would bring attention of the ministry to their kind. "Dad, before you leave to murder Dumbledore, we have bigger problems," Harry said, amused. "My father," Hades agreed. "From what you described it would appear so," Hades agreed, frowning. "He tried to cause a war between the gods," frowned Harry, "so that he could take over from the mess he left behind." "And very nearly succeeded," Hades frowned. "If it had not been for you, my brave son," Hades said proudly. "And Percy," Harry began. "Bought Poseidon's bastard," sneered Hades. "All demigods are bastards," Harry muttered. "And Annabeth and Grover," Harry continued as though his father hadn't spoken. "I see you found Cerberus' son," commented Hades. "Yeah, Dumbledore had him guarding the Philosopher's Stone," Harry shrugged. "Quirrell got past him in like a second with a bit of music. There weren't even restrictions on magic, and all you needed to get through the door was an Alohomora. That's a first-year spell." "A first year could get into the corridor," Harry ranted. "Well, what can you expect from my brother's descendant?" Hades said in disgust. "Descendants?" Harry asked. "Back in the 1700s, Dovea Dumbledore had a son with Zeus," explained Hades. "I didn't know that," Harry muttered. "It's been forgotten now," Hades said. "It's not exactly recorded. It's doubtful even Dumbledore knows it was so long ago in a mortal sense." "Hey," Harry complained, "I'm mortal. Only by half," Hades reminded him. "No wonder he's so powerful," Harry muttered. "Never mind that it was 4 generations ago that Hecate was last in his line," Hades added. "So what happened to Quirrell?" Harry asked into the silence. "Fields of punishment," Hades said calmly. "I guessed that," Harry said. What's his punishment? Harry said rather eagerly, considering they were talking about eternal torture. I left him with Cerberus, shrugged Hades. I needed someone to look after him, and Cerberus wanted to show him what happened to people who attack his son. Ouch, laughed Harry. I almost feel sorry for Quirrell. He paused for a second. Nah. I didn't see him when coming past. Well, he tries to escape every so often, Hades admitted. The Furies then drag him back, flaying him. And he hasn't learned not to attempt escape? Asked Harry. He's only been here a week, Hades reminded his son. Feels longer, muttered Harry. The Flamels? Nicholas and Purnell have too been sentenced to the fields of punishment for daring to think that they could escape from me. Hades' eyes flashed and overhead things rumbled. They liked gold so much I have them bathing in molten gold for all eternity, forging me riches. Inventive, muttered Harry. Why thank you, smiled the Lord of the Dead. Well, I better get back to Camp 1. Have a feeling that I'm going to have a very angry daughter of Hecate to deal with, Harry muttered darkly. And have you sent Percy's mother back? Already done, Hades said. She's currently explaining her disappearance to the police and her mortal. Hades nodded once in understanding, watching as his son disappeared from sight. He knew much of what had happened between Voldemort and his son. Hades was just glad that he was okay for now. It was the worst thing about being a god that no matter what happened you would always watch your mortal children die, whether because of a monster or because of old age. Percy, Annabeth and Luke landed in front of the Empire State Building. The journey took quicker than it would had they gone by plane. Percy slipped off the thestral named Obitus, glad to be back on something he could see. He clutched the backpack to him, not wanting Zeus' master lightning bolt to be stolen. They're returning to the underworld, Grover said. Hades must have ordered them to do so, Annabeth said. Or Harry, she muttered under her breath. You talking to the dead horses again? Percy asked. They don't like being called that, warned Grover. Let's get going, Annabeth said, and Harry was right. Percy, don't say anything that will make Zeus incinerate you. Hopefully your father will be there, Grover said hopefully. Annabeth nodded. Have you got the bolt? He's got it, Grover said. You have to get back to camp, Percy said sharply. Percy, we've got this far together, Grover shook his head. We should keep going. I need someone to tell Chiron what's happened if I fail, Percy said. Harry will be doing that, argued Grover. I know, agreed Percy, but I just have a feeling this is how it's meant to go down. Your instincts, groaned Grover, but you've ignored them before and that hasn't turned out well. Be careful, seaweed brain. Annabeth hugged him. We'll get word to Chiron, agreed Grover. If you die I'll return your soul from the underworld and kill you again, threatened Annabeth. You still got the can for luck? Asked Grover. Percy nodded and turned to enter the Empire State Building, leaving his friends behind him. He still had the backpack that Ares had given him in Denver that had secretly held the lightning bolt. Harry pushed the doors open, entering the famous landmark, hearing music playing in the background. Percy walked up to the desk where a security guard was reading some book with a picture of a wizard of the front. Percy wondered what Harry the wizard felt towards mortals attempting to recreate the wizarding world. Percy then shook his head. Sometimes he really hated being ADHD despite it keeping him alive in battle. 600th floor, Percy said. Annabeth had told him that was the way to get to Olympus, what seemed so long ago even though it could only be a month ago. Since he had found out he was a demigod and his mother had been kidnapped, he had to growing up. Percy shook his head again. Sometimes he really hated ADHD. I need to get an audience with Zeus, Percy continued. Sorry, the guard said, finally looking up from his book. You heard me, Percy said, sounding braver than he felt. The security guard didn't answer as he read the next paragraph of his book. Percy was beginning to get annoyed now. He had only hours to stop the war just because Hades wasn't involved anymore. Didn't mean that his father and Zeus would stop if he failed because of one stupid, ignorant mortal. No appointment, the guard said suddenly. No audience, kiddo. Lord Zeus doesn't see anyone unannounced. So that was the problem, was it? Percy may not have an appointment, but as clear as the sky was blue, he had an audience. Zeus would see him, whether just to kill him for what he perceived as stealing the bolt or to listen to his tale of what had actually happened. that it was Ares and Kronos who were to blame. "Oh, I think he'll make an exception," Percy said assuredly. He pulled off the gray backpack that he had slung over his left shoulder and unzipped it just enough that the security guard could see what it contained. Sea green eyes met wide dark brown eyes ringed in black. Percy had a feeling that the surprised man was reaching the end of shift. "That isn't," breathed the brunette. "It is," Percy assured the man. "Do you want me to take it out and show you?" The guard's fair face paled dramatically. "No, no, no," he said hurriedly. The guard was obviously afraid of the weapon forged in Hephaestus' forges, and for good reason, Percy thought grimly. The lightning bolt was worse than any of the nuclear devices that mortals had come up with at the end of his brothers and cousins' war. The man with mousy brown hair reached under his desk fumbling with a key and desk drawer. He then pulled out a golden key card that reminded Percy startlingly of the gold member's card of Lotus Casino. Percy took the key card from the man who pushed it forcefully at him. "Insert this in the security slot," instructed the guard. "Make sure no one else is in the elevator with you," the guard ordered. Percy walked up to the elevator pressing the up button. He waited for the elevator to come down, wishing that it wouldn't take so long. After what seemed an age, it opened and was mercifully empty. Some god must have been shining down on him. He entered the elevator inserting the key card. As soon as Percy had inserted the golden key card into the security slot, the elevator appeared to eat it. Then a new button appeared housing the number 600 on a blood-red button. Percy hoped that it wasn't an omen about what would happen between him and Zeus. Percy pressed the blood-red button and felt the lift jolt to life under his scuffed trainers. Soon he was rocketing higher and higher as bad music played in his ears. As fast as it was, he couldn't help but worry that he would be too late. That it would be the 22nd before he could stop the war. Finally the elevator dinged and the doors automatically moved open. Percy's mouth fell open at the sight of it. No wonder Hades was so bitter at having been exiled from Olympus. Olympus was quite simply beautiful. Free from the fumes that humans had been making, it shone like a spot of ancient Greece hanging above New York. Percy was standing on a narrow stone walkway that led the Olympus. There was nothing to support them. Percy looked down at Manhattan's bustling city life, ignorant of what was directly above them. There was a spiral staircase made out of white marble curling around the cloud, the misty structure somehow supporting the heavy rock. On top of the cloud-supported stairs was the top of a mountain peak hanging over Manhattan, unsupported and unfettered by the modern world. A city of marble palaces clung to the side of the mountain, the homes that the gods and goddesses of Olympus inhabited whilst on Olympus. Roads designed for carriages wound in between the columned palaces. The largest palace of all, perched precariously on the peak of Mount Olympus, gleamed golden in the sunlight against the snow-covered mountain top. That was where he had to go. That was Zeus' palace. Never before had Percy felt so small as looking on at the giant palaces. Percy walked past garden growing the most exquisite plants from the 7 corners of the earth. Then there was the amphitheater and the marketplace, which begged the question, what in the name of Hades did gods have to buy? Percy somehow didn't see them needing groceries. Then there was a massive coliseum that made the training camp look like a kid's play area. Then there was a hippodrome with several horses of different breeds racing each other. This was ancient Greek as it was supposed to be, not grumbling into ruins as they were today. As Percy walked past olive trees, the wood nymphs chucked their olives at him. In the marketplace he was offered ambrosia on still. Percy wasn't stupid enough to buy it, knowing that he could only consume a certain amount without literally burning up, and as he had no idea how much that amount was then, he wasn't stupid enough to take it. There was a concert in the park with the 9 muses playing, surrounded by a crowd of centaurs, nymphs and teenagers that were all too attractive. Percy guessed they were gods and goddesses. Nobody would be able to guess that there was a war approaching, as they were too busy celebrating the summer solstice. As Percy reached Zeus' palace, he was struck by the thought that it looked almost exactly like Hades' palace, except for the fact it was white and gold instead of black and bronze. No wonder Hades was so bitter after being exiled from Olympus and condemned to the underworld for all eternity. Percy then walked into the throne room. It was unlike anything Percy had ever seen before. There were 12 giant thrones made for beings that were Hades' size. All of them were empty except the two largest ones where sat two giant men. The feeling of power and tension filled the throne room. Outside, the tensions of the upcoming war may have been forgotten, but in here between Poseidon and Zeus it had not been forgotten. They were preparing for war. One little thing would tip them down into World War III. No matter if Poseidon didn't want war or not. Zeus was sitting on the center throne. The throne was made of solid platinum. The god of the skies had a neat, well-trimmed hair and beard that was dark gray like the darkest, most threatening storm clouds. He wore a pinstriped suit, the dark blue of the evening sky. His rain-gray eyes pierced Percy's soul. Percy had to force himself to approach the god who had long wanted him dead. The atmosphere was charged and crackled with electricity. Percy could smell ozone around the god of lightning. It was the same smell that was around after lightning had struck. The god on the throne to Zeus' left was undoubtedly his brother. Poseidon was as casual as Zeus was smart. Where Zeus with his gray hair and beard and pinstriped suit looked like a lawyer, Poseidon was dressed like a holidaymaker. For the first time in Percy's memory, Percy was looking onto the face of his father. Poseidon was wearing dark brown leather sandals that were more worn than they were fashionable. More like a deckhand than a tourist. That was reflected in his scarred fisherman's hands. The khaki shorts and Hawaiian t-shirt were in contrast to that. He was deeply tanned and had lots of black hair like Percy's. His sea-green eyes were exactly the same as Percy's with smile lines surrounding them. Poseidon's throne was completely different to Zeus. Zeus was a traditional Greek throne whilst Poseidon's was a modern fisherman's chair. It was made out of lots of black leather and could swivel around. On the arm where usually a fishing pole would be placed there was a trident. Percy approached the two gods carefully. He was well aware of the fact that either of the two gods could turn him to dust before he could draw a breath. He looked up at his father, who hadn't shown much reaction to him being here. He felt the old resentment to the man who had abandoned him well up in his heart again. "Father," Percy greeted. "Son," nodded Poseidon. Percy's heart, almost against his will, soared at the admission. At the same time, the voice recalled memories almost forgotten. Percy knew that the god must have visited him as a young child. The question remained, why wouldn't he stay? Percy hated that the gods never spent time with their children. "Should you not address the master of this hallowed hall first, boy?" demanded Zeus. "Peace, brother," spoke Poseidon. "The boy defers to his father. This is only right." "You still claim him then?" asked Zeus menacingly. "You claim the child you sired against our sacred oath?" Evidently forgetting about his daughter. "I have admitted my wrongdoing," Poseidon rumbled. Now I would hear him speak. Percy's heart sank at his father's words. Wrongdoing? He had visited Percy as a child. That meant Poseidon had to care for him, didn't it? Or was he just a mistake that should have never happened? Percy suddenly found his dirty, scuffed trainers that he had acquired from Waterland's souvenir shop very interesting. "Let us hear him out, brother," Poseidon said. "I shall listen," Zeus decreed. "Then I shall decide whether or not to cast this boy down from Olympus," the king of gods warned. Percy looked between the two gods and then began to tell his story. He began with the Furies apparently looking for something even though they had thought that it had been Hades. He continued on to Ares giving him the backpack. Then Percy spoke about finding the door to the underworld in Los Angeles. "We were just about to bribe Chiron into letting us board with the dead," Percy was saying, when another demigod turned up. Percy frowned. "Harry. He's kind of gothic looking and is a wizard. Apparently Chiron sent him to tell us that Hades' helm was also missing." He whispered something into Charon's ear. Charon was only too eager to let us through after that. "He would be," muttered Zeus darkly. Percy frowned at him. "He didn't tell us how he had done it." "Wise," murmured Poseidon. "Continue, son of Poseidon," instructed Zeus. "Patience, brother," Poseidon cautioned. "Fine," Zeus scowled. "Perseus, continue," Poseidon said. "Our plan to get past the Cerberus with a stick didn't work," Percy continued. "Of course it didn't," Zeus said imperiously. "Harry somehow commanded it so we could get it past," continued Harry after the king of the gods had spoken. "The dead were acting Odd bowing to us. Then the shoes that Luke had given me tried to drag Grover into Tartarus that I had been seeing in my dreams. There was something evil there. The others thought it was Kronos. Harry managed to convince Hades that I hadn't taken the Helm of Darkness and returned Mom if we retrieved the helm. I then battled Ares for the helm. Harry grabbed it. Then there was the same evil presence and Ares fled. We then flew back here. I sense that the boy tells the truth. The god of justice nodded, but that Ares would do this surprises me. Not alone, Percy said. Father, Poseidon said grimly. No, Zeus denied. Whatever it is your friends believe, it is Ares who has been behind all this. It's not the first time that Kronos has stirred. They're completely unrelated matters. Lord Zeus, Percy began. Zeus, don't take this lightly, warned Poseidon. If our father is stirring, we have to put measures into place. The matter is closed, Zeus said harshly. I must go personally to purify this thunderbolt in the waters of Lemnos, to remove the human taint from the metal. You have done me great service, boy. Few heroes could have accomplished as much. To show my thanks, I shall spare your life. I do not trust you, Perseus Jackson. I do not like what your arrival means for the future of Olympus. But for the sake of family I shall let you live. Do not let me find you here when I return. Otherwise you shall taste this bolt. And it shall be your last. Sensation. Yes, sir, Percy replied. Enough of the dramatics. Poseidon rolled his eyes. Thunder shook the white marble palace. In a flash of lightning the Lord of the Skies was gone. Percy was left alone with his deserting father who was an immortal god. Strange, a month ago he would have sworn to anyone that the Greek gods were just a way that the ancient Greeks explained stuff they didn't understand. Your uncle has always had a flair for dramatic exits, smiled Poseidon. I think he would have done well as the god of theater. You should put the matter of your grandfather out of your mind for now. This isn't the first time he has stirred. Until further evidence to the contrary, we must take it as just that. But you, Percy began. Percy then stopped. It probably wasn't the best idea to anger the only god that was still on his side. As much as Poseidon seemed to be unsure of him, he would support him as he was his son. However, Poseidon seemed to be smiling gently at him as Percy stopped mid-rant. Obedience does not come naturally to you, does it? The sea god questioned. No, sir, Percy admitted. His inability to do as he was told was part of what got him into so much trouble with his school teachers and Smelly Gabe and more recently gods. As well as his inability to concentrate and dyslexia. For the teachers, he doubted that Smelly Gabe even knew he was dyslexic. Never mind the ones that were monsters. I must take some credit for that, I suppose, admitted Poseidon. The sea does not like to be restrained. You must go, child, but know that your mother has returned. You will find her at home. Poseidon then stood to his full giant human form. He took up his trident. Percy tried not to be cowed by this. Then the air shimmered gold, but not the way it had done when Ares had taken on his mortal form. Then Percy's father stood before him like a mortal man. Sea-green eyes met sea-green eyes. She's back, breathed Percy. Hades returned her when he received his helm. Even the Lord of Death pays his debts, Poseidon explained. Thanks to Harry, Percy said. Percy felt a debt of gratitude to the boy who had bargained with Hades for his mother's life. He didn't know how the other raven-haired boy had done it, but he had. Poseidon for his part was giving Percy a searching look as though trying to figure out how much Percy knew. Indeed, Poseidon finally said. When you return home, Percy, you must make an important choice. You will find a package waiting for you. You will understand when you see it. No one can choose your path. What? Percy asked. Poseidon gave him a small smile. You must decide your own destiny. Your mother is a queen among women. Poseidon smiled softly, memories flickering in his sea-green eyes. I had not met such a mortal in 1,000 years. Percy smiled. She really is amazing. Still, I am sorry that you had to be born into this life, Poseidon sighed. Percy felt like one of the stalactites from the underworld Harry had seen had fallen through him. His father wished that he had never been born. His shoulders slumped. Poseidon, realizing what he had said, eyes softened and placed a hand on the 12-year-old's shoulder. Percy, Poseidon said softly, I did not mean it like that. A demigod's life is nothing but tragic, and I am sorry that you have to live like that. One day you will understand what I mean, sighed Poseidon. Percy nodded jittery and turned. Poseidon often didn't want him around. It was just not fair. Athena got a vanishing cap and Clarice got an electric spear, whilst Poseidon told him he wished he had never been born. Percy began to walk towards the door of Zeus' palace with a heavy weight upon him. Percy, Poseidon called back. Know this, that whatever else you do in your life, you are my son. You are the true son of a sea god. Percy nodded, feeling drained. I will leave now. Perseus, you did well, Poseidon said. Percy smiled slightly at the compliment, but he could have been talking about any demigod, not his son. As Percy walked through the city of Olympus, he felt the sudden urge to see his mom. The conversation between him and his father had been hurtful, but he still, after everything, had his mom. Harry arrived back at camp before any of the others did. Chiron was sitting on the porch playing pinochle with a few satyrs. Mr. D was sitting near the game watching it unfold. The two turned to stare at him. Chiron stood up, which meant removing himself from his magically expanded fake legs and wheelchair. Mr. D just glared at him whilst Chiron smiled at him. Chiron, Mr. D, greeted Harry. Ah, Harry, you're back, Chiron said. The centaur was obviously not at all surprised to see the young son of Hades appearing in front of him. Harry just grinned at his mentor. Undoubtedly Chiron was a better mentor than Albus Dumbledore tried to be. The old centaur didn't feel the need to act like a senile fool whilst manipulating his students. Yep, Harry said, popping his pea. Dad has his helm back and the others are on their way to give the sky god back his bolt. As long as they get there in time, war will be averted, Harry reported back, and hopefully Percy won't say anything to anger another god, Harry muttered under his breath. He's already threatened my father. My father only let him live because I told him they were my friends. Then as soon as we left the underworld, Percy barely survived my father's wrath. Percy insulted Ares and challenged him to a duel. Luckily he won, Harry ranted, or he wouldn't be here to tell the tale. Never mind. I heard Annabeth say that he had done something to anger the gods. I take it you two didn't hit it off, Chiron commented. Harry grimaced. He is brave and loyal, but I think he needs to control his temper a bit. A habit of a lot of children of Poseidon, smiled Chiron sadly. The sea bows to no man, muttered Harry. Indeed, agreed Chiron. Be that as it may, wisdom will come with time. Now I think you should go and meet up with Cat and Eve. Harry groaned. Are they furious? They were quite upset when they learnt that you were going off to save the world without even saying goodbye, agreed Chiron. What did they say? Harry asked hesitantly. I believe Eve said that if you didn't come back she'd go to the underworld and turn your soul into a cricket, Chiron said, seemingly fighting a smile. And Cat muttered something about Harry Potter and stopping wars alone. Harry blushed. Well, what can I say? Trouble finds me. Because of course you would never go and find it, Chiron sounded amused. Harry blushed. Wish me luck. Harry left the centaur to find his angry friends. He found them at the arena with their swords in hand. Eve was currently fighting the silvery blonde-haired Tanya, daughter of Aphrodite. Despite Tanya being almost 2 years older than Eve, the daughter of Hecate was thrashing the other girl. Cat was fighting with Willow, a daughter of Apollo, and was losing to the older girl. Hey, Harry greeted. Harry, Eve looked at her friend. I'm back, Harry grinned. So I see, Eve agreed. You could have at least told us that you were leaving, the daughter of Hecate sounded annoyed. Eve quickly ended the duel between herself and Tanya. The dark-haired girl moved towards her black-haired friend. Tanya picked up her sword, rubbing her forearm that Eve had hit. The daughter of Aphrodite looked quite relieved that the fight was over. Harry watched as Tanya moved over to talk with some of her siblings who were currently not fighting. So you managed to keep your father from killing Annabeth? Asked Eve in a low voice that nobody else could hear. Yeah, Harry grinned. And managed to hide my heritage as well, Harry said a little smugly. Although I think Annabeth has suspicions. Grover too, as he could understand what Morty and Cerberus said to me. Still, I hope that with the act me and Dad put on, it should be okay. Wouldn't it be easy to just tell them? Asked Eve. At least Annabeth, Eve continued when Harry didn't look convinced. She hates my father, Harry reminded his friend. She's been your friend since you were both 7, retorted Eve. She may have no love for the Lord of the Dead, but she likes you. She wouldn't hold your parentage against you. Just like Kat and I have no problems with you being Hades' son. Maybe, Harry conceded. But maybe not, Harry added just when Eve thought he was about to agree. You are impossible, Harry Potter, Eve shook her head. But you'll see that those who care for you will not care who your father is. Raven's an idiot, but he hasn't revealed to anyone that you are a son of Hades. People will find out eventually, and your friends would prefer it if you told them rather than find out on their own. I understand with Grover, as you don't like each other and you've only just met this son of Poseidon that we've heard all about. He's certainly quite famous around here, laughed Eve. He is the first known child of the Big Three in 50 years who actually survived to get to camp, as you technically haven't been claimed, or at least not publicly. So Percy's caused a lot of fuss around here, chuckled Harry. Yep, agreed Eve. According to Luke, he arrived after killing Pasiphae's son. Almost died doing so. His mother died to bring him here, Eve said sadly. No, she didn't, Harry interrupted. Kat was still loosing against Willow. Kat appeared to fall to the ground, but Harry knew the daughter of Bellatrix well enough to know when she was acting. Kat then, as soon as Willow's guard seemed to be down, thinking that Kat was down, brought across her sword. Willow's sword flew through the air. Kat practically jumped up, putting her sword to the other girl's throat. Remind me not to underestimate you again, muttered Willow darkly. I thought you were going to lose, commented Harry. Kat grinned. I'm insulted, Harry. You should know I always have a trick up my sleeve. I wasn't going to go down to anyone. Thinking of going Slytherin, laughed Harry. You certainly sounded like it just there. Or our cabin mates, Harry said jokingly, then Kat's face fell. Oh gods, Kat. I didn't mean it like that, Harry said, eyes widening. I just meant that they are crafty. I shouldn't have been so insensitive. I mean, it's not like with Eve and I. Sorry, Harry said. I should have thought before speaking. Sorry, Harry repeated. Honestly, it's fine, Harry. Kat rolled her eyes. Harry smiled. Good fight. Shame I didn't see all of it, Harry grinned. I'm sure there were several close calls before the fight's end. You always are the best fighter of the bunch, well, except in the shadows, but that's different. You can actually hold your own against Luke. So tell us your story, Eve ordered. Okay, let's go back to the cabin, Harry shrugged. Everybody's training, Harry explained to his friends. So nobody will be there to overhear us, understood Kat. Good idea. Thanks, Harry grinned. That's what I thought. Come on. Harry began walking out of the arena. Kat and Eve followed him. They entered Hermione's cabin. As expected, it was empty. Harry lay down on his bed. Harry began to speak, telling them everything from the moment he had left onwards. Harry was sure that Percy's story was more spectacular, but he had a bit to tell. And that's what happened, Harry finished. Just over a month had passed since Harry had come back from helping with Percy's quest. Percy and Grover had returned not long after Harry had. Percy came back a day later, having caught up with his mother and convinced Zeus and his father not to go to war. Harry had seen the three of them watching him and guessed they were waiting for confirmation of his parentage. Harry, Percy, Annabeth and Grover wore laurels that night and had a big feast in their honor. Their shrouds were burnt. Percy thanked him for seeing his mother's return. Harry had just shrugged and said that he would never want someone to lose their mother, having lost his at such an early age. Soon camp life went back to normal. Well, as normal as a camp for the mortal children of the gods ever was. At the campfires, Harry had heard the other satyrs complimenting Grover for his new searcher's license. Harry knew that the satyr would be leaving before long. Harry wondered if Harry would ever see Grover Underwood again. Harry hadn't ever met a searcher because none returned. To achieve in becoming a searcher, you had to do something spectacular. The Ares siblings had obviously heard, most likely from their father or maybe someone else, of their father's defeat at the hands of a 12-year-old demigod. They were understandably furious at Percy. If it hadn't been for Percy's watery powers, Harry had a feeling that the sons and daughters of the war god would have killed Percy despite camp rules. 4th of July came. That evening the Hephaestus children set up the fireworks display on the beach. Harry could tell that Percy was very impressed, having never seen Camp Half-Blood fireworks. It was no surprise really that Dr. Filibuster, the wizard who provided fireworks for everyone and everything in Wizarding World, was a son of Hephaestus. Harry found out the next day from Annabeth that Grover had left to search for Pan the day before. Harry hadn't known what to say to that. Annabeth had looked so worried about her satyr friend. Harry had tried his best to reassure the girl, but what could he say? No satyr had ever come back from the search in 2,000 years. Soon it was Harry's 12th birthday. Harry didn't receive anything by owl from his wizarding friends. He hadn't done so since he had arrived, which was strange as Cat and Eve and the rest of the witches and wizards had. Harry had no idea why his friends weren't writing to him. According to Cat and Eve, they were asking if they knew why Harry wasn't answering his mail. Cat had got him really cool dress robes. Apparently she had got them from Madame Malkin's in the few hours that they had at Diagon Alley. It was naturally night black made of a charmed unicorn hair. The bright silver buttons around the collar, lapels and sleeves were shaped like dragons. The inside and collar were dark purple. Eve had got him a leather jacket with skulls sketched onto the back. She too had been shopping at Diagon Alley, preferring to go to Moon's Muggle masquerades. Harry recognized the name as that of a Ravenclaw girl in Harry's year. Harry was glad that he had got something he could comfortably wear without others questioning him. Luke and Annabeth didn't get him anything as they didn't leave camp apart from the winter solstice. Luke had been acting very oddly recently. In fact, when he had found out that war had been averted, Harry was sure that he had seen a flare of anger in those periwinkle blue eyes. Since then Harry had been watching Luke carefully for any sign of being allied with Kronos. Harry was now waiting for the others to fall asleep in Hermione's cabin. Finally Guy fell asleep, allowing Harry to slip out of his bed. He quickly flung on his new leather jacket over dark jeans. Lastly Harry grabbed his wand that concealed his sword, which he didn't show off at camp. It was easy to find a shadow to disappear into at this time of night. "Dad," Harry greeted. Harry righted himself. He saw his father smiling softly at him. Harry had to say that he had a far better relationship with his father than Percy had with his. Not that he was competing or anything. Harry made his way over to the table as his father lounged on his throne. Harry helped himself to some food, glad that being the son of Hades made him immune to the curse of underworld food. "So how's things been?" asked Harry. "Do you like my new jacket? Eve got it for me. Cat got me some quite cool dress robes." "I'm glad you are having a good birthday," Hades interrupted his hyper son. "I am," agreed Harry. "Well, what are you going to be doing today?" asked Hades. "Thestrals," Harry decided. "I want to see how Moira is. She's been really nervous since the trip out. I don't know why you chose her to take us, no offense, Dad, but wouldn't it have been better to have one of the more confident ones?" "See you," Harry said cheerfully. A few hours later, a very tired Harry finished with the Thestrals with the sole intention of going to bed for a few hours. Harry was well known for liking his lie-ins because few of the other children had any idea that he was up half the night. Harry was just about to go to bed when his father came forward with a present wrapped in black wrapping paper. "Happy birthday, Harry," Hades repeated earlier sentiments. "Thanks," Harry grinned. Harry took the present and began to unwrap the thin paper. Harry could tell what it was almost as soon as he had felt it. True enough, as he opened it out came a long black bow. He'd need to fill it with arrows, but arrows were easy to come by at Camp Half-Blood. Harry grinned up at his father as he opened it. "Thanks, Dad," Harry smiled. "Night." Harry left for his bedroom, passing Persephone's garden and everything else that was on the way to his quarters. The door opened as he came, fueled as it was by the power of the dead and recognizing its owner and a child of Hades. Harry was about to get into his pajamas and head straight to bed. However, something else had already taken up his bed. Harry looked at the little creature dressed in rags. Its large lime green eyes widened when it saw Harry. Harry's hand instantly went to his sword. He knew that he had never been attacked in the underworld, but one could never be too careful after all. "What are you?" asked Harry suspiciously. "More to the point, what are you doing in my room? It would be foolish of you to attack me here." "Attack the great Harry Potter, sir? No, never." The creature looked like it was about to cry. Harry frowned. Only one group of people called him the great Harry Potter. Harry could have groaned at this. Someone from the wizarding world was trying to contact him. It couldn't be Hermione, as she was a Muggle-born. That left Fred, George and Neville, or an unknown person. Harry wouldn't put it past the twins to try something like this. "You're from the wizarding world," Harry commented. "Yes, sir," nodded the house elf eagerly. "Who sent you?" asked Harry. "Was it Fred and George? If this is their idea of a joke," Harry trailed off darkly. "No, sir." The creature shook his head. "Who are you?" Harry asked. "Who sent you? Why are you here?" "Dobby the house elf, sir," the little creature said. "It is difficult. My masters would be most displeased if they were to ever find out," shuddered the little creature. "Your masters?" asked Harry. "The wizard family. Dobby is bound to serve until he dies." Dobby's ears drooped. "But Dobby had to come, sir." "Why?" Harry asked warily. "There is a plot, Harry Potter, sir. A plot to make most terrible things happen, Harry Potter, sir," Dobby said. "What things?" demanded Harry. "Who's plotting them?" Harry asked as an afterthought. "Voldemort." A paused. "Dumbledore?" Harry questioned. Dobby's eyes widened almost comically. "Albus Dumbledore, sir. He is a good man. He is the only one he who must not be named ever feared. He would never plot sinister things." Harry rolled his eyes. "He would for the greater good," Harry muttered. "No, no, sir, he's a good man," Dobby said wide-eyed. "So not Dumbledore," Harry said. "What about Voldemort?" asked Harry. "You've been quiet about him. You didn't deny it." "Not he who must not be named," Dobby said carefully. "What aren't you saying?" Harry asked suspiciously. "Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts," Dobby insisted. "Why me?" Harry asked. "If it's not Voldemort, unless it's one of his Death Eaters." "Dobby remembers how it was before Harry Potter vanquished the Dark Lord," Dobby said. "House elves were treated like vermin." "Of course Dobby is still treated like vermin," sobbed the little elf. "Harry Potter must not risk his life." Harry rolled his eyes, saying, "This makes me more likely to go. Hogwarts needs me." "Oh, Harry Potter, so noble, so brave," Dobby sobbed. "Willing to risk his life for friends who don't even write to him. But he must not go back to Hogwarts." "How do you know my friends haven't been writing to me?" Harry asked coolly. Dobby paled. Now Harry Potter mustn't be angry at Dobby. "What did you do?" growled Harry, the shadows lapping at him. Dobby thought that if Harry Potter thought that his friends thought he had forgotten him, Harry Potter might not want to go back to Hogwarts this year, Dobby said. "Give me those," ordered Harry. "Swear that you will not go to Hogwarts this year," squealed the little elf. Harry laughed harshly. "You think I'm an idiot to give you an oath for something I will not do? Now give me those letters." "No," squealed the elf. The little elf began to run away. Harry didn't know what he was going to do, but he followed the little elf. The little elf had looked around, seeing the black and the animated skeletons milling around. Dobby's eyes went very wide and looked at Harry in fear. Harry could almost hear the elf's thoughts. His facial expression was just that clear. "Dark magic," squealed the elf. "Saphir, restrain him," Harry ordered. "Yes, my prince," the dead soldier agreed. "Don't hurt him," added Harry. The little elf squealed and yelped as he was held by the skeleton. Harry removed the letters and presents from the elf. Then he left back for his room. Harry began sorting through the letters on his bed. Harry knew that he should go to bed, but he just wasn't tired. Okay, but he was too eager to open his presents. It turned out that Aunt Petunia was putting up her cousin and her son. Their house had been destroyed in a freak fire, killing Aunt Petunia's cousin-in-law. Uncle Vernon wasn't happy about it but accepted it because Aunt Petunia made him. Dudley didn't like sharing his home and parents with another two people. Aunt Petunia had got Harry a snow globe with the Great Wall of China. It was one of the expensive ones. Harry smiled. It was cool. Harry placed it on the bedside table, deciding to keep it here. Living with children of the god of thieves had long taught Harry to be careful with what he kept in Hermione's cabin. Aunt Petunia had suggested if he had time before school started whilst he was in Britain he could visit them. His second cousin was starting Hogwarts apparently. Harry knew that he probably could. If he left at the same time as the others he'd have 7 hours with his aunt and his wizard second cousin. Harry then opened his present from the twins. They had sent him a whole lot of joke materials that they had made and some from Zonko's as well as Dr. Filibuster fireworks. Harry wondered how Persephone would look with bright green hair. Harry entertained the idea for a moment before remembering that Persephone wasn't around and he'd probably use it on Malfoy by Christmas time if he returned for the holidays. Fred and George told him that their sister was obsessing over him. Harry rolled his eyes, remembering the screechy girl so like her overbearing mother. Harry just hoped the girl would either stay away from him or try to treat him as Harry rather than the boy who lived. Hopefully she would take more after the twins than the insensitive Pratt and the "I know better than you" prefect. He had also been invited over to the burrow. Harry wrote a note back saying that he was at camp until the end of the summer. As he didn't know what he was planning to do at Diagon Alley, he didn't say anything about meeting up there. He thanked them for their letters as well. He would give his letters to Chiron to send off tomorrow. Neville sent Harry a remembrall. Harry smiled at the smoky ball. Harry wondered if the children of Hephaestus would be able to upgrade it so that they could see images or writing of what it was they had forgotten. It was a problem that Neville had found repeatedly over the course of the year. Harry smiled, remembering them all try to guess what Neville had lost. It had become sort of a game to Harry. Hermione had somehow acquired a book in Greek. She also wrote her letter in bad ancient Greek. Apparently she had been teaching herself in order to understand her friends. She had found the book in her Aunt Jennifer's bookstore. It was on the history of magic. That had somehow fallen into a Muggle fantasy section. Harry smiled, putting it on his bedside before he finally was able to go to bed. Today had certainly been a surprising birthday. Harry wondered what Eve and Kat would say if they realized that they were in for another exciting and dangerous year at Hogwarts. Harry dreamt of elves and ghouls that night. Hades was sitting on his throne and frowning. He had a decision to make, but he wasn't sure what the right decision was. He considered the reason that he had decided to hide his children away in the first place. He remembered dear sweet Maria's death. It was all because of his little brother being frightened of losing his power. Then he considered the fact that both Zeus and Poseidon had also broke the pact. They couldn't really say that his children deserved to be destroyed. Zeus would probably try anyway, as he had done with Harry repeatedly, but as long as he kept them grounded, then they would be fine, wouldn't they? Harry had lived for 12 years and was still alive. True, it had been hard for him at times, but he'd done it. He would be able to look after Nico and Bianca even if neither of them had magic. Chiron had proved that he had no problems with Harry, and there were Harry's friend too. It was time for his children to be brought back into the world. As much as he worried what would happen to them, he was quietly confident that they would be able to survive for at least some time before anyone found out that Zeus hadn't killed them when he had killed their mother. He would just have to hope that they would be able to make it through the years. Hades vanished from the underworld throne room, leaving his kingdom. Hades looked up at the starry night sky. It felt good to be able to breathe the air again, even if it was dirty Vegas air. Hades knew that people would be avoiding him because he gave off such a sense of terror. He was quite glad of that, as it meant he could use his godly powers without any problems. Hades was mortal-sized, as he could hardly fit in with the mortals at giant size, and had no wish to frighten his amnesiac children. He got rid of his robes with the screaming dead. Instead, Hades was in a black suit and shirt and tie. Hades wasn't exactly one for colors. He was after all the lord of the underworld. Hades entered the sliding doors, ignoring the bellboy. The crowd of confused mortals parted easily for him as he headed for his children. He found his 9-year-old son playing a computer game ironically about Greek gods and his 10-and-a-half-year-old daughter who was at the archery course. They had apparently forgotten about each other. Soon as they had left Lotus Casino, it was like a mist had fallen from their eyes. The two brown-eyed children stood staring around. The two children of the 1940s stood in the back alley of 1992, properly alive for the first time in 50 years. He was glad that he had kept them out of things for this long, but now they had to become part of this world. Hades brought the two dark-haired children to a military school in Maine called Westover Hall. He signed them off as his children. He used the identity that he often used in the mortal world and signed his children in. It wouldn't be long until a satyr stumbled across the two of them and brought them to camp. "So this house elf warned you that somebody was plotting something?" asked Kat. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "He wouldn't tell me what." "Probably couldn't," murmured Eve. "What do you mean?" asked Harry. "House elves are bound to obey their masters," explained Kat. "They cannot go against their master's instructions. Although they can bend them," Eve added. "Don't underestimate house elves." "We had a few working at the orphanage," Kat said. "They were the only people there who were ever nice to me." Harry didn't know what to say to that. He and Eve just exchanged a sad look. It was lucky that they were interrupted saying that Chiron wanted to see the three of them up at the big house. Harry guessed that their school books and lists had just come. He hoped their defense teacher would be better than last year, or at least not try to kill him. That would be pleasant. The three of them made their way up to the big house, where he could see the other Hogwarts students coming as well. There were less witches and wizards than last year, and none of them were first years. There were a lot of new books this year. All of them brightly colored with a handsome golden-haired man on them. Harry could see the name Gilderoy Lockhart written on each of them. Chiron waited for them all to enter. Evan O'Reilly, one of Annabeth's older brothers, was the last one to enter as he had been getting his armor fixed at the armory. Thank the gods for the children of Hephaestus, or they would always be out of decent armor, something that all demigods needed at some point or another. "I have your letters and your new textbooks here in ancient Greek," Chiron said. "Any new robes you'll have to get yourself measured for in Diagon Alley. You all know the schedule for getting to London," Chiron said, giving Harry a pointed looks. Harry nodded along with the rest of the Hogwarts demigods. They picked up their books. Harry was eager to get a good look at what the new defense teacher was like this year. Hopefully they'd get a better one than last year, Harry having killed off the Quirrell. Quirrell couldn't teach and attempted to kill him upon the orders of a deranged mass murderer. They left Chiron after collecting their books. Harry, Kat and Eve ended up back in the Hermes cabin. There was the second standard book of spells. Then there was a pile of books written by a blonde idiot. Harry only flicked through the book in incredulousness. What the hell was Dumbledore doing hiring a fake like him? "He's got to be kidding me," Harry ranted. "Since when can you kill a crazy vampire by some sort of chant? Everyone knows that it's the old-fashioned way or none at all. I know you can magic up Styx, but that's about it," Eve added, frowning. "What's the betting that he's going to go mad or die by the end of this year?" questioned Kat. "That's what they seem to do," agreed Harry. "Don't kill this one off," Kat said, giving Harry a mock glare. "He was working for Voldemort," Harry retorted angrily. "Gods, I was joking, Harry," Kat rolled her eyes. "You take things too seriously. And try not to radiate death, it's creepy," Eve added. Okay, I'll be good," Harry relented. "So what do you new classes look like?" asked Harry. "Reading tea leaves seem a little vague," Eve murmured. "I mean the difference between an arm signifying love and a diver, which to a lover it reveals a deception." "Why did you choose divination, again?" asked Kat, shaking her head. "Care of magical creatures is far more fascinating." "Only if animals like you," Harry muttered darkly. "If you have the gift, it will be a really useful skill to have," Eve argued. "Do you?" asked Harry. "My grandfather Courtney Knight was a famous seer," Eve said. "Dunno if I've got the gift. I can always drop it if it turns out pointless." "I would," advised Kat. "What about ancient runes?" asked Harry, changing the subject. "Seems good," Eve nodded. "The Greek section seems good." "Cool," Harry said. The weeks passed quickly. Soon it was the last day before they were back off to Hogwarts. The camp bead this year was a trident signifying the first son of Poseidon to have come to camp in 50 years. Percy Jackson, the son of Poseidon, who had ventured to the underworld to stop a war between the most powerful gods and proved himself to be a true hero. They left out that he had a satyr and a daughter of Athena helping him all the way there and an unclaimed demigod guiding them through the underworld. Although that part was a blessing, Harry supposed that the tales never remembered the numerous people who had fought for good, only the vanquishing hero. Harry had rolled his eyes a bit at the darkest parts of the underworld. Harry liked the underworld, there was nothing wrong with it. Anyway, they'd have a far tougher time getting through it without Harry's help. But he wisely kept his mouth shut. Annabeth was suspicious enough as it was. Harry remembered her confrontation when she had returned. "Harry," Annabeth called. "Hey, did you do it?" Harry asked. "I hope so," Annabeth said. "Percy's gone on. He sent us back to tell Chiron everything." "I told him that Ares and Kronos were behind it," Harry said. Annabeth nodded. "I know. I think he just didn't want us to be there if Zeus got lightning bolt happy," Harry said dryly. "He's very loyal," Annabeth said. "Let's hope he doesn't put his foot in it again," Harry said. "I don't think he's as stupid as he acts," Annabeth said. "No," Harry agreed. "He seems able to plan well enough, which is the reason he won against Ares, but he doesn't always use his brain." Annabeth nodded. "I know. I'm sure he'll be fine," Harry felt he had to say. "Poseidon's going to be there. He'll keep his son out of harm's way." Annabeth smiled. "You're right." Then she frowned. "How did you know your way around the underworld?" "I read," Harry said dryly. "And controlling Cerberus and Thestrals," Annabeth pointed out. "I have Cerberus' son as a familiar, and there are Thestrals at Hogwarts," Harry said accurately. "I treated the father as I did the son. That's all. And as for Thestrals, they're much like horses, just dead." "Horses don't like you," Annabeth reminded him. Harry shrugged, smirking. "Maybe it's the magic." Annabeth rolled her eyes. "You knew their names without being told." Harry's eyes flashed. He was beginning to get annoyed. He took a deep breath. All he needed to stir up her suspicions was to start radiating death. He looked at her. She didn't seem upset about it. Harry knew she was just being a daughter of Athena, obsessively seeking knowledge of everything. That calmed Harry down considerably. "I have my ways." Harry's eyes glittered mysteriously. Annabeth rolled her eyes. "When you're done being all mysterious. I'm a demigod and a wizard. I think I have reason to be mysterious," Harry laughed. "You are impossible, Harry," Annabeth shook her head. "And stop trying to distract me." "Isn't it working?" asked Harry innocently. "Did you really think that would work?" Annabeth asked. "I'm a daughter of the goddess of wisdom." "Point taken," Harry smiled. "You managed to get Hades to listen to us," Annabeth said. "I know, lucky, huh?" Harry said, trying not to show how nervous he was. "Lucky," snorted Annabeth. "The satyrs have always said you smell of death and animals are scared of you." "What are you getting at?" snapped Harry, eyes flashing. "Are you a son of Hades?" demanded Annabeth. Harry's breath caught. She had figured out. He had to admit that the evidence was all there, and Annabeth, being Annabeth, was sure to realize this. Why did he make friends with a daughter of Athena again? He shook his head, hoping that this would quell Annabeth's suspicions, though somehow doubting it. "Not to my knowledge," Harry said shortly. "Whoever my father is doesn't care enough about me to claim me, remember," Harry said icily. Harry knew it was low to use her own sympathies to make her stop questioning him, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Harry walked away, very conscious on the fact that a pair of gray eyes were watching his every move. Harry was careful not to let his control on his powers slip for the rest of the holidays. On one of the later days, Harry, accompanied by Eve, was at the armory getting his armor mended by Oberon, a child of Hephaestus. He was talking to the other boy, perfectly happy about what schools they were attending. Oberon had actually managed to keep a school for 2 years, something that didn't happen for demigods in the mortal world. Magical schools were different, thankfully, partially due to the wards keeping out things that threatened the students, including most monsters. Also, the fact that at magical schools the main emphasis was on surprise, surprise. Magic and not so much writing and reading helped. Although there was some just to show you knew the stuff. Plus the magical world considered the older languages not to be dead. Some of the old purebloods taught their children to be fluent as a tradition and a forgotten reminder of where they came from. Magical schools dealt with lots of students with powers so that demigods weren't as out of place even if their powers, in many cases, were different and more powerful. This meant that demigods actually managed to get through their education in one establishment. Something that was good as there was only one school in each country. Or less, like in Eastern Europe where Bulgaria and Russia were the only countries with a large enough magical communities to warrant schools, meaning that in the smaller communities children were either sent to Durmstrang or Velez. Harry had just been thinking that the magical world was good for some things even if severely flawed in a lot of other things. Just look at the pathetic excuse that they had for a ministry of magic and teachers. The only reason that so many demigods went to Hogwarts was because of the trouble there, and demigods were always at the center of trouble. Then suddenly, as though he had been run over by a horde of stampeding Pegasi, he felt it. That he clamped his hands across his ears. His ears felt like they were vibrating beneath his hands. Harry could feel someone was dying. Someone he knew, and they were close. He closed his eyes for a second. It was the 13-year-old son of Poseidon. Harry didn't know what had happened, but considering he was a child of the Big Three, and unlike him, who Hades had tried to keep hidden for as long as possible, he was well known, too well known. Knowing the all-Percy Jackson, Ares enmity, it could well be some child of Ares seeking vengeance for their father. "Harry!" shouted Oberon in shock. Oberon watched as the black-haired Gothic boy ran off in the direction of the forest. Harry Potter had always been odd even for a wizard. He wouldn't attend Pegasi lessons. Then he would disappear off the face of the earth for periods of time. Oberon had seen a darkening in those luminous green orbs. He had always felt sorry for those that had been unclaimed. He had never spent a night in the Hermes cabin. Hephaestus had claimed Oberon as soon as he had entered camp almost 2 months ago. But for a lot of the children in the Hermes cabin that was not the case. Oberon shook his head and returned to caring for the armor which he had a natural proficiency at making. Harry ignored the dark-haired boy running towards the wood. Eve took off after him, having seen him. She didn't know what the matter was with Harry, but with all of his senses then it was likely to be bad. It seemed even worse when she realized that her friend was heading towards the monster-infested woods. Cat was racing against the wood nymphs and losing quite spectacularly. Then suddenly, going the opposite way as she was, a black-haired boy in a black trench coat and black jeans rushed past her with a dark-haired girl following behind him. Cat blinked at the two of them for a second before she ran after them too. "What's going on?" Cat called. "No idea," Eve shouted back. Harry, of course being the only one who knew what was going on, made no sign of what was going on. He wanted to get to Percy before the older boy died of whatever it was he was dying of. He wasn't going to waste time or energy relaying what was going on. The only time this had happened before he had been able to do nothing. But this time would be different. Harry was determined that it would be so. He would save the older boy. He had to. He didn't know the boy very well and they weren't friends. Not yet at least, but the son of Poseidon seemed to be an all-right kind of person, very loyal to his friends if he spoke before he thought. Harry didn't want him to die. He may be the son of Hades and knew death was inevitable, and as long as you had lived a good life, which many didn't, you had nothing to fear. But dying at the age of just turned 13, he never wanted that. That was how old that one of the boys that went with Luke had been. Harry found Percy lying, his hand half submerged in the creek. He had obviously been trying to heal himself when he had passed out from the scorpion bite. He was just lucky that the water, although not powerful enough to heal him, was powerful enough to slow down the poison's effects. However, he would still die if they didn't do something soon. "Is that?" asked Eve, trailing off. "Yeah," Harry said harshly. "Cat, help me with him," Harry ordered. Eve had always been a little on the short side, even if her agility and magical prowess made up for that in Capture the Flag and duels. Cat, on the other hand, was tall and always carried herself with a strong presence. She was physically stronger than Eve, so when it came to helping to carry a poisoned 13-year-old demigod out of the creek, As you do. She was the better to do it. Eve, go tell Chiron, Harry ordered. Harry and Kat rushed forwards and pulling the unconscious boy along by the arms, trying their best to avoid roots and trees and falling in the creek along the way. Harry had considered shadow traveling Percy to the big house, but he didn't think he could carry Percy. Nor did he know the effect of shadow traveling on a poisoned person. In short, Harry didn't want Percy to become his test subject for shadow travelers that were poisoned. So Harry was left to mortal methods of getting Percy out of the woods. Harry didn't know what Percy had been doing in the woods alone. Not that it would help Percy anyway to know, and that Harry reminded himself was the most important thing. Harry and Kat arrived dragging Percy along with them just as Eve had arrived with a grim-looking Chiron. He picked the dark-haired boy out of the two demigods' hands. He galloped up towards the big house where Percy would get the help he needed. Hopefully in time. The scorpion venom didn't leave them much time. "We should tell Annabeth," muttered Eve. "Do you know where she is?" Eve asked Harry. "She's overseeing the canoes being put away," Hensika, daughter of Demeter, told them. "Thanks," Eve said. Eve was the only one who bothered to thank the older girl. Harry would never apologize to a child of Demeter. Kat, who had the harshest life out of the three of them, had been forced by the matron of the orphanage where she grew up to be polite even to those who spent the time picking on her. Naturally, due to this, Kat would rarely use manners unless she liked you. Harry was the first to arrive at the lake. Annabeth was with a son of Ares, trying to get him to cooperate with putting the canoe they were standing over away. She obviously had no clue what had befallen the friend that she had risked her life with. Harry walked up to Annabeth with Eve and Kat behind him. "Annabeth," Harry said grimly. "Percy has been bitten by a scorpion." Annabeth paled. "How?" "We found him in the woods," Kat said. "Dunno what he was doing there." Annabeth raced off to tend to Percy's care. Those left at camp was quiet that evening, knowing that one of their own had been injured where they were supposed to be safe. Well, except from Ares' children, who seemed quite happy that the one who had defeated their father had almost died. Quite a few thought that it was his fault. Harry went back to cabin that evening with the year-rounders and those who had led to leave for Hogwarts or one of the other magical boarding schools. It was that night that Harry realized that Luke was gone. Luke hadn't left since he had gone on the quest that failed, and now he had gone. Harry felt something wrong there. Nobody else seemed to find it suspicious, as he was 19 and it was the end of the summer. A few seemed to think he had gone to college. When Harry mentioned that he had never told them, he was reminded that Luke was a very private person. It was only Annabeth who really knew anything about him. Percy blinked slowly to life, seeing the figure of Annabeth's golden locks reflecting in the afternoon light. He was sipping what could only be nectar as it tasted of his mom's blue chocolate chip cookies. Liquidized. Annabeth looked relieved when he awoke. Not that Percy blamed her, considering the chances of him dying. He couldn't believe that Luke had done this. He'd liked the older boy, and all this time he had been faking it. That hurt a lot. However, he imagined it would be worse for Annabeth, who fancied Luke and had known him since she was 7. He wondered if anyone had noticed that Luke was missing yet. Percy wondered who or what had found him and brought him back to the medical room of the big house that he had only been once before the poison had set in. The water had obviously not been enough to heal him. Maybe his father had helped, he thought, somewhere between hopeful and bitter towards the god who had wished he had never been born. "Ah, Percy, good afternoon," Chiron said, smiling sadly. "You idiot." Annabeth shook her head. "You were turning gray and green when Harry and Kat dragged you out." If it wasn't for Chiron's healing skills, Annabeth trailed off. And if Harry hadn't found you, Annabeth shot Chiron a look. If they'd been any longer, she trailed off again. "We were lucky that you were found in time and you'd got to water. You gave us quite scare. You have a strong constitution as well," Chiron said. "How are you feeling?" asked Annabeth. "Ugh," grimaced Percy. "I feel like my insides have been frozen then microwaved." "Apt," murmured Chiron, considering it was scorpion venom. "Could you tell us what happened?" "Can't believe you got attacked at camp, again." Annabeth shook her head. "It was Luke," Percy said. "It can't be," whispered Annabeth. "Go on," frowned Chiron. He lured me into the forest to find a monster to fight, Percy said. Boys, muttered Annabeth, shaking her head. Then he told me he was leaving and summoned the scorpion, Percy said. He admitted that it was him who stole the lightning bolt and was in league with Kronos. The air darkened around them as Percy said the cursed name of the Lord of Time. All three of them shivered at it. Then as quick as it had come it had gone. There was a silence. Percy observed Annabeth, wondering what she would say. They'd been friends for so long and now he had betrayed them all. I can't believe it, murmured Annabeth, taking the betrayal hard. He was never the same after his quest. I have to report to the gods, Chiron said. Chiron left, leaving Percy and Annabeth. There was a very tense moment after he left as Annabeth and Percy avoided looking at each other. Percy was feeling exhausted but he wanted to get up. That's the problem with ADHD, even whilst ill it was still playing up. He, like the sea, hated being confined. May the gods curse him, muttered Annabeth darkly. Annabeth, how did Harry find me? Asked Percy. I know he's staying for another few days, but what was he doing in the woods? It was very lucky that he arrived in time to save my life. Percy was nothing if not perceptive. Well, he said that he wanted to go for a run and fight some monsters, Annabeth said, not sounding as if she was buying it. You sound disbelieving, Percy said. Well, the new boy from Hephaestus' cabin was with Harry when he suddenly ran off and dragged you back, Annabeth said. How did he know? Asked Percy. I'm not sure, but if I'm right about his parentage then he might have. Annabeth trailed off. Annabeth, what do you think happened? Percy demanded. You were very close to dying, Annabeth said unhappily. If I'm right, he might have sensed that. Percy closed his eyes and nodded. That would explain a lot. He saved my life then. Yeah, smiled Annabeth. Glad he's here then, Percy said. That evening Harry was sitting outside. Luke still hadn't turned up. Not that anyone but him was worrying about it. Annabeth had left for the first time since she was 7 years old, a little delayed by her friend almost dying. He wasn't sure if Percy was going to stay and train or not. He looked out at the strawberry fields. Percy, looking a lot better than he had when Harry had last seen him, came up to him. Percy sat down beside him outside of Hermes' cabin. Harry remembered that before he had been claimed by Poseidon he too would have lived in Hermes' cabin. The two dark-haired boys were quiet for some time. You're looking better, Harry commented, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Hard not to, Percy muttered darkly. Oh, I don't know about that, Harry said. You've never met Voldemort. Voldemort? Asked Percy, distracted. Psychotic dark wizard who likes attempting to kill me, shrugged Harry nonchalantly. Snake-faced bastard, Harry said, going from nonchalant to vehement in under a second. Knows less, red-eyed, scaly skin. No idea why anyone would follow him. Could say the same about Kronos, Percy said darkly. The sky predictably darkened and Harry shivered at the feeling. Would Percy ever learn that names have power and using them was dangerous, to put it mildly? Harry somehow doubted it. Harry shook his head, looking down at Percy's hand that was still bandaged from the wound, but it could have been worse. Be careful about names, Harry said. They have power, warned Harry. You sound like Annabeth, muttered Percy, annoyed. Harry laughed. Is that a compliment or an insult? Insult, grinned the son of the sea god. Of course it is, smirked Harry. So you staying? Asked Harry. No, Percy said, shaking his head, looking in two minds. I want to spend some time with my mother. I thought I'd lost her. I didn't go through all that to never see her again. I know Chiron wants me to train, but I want to see her, monsters and all. Go for it, Harry told him. Don't let being a demigod or anyone or anything else control your life. Make your own decisions and to hell with the rest of the world. Good advice, smiled Percy. It seems we're all leaving. Me, Kat, and Eve off to Hogwarts. You and Annabeth to your parents. Luke is gods know where. The others say he's probably just gone to college or something, Harry said doubtfully. But I don't know, Luke's always been a little distant. Annabeth said he wasn't like this when Talia was around. Harry's eyes darkened. The quest just made it worse. But this summer he's been angry and having nightmares. I don't know where he's doing, but I doubt he's just gone to college. Percy sighed. He was the thief. Harry paled, feeling betrayed. I'd love to say it's not true, but I hate to say it fits. He's got a lot of anger in him. I can see him fighting the gods, but I can't believe he'd join the Lord of Time. He admitted it, Percy said. He wants to rip down the gods, send the humans back to the caves, Percy said in disgust, and join Kronos, where only the strongest survive, which of course includes him, Percy said bitterly. He has problems with both his mother and father, Harry said, feeling angry that his friend wanted his father dead. I know about Hermes, but his mother? Questioned Percy. I don't know the full story, but he gets angry whenever his mother is mentioned, Harry said. He'll be caught, Harry said confidently. The king of the Titans is still in pieces. He can't help himself, never mind hide a demigod from the gods forever. Percy nodded. Annabeth and I are going to get a quest next summer to find him, Percy said. And if Chiron won't give us, we'll sneak off anyway. Harry laughed. I like the sound of that. Maybe I'll come with you. Yeah, Percy said. Well, got to go, my mom's picking me up. Thanks for saving me. Well, I wasn't going to leave you to die, Harry shrugged. See you next summer. Harry watched as Percy walked off. He watched as Percy met up with his mother at the top of the hill. Whatever the next few years would bring the two children of the Big Three, then they would have their friends and each other to get them through it. Harry waved a goodbye before heading off to bed. On the morning of the 28th of August, Harry's shadow traveled directly into Diagon Alley. He had considered going directly to Privet Drive. He had no need of anything, but he wanted to take out some money to last the year. He'd probably end up spending half of it on sweets on the way to and from Hogwarts and the other half on presents for his friends. Harry had sent Neville a present over the holiday. Harry had convinced Annabeth to ask an owl to take a small package to Neville. He had given the other 12-year-old boy a book called Almanac of Flora and Vegetation native to the Americas. He hoped that Neville liked it and hadn't got one like it before. Nobody paid him much attention as Harry, sick and fed up of the attention he received, had decided to grow his fringe longer so that it now completely covered his forehead. He just looked like another Hogwarts student who had either left his shopping to the last possible meeting or had decided to meet up with his friends for ice cream in the sun. Harry walked calmly towards the marble-white building. He walked through the door that was manned by goblins and most likely a whole platoon of spell work to prevent thievery. Not that it had stopped Voldemort last year, Harry thought bitterly. Well, hopefully they had increased security measures and spells by now. Harry walked up to the desk. He didn't have long to wait, luckily, as it was early on the summer holidays, so people were either in bed or at work. He approached the goblin on the desk, who was weighing a solid block of gold that glowed against the mahogany desk. The goblin wrote down a scribble that was not English and turned to Harry. I would like to take money out of the Potter vault, Harry said. And do you have your key, Mr. Potter? The goblin asked. Harry took the little key out of his pocket that he had made last year, as his key had gone missing. Harry suspected that it was Dumbledore who had taken it, but as none of his money was missing or tampered with in any way, then it seemed to be panning out fine. Anyway, it wasn't like anyone would believe that Dumbledore would steal a key of an old vault. The goblin inspected the little key for a while, holding up to the candlelight, searching for the Potter's seal that was on the key. Then he nodded, finding it. Obviously the key was for a trust vault rather than an old family vault that the young boy wouldn't be able to get into. Until he turned of age. Until then the vaults in his name would continue gathering interest. Nagback, take Mr. Potter to the Potter Trust Vault, the goblin on the desk instructed. Another goblin came forward. The goblin seemed very old, with a Dumbledore-esque style hair and beard that fell down to his legs. He had skin that was so wrinkled if it was fruit the nymphs would have chucked it away a long time ago. His eyes were of two different colors. His left eye was icy blue and his right eye was dark brown. Come with me, Mr. Potter, Nagback, the goblin motioned. Harry followed the old, little creature who moved quite slowly. Harry wondered if he had arthritis and why he wasn't retired. However, Harry had heard enough about goblin rebellions from Binns to not say something rude to him, resulting him being exiled from Gringotts or something. Then something else occurred to Harry. You said Trust Vault? Harry asked. Indeed, Mr. Potter, agreed Nagback. You will not receive your full inheritance until you come of age." "Oh," Harry said. Harry followed the goblin into the cart as they maneuvered their way through the dark caverns. Harry could see pretty well in the gloom considering he was used to the darkness of the underworld. Then suddenly came rushing to a halt outside of Vault 687. Harry Potter's trust vault that his mother and stepfather had opened when he was just a child. Harry got out of the cart. The hallway was as grimy as ever. Harry was careful to avoid stalactite. He knew from time spent in the underworld what a bad idea if one of them happened to fall onto someone living. Nagback followed him out of the cart painfully slowly. Harry once again wondered why they didn't have someone younger working. "Key, please," Nagback interrupted Harry's train of thoughts. Harry wordlessly handed Nagback the small golden key with an emerald set into the middle of it. Nagback had just finished removing the heavy wards around the Potter vault when the 12-year-old boy handed him the key. He slipped it into the slot which only a goblin could open without turning to dust. The door of the trust vault to the Potter heir swung open soundlessly. Shining in the gloom were mounds of golden galleons, silver sickles and bronze nuts. And this was only the trust vault, Harry had to remind himself. He filled his black velvet pouch that was charmed so only he could remove anything from it with money. As soon as he had got enough money to last him, Harry returned to the cart with Nagback. Together the ancient goblin and the young demigod were rearing along back to the ground floor with Harry's money pouch full. Harry was planning to get breakfast here before returning to Privet Drive to see how the Dursleys were. "Thank you, Nagback," Harry said politely. "You would thank a goblin?" asked the ancient goblin. "Of course," Harry said, shrugging. "You are a very strange wizard," Nagback commented. "And you are a very old goblin," returned Harry. Nagback watched the 12-year-old wizard go. That preteen was going to change the world, he could feel it. Whether it was for virtue or ill only time would tell. Nagback wondered if he would live to see the changes made. He shook his head and left to accompany a half-blood witch from a wealthy pure-blood family. Harry meanwhile had went into Cantu's coffee parlor. It was at the end of the street just past Gringotts. There weren't many people. Here. Harry got himself a glass of water and a butter and jam croissant. He listened to the other coffee-goers talk about how attractive Gilderoy Lockhart was and complain over the rising prices of Hogwarts school books, conveniently forgetting it was because of Lockhart. After Harry was done, he left Diagon Alley for the Muggle Street outside of the darkened pub. Harry had got new school robes as his last ones were a bit short on him and new shoes as he had moved up a shoe size. Apart from that, he already had all his school equipment packed. Chiron was bringing his stuff over by plane and he would meet them later this evening. Harry checked the area where he was standing to check that nobody was around, Muggle or wizard, to see him disappear. Muggles, because watching someone disappear from anywhere was regarded as impossible, although the mist would cover it up. More importantly, witches and wizards who due to their ancestry could always see through the mist would think it was underage magic, which didn't apply to demigods, and report him. Harry didn't really want the British ministry to find out about his parentage. The ministry was completely corrupt. With Dumbledore being so involved in the running of the ministry, even if he pretended not to be, and those Death Eaters who had bought their way out of Azkaban and were still bribing officials. If the ministry ever found out that Harry Potter was not a Potter at all but a demigod, well, then it would spell disaster for him. Dumbledore would use him as weapon worse than he already was, thinking he was an average wizard. The ex-Death Eaters would attempt to kidnap him for his powerful blood. No, Harry was well aware that the majority of the British ministry could never find out. The British ministry flitted from being either in love with Dumbledore, the so-called leader of the light, or they were quietly supporting the dark ideals whilst working for the benefit of all. Or they didn't care who they harmed and worked for as long as their hands were filled with cash. At least in America they were free to show who they were because of the tight laws that bound the population and the respect that the American witches and wizards had for their more powerful demigod counterparts. After the Wars of Freedom there were laws on bribery and blackmail, so that to get into power you had to make an unbreakable vow on your life to never give in to either. The only reason that so many demigods currently attended Hogwarts was because of the struggles that would come soon. The gods wanted to make sure that the British people didn't fall into darkness because of two power-hungry men. Of course, they each had different reasons for wanting their children to be part of the more dangerous British ministry, like Hades, who hated Dumbledore because of what he did to his older son. Harry shook his head, attempting to get the thoughts out of his head. He hadn't taken anything in from his check to see if anyone was there. There were two people there. There was a tall, dark-haired woman with pale green eyes. Embracing the dark woman was a small, dark-haired, teenaged girl with eyes like the woman but more gray than green. She seemed embarrassed at the show of affection. Harry waited until they had moved into a music store near the leaky cauldron. Harry then ran into the shadow that the leaky cauldron emitted in the morning sunlight. Harry felt himself going through the shadows. He aimed himself towards the side of the garage that would be effective in shielding him from sight, as it was hemmed in by the two neighbors' walls. Harry felt himself hit the solid world again. He smelt the smell or the garbage cans. He smiled at that thought. The last time he was here he would have called them rubbish bins. That's what a life in America did you. He doubted that Uncle Vernon would be happy to hear him mess up the English language, which was what he'd always called it, ignoring the fact that he and his son talked in grunts. He could hear someone at the door of his mortal relatives. He stepped outside where he could see a large, dark-haired boy. Harry could only see him from his back, but he guessed that it must have been one of Dudley's gang. He hoped that his cousin had stopped bullying anyone smaller and weaker than him. However, Harry doubted it very much. It was something that had always irked him about his aunt, and one of the many things he hated about his uncle. Uncle Vernon couldn't see his son doing anything wrong, and Aunt Petunia just couldn't bear to discipline her son in any way. One fake tear was all it took. "Is Dudley there, Mrs. Dursley?" said the boy. Harry recognized the boy's sharp voice as that of Malcolm White, one of Dudley's old gang from his school days here. They'd never really bullied Harry, as they were kind of frightened of him. It was in the days before he had learned how to control his powers, so he radiated death and frightened all around him. "Yes, Malcolm, dear," smiled Aunt Petunia. "Dudley," Aunt Petunia called. "Malcolm's at the door." "Coming, Mum," called Dudley. Harry watched as his even fatter cousin came waddling out of the house with a pink frosted donut in his chubby hand. Harry shook his head at the sight of the other 12-year-old. Harry was used to being with people who trained all day and all the food was healthy. The sight of his obese cousin was disgusting. He'd never last a day in camp, Harry knew. "Hello, Aunt Petunia, Diddykins," Harry said, making his presence known. "Harry," smiled Aunt Petunia, "you said you'd try to meet up. I didn't know if you were going to make it. You could have written," she reprimanded slightly. Harry shrugged. "You know what I'm like with writing," Harry said slightly sheepishly. "Do you need any money, Dudders?" Aunt Petunia fawned over her son. Harry made a face at his cousin. Dudley glared at him for that. Harry glared right back, inserting some of the fear into it. Dudley flinched back but still held a pudgy hand out to his mother. Petunia smiled and gave the pink-faced boy a 20-pound note that would undoubtedly all be spent on sweets. Dudley didn't appear to have changed in the years apart. Dudley left with Malcolm for the shops in the center, probably. Harry watched him go with a shake of his head. He'd never last a day on his own in the real world. Then he turned to Aunt Petunia, who was looking at him slightly reprovingly. Harry guessed that she had caught the glare of death that Harry had given her son. "I wish you wouldn't use that on people," Aunt Petunia said slightly reprovingly. Harry shrugged in response to the reprimand, not looking even an ounce guilty. Petunia just shook her head. She had always been really bad at getting people into trouble. The only reason Harry hadn't turned out like Dudley was because Vernon told him off for everything that he and Dudley had done wrong. "Vernon and Marcus, my cousin, are at work. Dudley, as you can see, has just gone with his friends. He has so many friends," Aunt Petunia said proudly. Harry rolled his eyes at this. Aunt Petunia was so willfully blind about Dudley all the time. He had 4 friends who only used each other to be the biggest bullies at the school. Everyone else just agreed to what they said, as they knew what would happen if they didn't: being beaten into a bloody pulp by the gang, as they were referred to. That, of course, was unless Dudley had drastically changed from the bully when they were at school together 5 years ago. Considering what he'd just seen, it didn't seem likely. He seemed to be still the arrogant bully that believed the way to get your way was to hit it. Actually, that was a child of Ares mentality with fat instead muscles. Nathaniel's having breakfast in the kitchen, Aunt Petunia continued. So what's my cousin like? Asked Harry. Real prankster, Aunt Petunia shook her head. Sound like twins I know, murmured Harry. Aunt Petunia? Asked a chirpy voice that sounded familiar somehow. Nathaniel, this is my nephew Harry I was telling you about, Aunt Petunia replied. Harry followed his aunt into the kitchen. Sitting at the table drinking orange juice was a boy roughly Harry's age. The boy was paler than Malfoy. He had longish snow-white hair that came halfway behind his ears and skin as white as snow. He had eyes that were as green as Harry's. He had the mischievous expression and upturned eyebrows that reminded Harry of his once friend Luke Castellan. He couldn't place his finger on it, but Harry was sure that they had met before somewhere. When or where, Harry couldn't tell. He wondered if they'd met as children before Harry had left for camp. He didn't have a soul that Harry recognized, meaning that they'd either never met or they'd met before Hades taught Harry to see souls at the age of 9 when Voldemort's Horcrux had been extracted from within him. Have we met before? Asked Harry, frowning. You couldn't have, Aunt Petunia said. Marcus and I haven't spoken since we were teenagers. I just feel I've met you somewhere before, frowned Harry. Me too, Nathaniel agreed. Freaky, isn't it? Freaky, frowned Harry. Albus was sitting in his office trying to think of a way to get Harry Potter back under his thumb. It was impossible to do so whilst he was on American soil. He couldn't remove him from America without causing a huge international incident. He had asked the Americans to find out about this camp, but they had turned him away. Albus had never been able to recruit the Americans for the war before. The Americans refused to get involved in it for some reason. They seemed to particularly dislike Albus for some reason. Albus suspected there were those powerful freaks holding powerful positions in America, so he couldn't do it. Albus cast his mind over the so-called demigods who were more powerful than any other witch or wizard. Albus had always hated them. They who had power that even Albus could only dream of. Albus wanted that power. What he could do with that glorious power. He could destroy Voldemort once and for all and build the Ministry up with his ideals. All those years ago when his lover confided in him that he was a freak. That he, Albus Dumbledore, had managed to fall in love with one of those. Albus had tried to convince Gellert to share his powers between the two of them. However, the freak refused to do so. Albus couldn't have a freak as a lover, so there was a fight. Ariana ended up dead because she thought to protect the freak. The freak didn't care about him or his heartbreak. He had gone on to slaughter wizards all over the world with his muggle half-brother. For what? Revenge. It was Albus who lost his sister to the underworld and his brother to Abe's misconceptions. Then Albus heard the flow network going. He turned to see the face of Arabella Figg in his fire. Albus hadn't heard of her since she informed him that Harry Potter had been sent to a year-long boarding school in America. He had tried to remove him from that boarding school, but he had been stopped by the headmaster, a Mr. Brunner, on all attempts. It was only when he was threatened by the American Minister of Magic that Albus stopped looking for him. He supposed that even in America they wanted a bit of the boy who lived. Albus thought jealously. Albus needed Harry Potter and he didn't trust Albus. What had Albus ever done to the boy? Albus turned around and put on his nicest face whilst talking to the squib. Albus knew that the way of getting the people that he wanted on his side was to get them to like and sympathize with him. Unlike Tom, who would threaten and kill anyone to get them to do what he wanted. Of course, Albus was more than willing to set up the deaths of those who were no longer useful to him. Arabella? Asked Albus. Has something happened with the Dursleys? He asked, making his face look concerned. I haven't heard anything since Petunia decided to send Harry to America. He's back, Arabella replied. Who? Asked Albus, mind jumping to Voldemort and the possibility of his return. Who has returned to Privet Drive? Albus questioned calmly. Harry Potter, Arabella said quickly. Albus smiled at this, the fact that despite the Americans' involvement with Harry Potter, the boy had willingly decided to return to his aunt's home. Now all Albus had to was get the boy to return there next year. Or even at Christmas. He may have survived so far in America, but if Voldemort returned he would not be so lucky. Albus had to make sure that Harry Potter survived to be the martyr to defeat Voldemort. Albus needed Voldemort defeated, but to do required Harry Potter the Horcrux to be destroyed. He couldn't be seen to kill the boy because they'd turn on him in a second. The boy would have to choose to die himself. If the boy survived, then it would be him who got the fame, glory and political power. However, if he died leaving no heir, then Albus as magical guardian would be able to apply for the many seats that Potter owned, as well as using his dead name to sway the public by saying that it would be what Harry Potter wanted had he lived. It would be only too easy to remove the soul piece from Harry Potter. All Albus had to do was get in touch with a skilled empathist to extract it. There weren't many around Britain, fair enough. There were a large grouping in America thanks to the unique teachings of the Native Americans that had passed down the years, and the Americans would never help him against Potter. Albus doubted he could guilt-trip the boy into doing what he wanted. Albus, when placing the boy with the Dursleys, had hoped that he would be abused enough so that he could bend the boy to his will, but unfortunately that didn't work. Petunia hadn't done what was expected of her. She had felt so guilty of never making up with Lily that she had tried to make it up to her nephew. But that might help. The two of them were close, meaning that it should be only too easy for Albus to use those feelings to persuade the boy to stay with his beloved aunt. But how could he do that? He thought briefly of having her attacked, apparently at Death Eater's hands. However, there would be an investigation, and the useless minister would never allow boy who lived where he was believed unsafe. At 4, Uncle Vernon came home from work. He complained about his new secretary who spent more time at work on the phone to her girlfriend than answering phone calls from possible buyers. Then Uncle Vernon went into a long-winded speech about homos. Harry was getting angrier by the second. Vernon Dursley had evidently not changed one bit. Vernon shuddered suddenly and stopped mid-sentence. It felt like someone was crawling over his grave. He then spotted a face beside the white-blonde relative of his wife, another set of emerald eyes glowering at him. The bastard son of Hades had returned to his house after he had caused them to almost be killed. "You're back," growled Uncle. Harry wasn't surprised that the obese man who appeared to have got fatter and grayer from the time away. Honestly, what did Aunt Petunia see in him? Hadn't changed one bit. He had been nice the few days after Zeus brought down the plane and before Harry had found Camp Half-Blood. He must have been in shock to be nice to Harry. "Obviously," Harry said coldly. "You wouldn't have a problem with that, Uncle Vernon, dearest, do you?" Harry asked would-be innocently. "Harry," Aunt Petunia reprimanded. "Well, there's no room in the house," Vernon said. "Don't worry, I've got a hotel room booked," shrugged Harry. "Good," Uncle Vernon said. The man sounded thrown by the latest information given to him by his nephew. Harry could only presume that it was because Harry had taken away his source of things to rant about. Uncle Vernon loved to complain about things. Complaining about his freakish nephew staying was Uncle Vernon's favorite pastime. "I've loaned out Dudley's second bedroom and Marge's room," Uncle Vernon complained. What if an important businessman needed to stay in a posh hotel? Harry suggested. "I am sure the rich businessman would prefer that anyway. Private room service, trained chefs, entertainment, and all that." "I know I would," Harry commented. "Don't know about you. Anyway, Nathaniel's only staying for a couple more days. I am sure you can delay any business tea parties for a few days," Aunt Petunia added. Uncle Vernon glared at Harry and Nathaniel as though it was their fault that his wife was disagreeing with him. Okay, Harry had pointed out several reasonable arguments to this. Nathaniel hadn't even said anything. Aunt Petunia had hardly even backed him up. Harry wished that his aunt would grow a spine and leave the walrus. "Don't you two, Uncle Vernon began. "Vernon," cautioned Aunt Petunia. Okay, why don't you two go off and do whatever it is you do all day long," Uncle Vernon said. Okay, we're going." Harry rolled his eyes. "Why don't you go outside for a bit?" Petunia suggested. Harry nodded with a last glare at Uncle Vernon, who shuddered slightly. Harry grinned as he left his uncle and aunt in the hall. Nathaniel followed him out. They ended up in an area of the park often used for campfires by the scouts. Nathaniel took a seat on a mossy rock that was just outside the fire ashes. Harry was content to stand slightly leaning against the rock that Nathaniel was sitting on. There was a comfortable silence between the two emerald-eyed boys. Harry wasn't surprised that Uncle Vernon hadn't changed a bit. He still wondered why Aunt Petunia was still with the obese man. If it were him, he would have left him a long time ago. "You can be pretty scary when you want," Nathaniel commented. "So I've been told," Harry shrugged. "How?" Nathaniel began but was interrupted. "Nitty has a friend," Malcolm White sneered. "Shove off, Malcolm," muttered Nathaniel. "You know I don't think I will," smirked the dark-haired boy. "We like it here." "Well, we were here first," Nathaniel glared. "Well then, if you won't leave willingly," smirked Malcolm, "we'll just have to make you." The 5 bullies cracked their fists. Harry was sure that they thought that they looked very threatening. They probably would be to the 7-year-olds that they beat up, but Harry had grown up around Hades, swords, and had fought with Voldemort. 5 overweight 12-year-olds no longer frightened him. "I wouldn't if I were you," warned Harry. "Potter," growled Gordon. "Oh, you remember me," grinned Harry. "Big D's scrawny cousin," Dennis said. "Big D?" asked Harry incredulously. "That's worse than Aunt Petunia's Diddykins." "Shut it, Potter," snapped Dudley. Don't they know what Mummy calls you?" Harry smirked. "And what about your mummy?" smirked Dennis. "Where's your mum?" sneered Piers Polkus. "Is she dead?" He laughed. The sound was echoed by the rest of the gang. Harry was barely angered by this at all. His mother might be dead, but that didn't mean he had to say goodbye to her forever. That was the lucky thing about being a child of the Lord of the Dead. But the idea that the 5 boys would sink to taunting an apparent orphan about his deceased mother was low. "Are you actually taunting me about my dead mom?" Harry asked coolly, incredulous. "No wonder you like each other so much," smirked Piers. "The 2 mum-less boys," smirked Malcolm. "It's actually motherless," Nathaniel said angrily. "Even I know that," Harry inserted. "And I'm dyslexic." "If you're going to insult someone, at least have the intelligence to insult them," Nathaniel said. "True, that will be hard with the brain the size of a splinter." "That big?" asked Harry. "If you don't shut up, we'll make you," Malcolm growled. "You don't want to do that," Harry said. Harry allowed the shields around his power to drop minutely so that the boys he was facing as well as Nathaniel shuddered. It was enough to make the 5 of them clear off. Harry smirked at their retreating backs. Even after all these years, Dudley's gang hadn't changed one bit. They still threw around their combined large weight but were really cowards. "What did you do to get on their bad side?" asked Harry. Nathaniel grinned at this. "I superglued him to the floor." Harry snorted. "Bet he loved that." "I don't think he did somehow," grinned Nathaniel. "He didn't even realize that all he had to do was step out of his shoes." "Dudley never was that bright," Harry agreed. "Uncle Vernon, who by the way isn't biologically related to me," Nathaniel said. "Me neither," Harry said. "Thank Merlin," Nathaniel said. "Thank the gods," Harry said at the same time. "Who would want to be related to the walrus?" laughed Nathaniel. "Anyway, Dudley has hated me ever since." "He never liked me neither," Harry said. "Nobody did at primary. I was a loner. It wasn't until Aunt Petunia sent me to boarding to school in America to help me with my ADHD and dyslexia did I make friends." "I never went to primary school," Nathaniel said. "Dad taught me Muggle subjects and Mum taught me magical subjects. I was going to take exams in both Muggle and magical subjects." Nathaniel's emerald eyes dimmed, obviously thinking of his late mother. "I hope I'll still be able to do that." Harry nodded. "My school wasn't big on exams as we were all ADHD and dyslexic, but they encouraged sports. I was best at fencing." "Cool," Nathaniel said. "You'll meet Kat and Eve in a few days at Hogwarts," Harry said. "I'll be in your year," Nathaniel said. "I'd not be going to Hogwarts at all if it wasn't for Mum passing." "I'm sorry," Harry said. "You know what it's like to lose a mother," Nathaniel said. "Still, at least I still have Dad." "Yeah," Harry said softly. Harry didn't know Nathaniel well enough to know if he could trust him with his biggest secret about his father. It had occurred to Harry that both green-eyed boys were in almost exactly the same position where it came to parents. Both had lost their mothers and both lived with their fathers. The only thing different was the fact that Harry's father was a god, although that was a large difference. "It must be almost dinner," Harry said, breaking into the awkward silence. "Yeah," Nathaniel agreed heavily. "Come on," Harry said. "We're having fish and chips tonight," Nathaniel said. "MMH," Harry murmured. The two boys walked into Privet Drive. Aunt Petunia appeared in the hallway, obviously having heard the two of them enter. She was wearing an apron over her violet dress, showing that she was cooking or had just finished cooking. She smiled at the white blonde boy and black-haired boy whose emerald eyes glowed in the dimly lit corridor. "Harry, Nathaniel, I was just serving up dinner," smiled Aunt Petunia. "Dudley's having dinner at the Lovels tonight." "With Gordon?" asked Nathaniel. "And the rest of his friends," smiled Aunt Petunia. "Such a popular boy." "Of course he is," grunted Uncle Vernon from the dining room. "Unlike you two freakish loners." "Vernon," warned Aunt Petunia. "Your son is a bully," a rich male voice came from the dining room. "Dad's home," grinned Nathaniel. "Come on, you'll have to meet him." "Be careful, Vernon's still angry with you about earlier," Aunt Petunia murmured into Harry's ear. Harry rolled his eyes. It had been a long time since Harry had been frightened of a mere mortal. Before Zeus crashed his plane, before Voldemort and Kronos, which made his uncle pale in comparison. Nathaniel dragged Harry into the dining room by the arm. Harry went along with it because he was curious about his mother's cousin. Marcus Evans looked very much like his 12-year-old son. Marcus too had snow-white hair, although he had the beginnings of silver hairs streaking through, making it look like ashy snow. His hair was in a mop of messy curls, looking like it had never seen a hairbrush, unlike his son's, which was semi-long and straight. The two white-haired Evanses had the same large emerald eyes. Harry too had the same eyes that he had inherited from Lily Rose Potter née Evans. They both had the same mischievous expression and upturned eyebrows. Harry was sure that they had to be related to Hermes with that expression. Harry wondered if Mr. Evans too liked pranks. "So you're Lily's son?" Marcus Evans spoke with a rich English accent. "Yeah," Harry said awkwardly. "You look a lot like her," smiled the blonde man. "Her eyes, we inherited them from grandmother Harriet, who you were named for." "Really?" asked Harry, surprised. "I didn't know that." "You were named after a woman," giggled Nathaniel. "Be polite." Mr. Evans shook his head. "Sorry, Dad," Nathaniel said in such a way that it was obvious he said it a lot. "It's only Toonie who missed out on the emerald eyes." He grinned at Aunt Petunia. "Black hair like your father, though." Harry could see where the man got that impression. Harry wondered if it was James Potter who had inherited the black hair from Hades, his ancestor through Ignatus Peverell. It would make a lot of sense. Most people who had known his father could see in an instant that he looked nothing like James Potter, but Marcus didn't seem to know his father that well. "I met him at the wedding," Marcus continued, "and a few times afterwards. It's thanks to Lily that I met Susan." Then the man's emerald eyes dimmed a bit, obviously saddened by the recent loss of his wife. Harry was no child of Aphrodite, but he could see straight away that the green-eyed man loved his late wife dearly. It was the same expression Harry had seen on his dad's face when he had brought up the topic of his mother. "Dinner's served," Aunt Petunia interrupted the very tense silence. "Good," Uncle Vernon said gruffly. Uncle Vernon, not wanting to miss out precious time with his food, grabbed the best china. It seemed that with guests, even if they were family, Aunt Petunia took out the best china, out of Petunia's small hands. With all the grace of a starving boar, Uncle Vernon dug in. You could see where Dudley had got his manners from. "So tell me about Hogwarts," Mr. Evans said. "Is the curriculum any good?" "What about Transfiguration?" interrupted Nathaniel. "Don't interrupt, Nathaniel," scolded Mr. Evans. "Sorry, Dad," Nathaniel said, not sounding sorry at all. "It's fine, Mr. Evans," Harry said politely. Harry had grown up around a bunch of ADHD demigods. Most of them had a problem with saying whatever came to mind, so it wasn't anything new to Harry. He turned back to Nathaniel, about to start talking about McGonagall turning into a cat on their first lesson with the stern head of Gryffindor House. "Please call me Uncle Marcus, we are family after all," Mr. Marcus smiled. Unfortunately, muttered Uncle Vernon. Uncle Marcus completely ignored him. No need to stand on formalities. Okay, Uncle Marcus, Harry said, but I don't mind Nathaniel. It's just transfiguration is my favorite subject, Nathaniel grinned. I hope I'll be able to be an animagus one day. Animagus? Asked Harry confused. The ability to transform into an animal that reflects your soul, Nathaniel explained. Freaks, muttered Uncle Vernon even though nobody was listening to him. Like McGonagall, our transfiguration professor can turn into a cat, Harry said. Vernon frowned at this, remembering the cat reading the map on the day that the freak was dumped on their doorstep. Could it be the cat freak? This was why he hated having these freaks in his house. Why you would ever marry a freak knowing what they were, Vernon had no idea, but obviously the lawyer loved the freak. She can. Cool, Nathaniel grinned. Do you think she would teach me? Questioned Nathaniel. Doubt it, Harry said. She's very strict. Oh damn, Nathaniel said. Do you think we'll be able to teach ourselves? No, Uncle Marcus said. All I need is for you to pester me in animal form. You're no fun, complained Nathaniel happily. Fred and George would be well up for it, they're right troublemakers, Harry said. Can't wait to meet them, grinned Nathaniel. As Nathaniel blinked, he thought he heard a voice say, "Hello, Evans," but he dismissed it. Please try not to get expelled, Uncle Marcus groaned. Marcus shook his head at the idea of his prankster son getting involved with more troublemakers, although he wasn't surprised really. He just hoped that Harry had enough of Lily in him to keep his son in line. However, he had heard tales of James Potter's misdoings in school. Hopefully the school would still be standing by the end of the year after letting those four have a go at it. Eve would join in to push her magical boundaries. Kat would join in to prove that her soul is pure, Harry began. Why does she think she's not? Asked Uncle Marcus. Her mother is a murderer, Harry said quietly. But whatever you do, don't ask or compare Kat to her. She's likely to never speak to you again. I may be a prankster, but I'm not cruel, Nathaniel protested. Be nice to her. Uncle Marcus gave his son a stern look. Neville would probably believe he can't do it. He's more capable than he looks. It's his confidence more than anything that keeps him down. Hermione, however, she's a stickler to rules, Harry said, although she has relaxed a bit. You're a bad influence, intoned Aunt Petunia. Harry grinned, probably. Do you think we can convince her to join in? Asked Nathaniel. If it's in the pursuit of knowledge, yes, Harry said. Don't corrupt the girl. Uncle Marcus shook his head. We won't, Harry and Nathaniel grinned. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Marcus groaned in unison, apparently regretting letting the two green-eyed boys from ever meeting. Nathaniel didn't know why. It wasn't like learning to become an animagus was illegal. Well, as long as they registered if they completed the transformation. Something that Nathaniel wasn't sure about. Why did we ever let them meet? Asked Uncle Marcus. Insanity, suggested Aunt Petunia. Insanity, agreed Uncle Marcus. Freakiness, muttered Uncle Vernon. Where do you think they got it? Asked Uncle Marcus. Well, it wasn't Lily, she was always very sensible unless she was angry. Aunt Petunia smiled wistfully. She had an awful temper, Uncle Marcus laughed. Whenever I was like that as a child, Dad would always blame his biological father, who ran off as soon as he found out Grandmother Harriet was pregnant, though a lot was blamed on him. Oh, I forgot that you have a different grandfather to us, Aunt Petunia said. Dad met him, Uncle Marcus said. I never did. Harry frowned, wondering who this unnamed grandfather of Uncle Marcus was. He had a suspicion, but he couldn't know for sure. Half an hour later, after saying his goodbyes, Harry left for the Leaky Cauldron. Harry would be meeting the other demigods before going straight bed. It had been a long day meeting old bullies, long time not seen families, and meeting new cousins. Harry arrived at the Leaky Cauldron as the sky was darkening in the background. Harry walked in where a large table had set out for the 20 or so American demigods, or transfer students as they were known in Britain. They were eating sandwiches that had been laid out for them and chatting amongst themselves. Eve had been sitting at the table in the Leaky Cauldron eating a chicken sandwich in between Eve and Sophie, 15-year-old daughter of Aphrodite. She had just been wondering about Harry because he should have arrived before them, although he had mentioned that he was going to be spending the day with his family. "Hiya guys," Harry greeted cheerfully. "I was just thinking of you," Eve said. "What are you, telepathic?" Harry snorted as he sat beside Kat, who was at the end of the table. He had no wish to learn Legerdemain. It would be a pain in the neck. As long as his godly part of him meant that wizards like Dumbledore could not read his mind, Harry was fine. He had no wish to hear all the thoughts of his fellow students. American sarcasm, Harry grinned. "Glad that I never picked up that habit," Harry said sarcastically. "You're impossible." Eve shook her head. "Thank you," Harry grinned. "It wasn't a compliment," muttered Eve. "Love you too," Harry replied. "You hungry?" asked Kat. "Had fish and chips with Uncle Vernon, Uncle Marcus, Aunt Petunia and my second cousin Nathaniel," Harry shrugged. "What about your bully of a cousin, Dusty or something?" asked Eve. "He was at a friend's," Harry said. "Though we did run into him earlier. It seems that my cousin is quite the prankster," Harry laughed. "Fred and George are going to love him," laughed Kat. "Not another one," groaned Eve. "For a girl who lives in a cabin full of pranksters, you sure hate pranksters," laughed Kat. "Only a few months a year," grumbled Eve. "You'll be meeting him in a few days," Harry said. "As long as he doesn't prank me," muttered Eve. "I'll be sure to pass the message on," Harry said. "He probably won't after you unleash your powers on him," laughed Kat. "So is he a first year?" asked Kat. Harry shook his head. "Second year." "But he wasn't there last year," frowned Eve. "He was home educated, but his mother died over the summer," Harry said. "Oh," Eve said. "Yeah," Harry said. "So are you two going to get something for Hermione's birthday tomorrow?" Harry asked, changing the subject. "Yep," Kat said. "Of course," Eve agreed. Dobby was at the train station watching out for the boy who lived. He had to protect him from his master and his master's youthful master. If he couldn't convince the great, good and powerful boy who lived to not attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for his own protection, then Dobby would stop him. Dobby for once would be the hero rather than the servant to the boy who saved us all. His attempts to make the boy vow not to come back had been thwarted by the boy's only rightfully superior intelligence and the boy's ghostly guards. Dobby failed to suppress an invisible shudder from where he was hidden as he remembered that day. Dobby had been waiting for a chance to sneak out to give Harry Potter Dobby's warning. It wasn't until the 31st, when the Malfoy family left for their holidays, that Dobby was able to sneak out from the older house elves' careful watch. They thought that he had gone to do the gardens, which could take all night, so no one questioned him. Dobby magicked Dobby to the room that Harry Potter would be sleeping in that night. He came out in a black stone-walled room with fiery green torches lighting the room in an eerie light. There were black sheets on the beds and the furniture was made out of black wood. In the green light it looked decidedly creepy, but that didn't faze Dobby because it was Harry Potter's room. There was a small, three-headed dog growling at Dobby from the dog's black basket. Dobby sent a sleeping spell at the Harry Potter's guard and it fell straight to sleep. Dobby had worked with his master's guard dogs that patrolled the borders of Malfoy Manor in case enemies of the Malfoy family approached. Then, a few minutes after Dobby had arrived, a 12-year-old walked into the black room looking decidedly tired out. Harry Potter didn't look like the brave and honorable Lord James Potter that Dobby had seen at ministry gatherings and raids that the young Auror had attended before going into hiding. The heir to the brave and honorable House of Potter looked somewhat like his mother, with those large emerald orbs practically glowing in the green light. His silky black hair windswept from whatever it was the boy who vanquished the Dark Lord had been doing. His white skin contrasting to the black jeans and leather skull-sewn jacket he was wearing. Then the savior of all that's good noticed Dobby. Dobby suddenly felt a wash of fear that wasn't what Dobby was expecting when he finally met his hero. It wasn't fear born of experience, but fear born of magic. Dobby didn't know what to make of this at all. This Harry Potter wasn't the savior he was expecting. Then Dobby found himself met with a 40-inch black sword pointed straight in his face. Dobby was used to pain and punished. A house elf had to be when they were in service to such dark wizards as the Malfoys were. However, they had never threatened Dobby's life as Dobby was too useful to Lord and Lady Malfoy. "What are you?" asked Harry Potter. Of course, Harry Potter had not been brought up in the wizarding world, so he didn't know things that were commonplace to any other wizards like house elves. The Potters had a large collection of well-cared-for house elves whose current job was the upkeep of the Potter properties. "More to the point, what are you doing in my room?" demanded Harry Potter. Dobby realized how rude and uncouth he had been to presume to take up residence in a wizard's room. He had even made himself comfortable on the great and good Harry Potter's bed. Dobby's ears drooped in shame at having upset the wonderful savior Harry Potter. "It would be foolish of you to attack me here," warned the Beacon of the Light. Dobby didn't know why he gave off the impression of wanting to attack Harry Potter. He would never dream of attacking the wonderful Harry Potter. Even if his master ordered it, he would never do it. Dobby would rather die than attack Harry Potter, and he told the boy who lived that. "Attack the great Harry Potter, sir? No, never," Dobby said passionately. Harry Potter began to frown at Dobby. Dobby wondered if he had done something wrong again. His ears were drooping again, but Harry Potter's frown weren't angry, just pensive. Harry Potter's eyes lit up in realization. Dobby wondered what Harry Potter had just realized. "You're from the wizarding world," Harry Potter worked out. Dobby had always known that the great Harry Potter was great, good, kind and powerful, but he was also intelligent. It was little wonder that even the terrible might of Lord Voldemort had fallen to the great and good Harry Potter. Dobby's eyes lit up at Harry Potter's statement. "Yes, sir," nodded Dobby eagerly. "Who sent you?" asked Harry Potter. Dobby's ears drooped again. Harry Potter thought that he had been sent. What would Harry Potter do when he realized that Dobby had broken the rules by disobeying Dobby's master's instructions? Would he report Dobby to Lord and Lady Malfoy? Dobby knew what would happen if that were the case. Was it Fred and George? If this is their idea of a joke, Harry Potter trailed off darkly, leaving the threat open. Dobby knew threats when he heard them, and this was a threat if he had ever heard one. He wondered what Harry Potter would consider a punishment. He hoped that it wasn't the same as what his masters and mistress thought of as a punishment. Dobby quickly ridded Harry Potter of the notion that this was some joke. "No, sir." Dobby shook his head, ears flapping. "Who are you?" Harry Potter demanded. "Who sent you? Why are you here?" It was only then that Dobby realized, in the light of the sword and the shock of meeting Harry Potter and finding that Harry Potter wasn't what he was like in the tales, that Dobby hadn't so much as introduced himself. Dobby felt shame and the fact that he hadn't clearly stated that he wasn't sent by anyone nor explained his reasons for coming here. "Dobby the house elf, sir." Dobby finally introduced himself. "It is difficult. My masters would be most displeased if they were to ever find out," shuddered Dobby. "Your masters?" asked Harry Potter, confused. "The wizard family Dobby is bound to serve until he dies." Dobby's ears drooped. "But Dobby had to come, sir." "Why?" Harry Potter the Might of the Light asked warily. "There is a plot, Harry Potter, sir, a plot to make most terrible things happen, Harry Potter, sir," Dobby said gravely. "What things?" demanded Harry Potter sharply. Dobby knew he was right to come here to meet with Harry Potter, the champion of the light. This just proved it. The fact that Harry Potter was worried about the terrible things that were to come. The house elves he worked with didn't care about the lives that were at risk as long as their masters were happy. "Who's plotting them?" Harry Potter demanded. Dobby desperately wanted to reveal all to Harry Potter, but Dobby's bond to Dobby's masters kept him from revealing the truth. Dobby wished that Dobby was the house elf of a light family like the Potters or the Bones. Then Dobby tried to hit himself for that thought. That was a bad thought, to wish himself away from Dobby's masters. "Voldemort?" Harry Potter questioned. Harry Potter the Brave felt no fear in saying the feared one's nameless name. Dobby instinctively flinched back at the name. He had heard the story of Creature who had been murdered by the Dark Lord as an experiment. The Malfoy elves talked about it in hushed tones, making them fear the Dark Lord even more as an elf killer. "Dumbledore?" Harry Potter asked after a pause. This question confused and horrified Dobby, that Harry Potter would think that Dumbledore could plot such a dastardly plot. Albus Wulfric Brian Percival Dumbledore was the leader of light who would give anything to destroy the dark. Yet here was his ally doubting him? Albus Dumbledore, sir? He is a good man. He is the only one he who must not be named ever feared. He would never plot sinister things, Dobby said with conviction, eyes wide. Harry Potter gave an eye roll that Dobby recognized from the young Master Draco when Master Lucius or Mistress Narcissa was trying to reprimand the young master. Draco knew it to be a human youngling's way of showing that they weren't going to listen to what mature humans believed. No, sir, he's a good man, Dobby said wide-eyed. So not Dumbledore, Harry Potter said, sounding almost disappointed. What about Voldemort? Asked Harry Potter. You've been quiet about him. You didn't deny it. Not he who must not be named, Dobby said carefully. What aren't you saying? Harry Potter asked suspiciously. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts, Dobby insisted. Why me? Harry Potter asked. If it's not Voldemort, unless it's one of his Death Eaters. Dobby remembers how it was before Harry Potter vanquished the Dark Lord, Dobby said. House elves were treated like vermin. Of course Dobby is still treated like vermin, sobbed the little elf. Harry Potter must not risk his life. Harry Potter rolled his eyes again and Dobby's heart plummeted. Harry Potter wasn't going to do as he asked because he wasn't listening. Dobby was just going to have to make sure that Harry Potter agreed not to go to Hogwarts whether Harry Potter liked it or not. Saying this makes me more likely to go. Hogwarts needs me, Harry Potter said passionately. Dobby was honored to be in the presence of Harry Potter, so brave, so honorable. Harry Potter, the one who banished the dark, was still so willing to risk his own life for the lives of others. Dobby dabbed at his eyes, a bit humbled to be in the great Harry Potter's presence. Oh, Harry Potter, so noble, so brave, Dobby sobbed. Willing to risk his life for friends who don't even write to him. But he must not go back to Hogwarts. How do you know my friends haven't been writing to me? Harry Potter asked, cool and suspicious. Dobby paled at what he had let slip to Harry Potter. Dobby was an idiot and Harry Potter was so intelligent. Well, if the game was up, then Dobby was going to have to use this to his advantage. Dobby had picked up more than just cleaning whilst staying with the Malfoys. Now Harry Potter mustn't be angry at Dobby. Dobby pleaded. What did you do? Growled Harry Potter. Harry Potter didn't look at all good anymore. He looked like a denizen of darkness now. A very dark and dangerous look was in Harry Potter's emerald green eyes. Dobby was just relieved that Harry Potter's sword stayed at his side. Dobby saw the shadows lapping angrily at him. Dobby thought that if Harry Potter thought that his friends thought he had forgotten him, Harry Potter might not want to go back to Hogwarts this year, Dobby said. Give me those, ordered Harry Potter with darkness in his voice. Swear that you will not go to Hogwarts this year, squealed the little elf. At this Harry Potter laughed, a dark laugh without any mirth. It wasn't like the Dark Lord's high and cold laugh when someone had amused him in some way or another. Nor was it like Mistress Bella's when she was in the middle of torturing someone. It was different and somehow much more scary, with real power behind it. You think I'm an idiot to give you an oath for something I will not do? Now give me those letters. No, squealed Dobby. Dobby was somewhere between stubborn and terrified of Harry Potter's dark and noble power. Harry Potter was a contradiction, Dobby decided. Dobby could feel the darkness radiating in the room. Yet at the same time Harry Potter was good. How could dark and good be the same? Dobby began to run from the young wizard who was approaching him, attempting to get the letters of him. He would only give the wizard the letters if he agreed to Dobby's terms. It was for the boy who lived's own good, Dobby had decided when Dobby felt guilty for stealing. Soon as Dobby left the room, he saw more black stone walls and skeletons patrolling the halls. Dobby couldn't believe it. Harry Potter, the one who vanquished the Dark Lord, was a dark wizard. It couldn't be true. Could it? Maybe he was held prisoner by a Death Eater? Dobby turned around where Harry Potter was behind him. Harry Potter neither looked frightened or surprised at the presence of Inferi. He seemed perfectly comfortable with the dark magic. Dobby's heart sank when he realized that his hero was as dark as they came. Saphir, restrain him, Harry Potter ordered. The Inferius called Saphir readily agreed to what Harry Potter had told him to do. The Inferius said something which was strange since Inferi couldn't talk. Harry Potter apparently could understand the dead. What was Harry Potter? Whatever he was scary and dangerous. Don't hurt him, Harry Potter added. This confused Dobby even more. Dobby knew that dark, evil wizards didn't care who they killed, especially if it was a lowly house elf. Then why did Harry Potter, creator of Inferi, order Dobby not to be harmed? It didn't make any sense to Dobby. Again, here was Harry Potter being a contradiction to everything Dobby knew to be true. Harry Potter walked over to Dobby. Had Harry Potter just saved him from the Inferius to kill Dobby himself? But no, all Harry Potter did was take the letters that Dobby had stolen from him and walk back into his room. Soon as Harry Potter had left, the Inferius dropped him. The Inferius walked over to the door of Dobby's room, apparently guarding it. The message was clear to Dobby. You do not touch or talk to our master. Dobby realized that Dobby's welcome had long come and gone. He apparated out and back to the grounds of Malfoy Manor. It had taken Dobby a few days to realize that even though Harry Potter was a practitioner of dark magic, he was still a good wizard. He had wanted to risk his own life to protect the innocents of Hogwarts. He could have easily ordered the Inferius to kill Dobby and thus receive the letters from his friends. But he didn't, meaning that he was a good wizard. With this in mind, Dobby had concocted a new plan to keep Harry Potter away from Hogwarts this year. It was simple, really. The same way that Dobby's masters kept unwanted visitors away from the manor. They constructed wards around their manor. Dobby would do the same with the barrier at King's Cross Station. Now all that Dobby had to do was wait for Harry Potter to come to the station. So Dobby Invisible watched as the children and their parents came. Dobby watched as a snow-white-haired father and son with large green eyes the same color as Harry Potter walked through the barrier. Then a large gaggle of teenagers surrounding a man in a wheelchair followed them. Before long it had passed 11. Dobby hadn't seen the boy who lived at all. Dobby was slightly downhearted that he had failed and hadn't seen his idol at all today. Then he realized that meant he wasn't at Hogwarts, so had listened to Dobby's warnings after all. Dobby gave himself a silent little cheer and apparated back to Dobby's master's manor. Harry had awoke early in the darkened room that he shared with Storm, a son of Apollo who had only been found a couple of days before term started, who was already attending Hogwarts in Eve and Kat's year. Soon as he was awake, he had got dressed and went down for breakfast whilst waiting for the others to get up. Eve had joined him not long after, whilst Kat had to be dragged out of bed by Eve. Eve was very excited with the prospect of meeting the mortal family of Harrys. Harry had just rolled his eyes at his hyper friend. It seemed that the sweets that Eve had bought yesterday at the London branch of Honeydukes were not doing wonders for her ADHD. Eve, how much sweets did you consume? Asked Harry. Too much, Kat said. Nope, I'm completely normal, Eve said, bouncing up and down. If this is normal, I'd hate to see Hyper, Kat said. We're going to have to put up with her through the bus ride to King's Cross, Harry said grimly. Kat just groaned when she realized that Harry was correct in this statement. Harry and Kat sat beside each other in the bus whilst Eve sat behind them singing Wheels on the Bus. Harry thought it sounded like she was drunk rather than she was on a sugar high. Or at least how he imagined someone drunk would sound. By the time she had arrived at the station, she had calmed down somewhat. She was still a little bouncy, but at least she wasn't drunk anymore. That was always a plus. At the station, Harry had the strange feeling that someone was watching him, but he couldn't see anyone around. It vanished as soon as they entered the platform. On the other side, Harry saw two familiar snow-white, emerald-eyed Evans who had obviously arrived at almost exactly the same time as him. Harry pushed his trunk and Morty in a large dog basket up to them, with Eve and Kat following behind him. Harry wondered if they had worked out where he was going. You two have eyes like Harry, Eve commented. This is my Uncle Marcus and my cousin Nathaniel, Harry introduced them. We got them from my grandmother Harriet. Nathaniel and Harry's great-grandmother, explained Uncle Marcus. Harriet, Eve and Kat said together. Harry groaned. Yes, I was named after my great-grandmother. She passed away a year before Harry and Nathaniel were born. Uncle Marcus said. Bright as a button right up till the day she died. Sounds like a nice woman, smirked Kat. Oh, shut up, Harry snapped. You four should go find seats, Uncle Marcus interrupted the fight. Right, Nathaniel, Uncle Marcus said, and do your best in your school work. Yes, Dad, Nathaniel rolled his eyes, come on. Uncle Marcus helped the children load their luggage onto the train. Morty was placed beside Harry's feet rather than in the luggage rack. Otherwise Morty would complain something dreadful. Already Morty was pleading to be let out of the prison. Honestly, Morty could be such a drama queen at times. You have a dog, Nathaniel said excitedly. I always wanted a dog, but Dad's allergic to them and cats and rabbits and anything with fur. The only thing we've had is an old tortoise that slept all day. Unlucky. Morty's got 3 heads, Harry laughed. You've got a magic dog, Nathaniel said. Stupid mortal, murmured Morty's first head. I'm a half Cerberus, not a magic dog. Come on, let us see then, Nathaniel said. Let me stand back first, Uncle Marcus said. Harry opened the container and let Morty out of the cage. Nathaniel grinned at the sight of the small 3-headed dog. Nathaniel scratched behind the ear of the 3rd head, luckily getting the nicest head rather than the moody 1st head who barely put up with Harry. Never mind Nathaniel. It seemed that the 3rd head liked Nathaniel though. The 2nd and 3rd heads are nice, Harry said, but the 1st head would probably bite you if you tried that, warned Harry. Noted, Nathaniel said. You never had it with you at Privet Drive, Uncle Marcus said, sounding relieved at that fact. I flew ahead so I could spend some time with Aunt Petunia, Harry said. We brought his luggage, added Eve, so he didn't have to lug it all over town. Soon Neville and Hermione joined them on the train. It wasn't until last possible minute did Fred and George join them in the carriage. By this time it was lucky that the carriage was magical so that it expanded to fit more people in it, as there were 8 children in their compartment, all of whom were very excited to see one another. They waved off to Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Mrs. Longbottom, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Uncle Marcus as the train chugged out of the station. When the platform was out of sight, the 8 of them relaxed in their seats, no longer on top of each other trying to wave off their family. Well apart from Eve and Kat, who had left the window alone. So when did you 3, Fred began. Arrive back, continued George. In the glorious, continued Fred. Wet, added George. Shores of Great Britain, grinned Fred. Harry rolled his eyes. Will you 2 ever change? Harry shook his head. Fred and George shared identical grins. Never, the chorused. I see why you like them, laughed Nathaniel. And you would be? Asked George. Nathaniel Evans. Nathaniel introduced himself. My cousin, Harry added. I thought you only had one cousin, Hermione said. Well, technically he's my mum's cousin's son, Harry said. Bit of a mouthful, agreed Eve. So just cousins, Nathaniel agreed. So who are you lot? I'm Eve, Eve said. But if you ever try to prank me, I'll turn you into a gorilla. A gorilla? Harry asked incredulously. Seriously, where do you come up with these? She would as well, Hermione said. She has, muttered Fred, darkly glaring at Eve, who was grinning. I'll bear that in mind, Nathaniel replied. Kat grinned. Neville smiled. Thanks for the book, Harry. I've never been to America. Half those plants I've never even heard of. Oh, what did you get him? Asked Hermione, leaping on her favorite subject, books. Almanac of Flora and Vegetation native to the Americas, Neville said excitedly. I'm glad you liked it, Harry said. I just picked it up on the way back from Santa Monica. What were you doing there? Asked Hermione. Field trip, Harry replied, giving Harry a piercing look. Not in trouble again? Hermione said would be joking. Harry laughed. Now how would I get in trouble on a field trip? Oh, I'm sure there's lots of ways, smirked George. Mum and Dad always kept tight watch of me when I was on trips after I was given a lifelong ban at the Natural History Museum, Nathaniel said. That was you with the dinosaur bones, wasn't it? Hermione asked, sounding scandalized. How was I to know that they were so insecure? Nathaniel said defensively. You knocked down the skeleton, Hermione retorted hotly. I think we're going to like you, Nathaniel, grinned George. Eve and Hermione groaned together. Eve hated pranks against her with a passion, although she didn't seem to mind pranksters. Hermione hated anything that went against her nice, neat and ordered world, although after a year with a bunch of demigods and pranksters as friends in the wizarding world were beginning to loosen her up a bit. "We're not going to get any peace, are we?" Eve groaned. "Nope," Fred grinned. "I'm Forge." "Interesting name," snickered Nathaniel. "It's really Fred," Harry said. "Oh, spoil my fun," pouted Fred. "Don't worry, you'll always be Forge to me." Nathaniel fluttered his eyelashes. "At least someone loves me," Fred said triumphantly. "Yay, one person loves you," laughed Eve. "Go Fred." "You're mean," Fred pouted. "Yes I am," agreed Eve. "But we love you anyway," Harry grinned. "And I'm Gred," George added. "George," Cat laughed. "And I'm Hermione," smiled Hermione. "You're the stickler to rules," Nathaniel said. "Harry told me when I suggested we become animagi." "Animagi, that's complicated magic," frowned Hermione, "and dangerous." "Hard but not impossible," Eve said. "Let's try it." "I doubt I'll be able to do it," Neville said glumly. "All you need is confidence." Eve smiled at Neville. "Oh come on Neville, at least give it a go." "Okay, but I doubt I'll be any good," Neville said glumly. "Not with that attitude," George agreed. "You can do it," Harry encouraged. Neville just shrugged. "I'm not very good at magic." "Animagi training is more focused on strength of will than magic," Nathaniel said. "You're very knowledgeable on animagi," Hermione said. "I know," Nathaniel said. "It's just some things I read and it's like I already know them." "I got the same impression from Harry." "Déjà vu," Hermione replied. "It's when you walk into a room that you've already been there and feel that you already seen it." "I get that a lot from my school books," Nathaniel said. "You're learning magic already?" asked Hermione. "Sound jealous, but you're only first year." "Second year," Eve corrected. "Nathaniel was educated by his mum last year," Harry explained. "Oh," Hermione said. "Professor McGonagall said that I will be sorted after the first years," Nathaniel said. "So Hermione, you up for animagi training?" "Only if when we achieve," Hermione began. "If," Neville said gloomily. "It we inform the ministry," Hermione said. "Not likely," Fred and George said together. "There's a lot of time that we'll be training until we achieve," Harry said, "so we can wait and see what happens by then," Harry said quickly. Harry of course had no plans to announce to the world such a useful power as becoming an animagus, but he wasn't about to tell Hermione Granger that. If she wanted to sign up, that was her business, as long as she didn't force the rest of them to do the same. The sky was just darkening when the 8 Hogwarts students stepped outside of their carriage in their Gryffindor school robes. Except Nathaniel's, who were plain robes enchanted to change the second he got sorted. It was a cold night. Even if it was the end of summer, there was a freezing chill in the air. "Furs. Years. Furs years over here," the massive form of Hagrid was calling. "Where do I go?" asked Nathaniel. "Let's go and ask," Harry said. Harry began to walk up to the half-giant with Morty following excitedly behind him. Hagrid may not be Morty's owner any longer, but Morty still liked Hagrid and Hagrid still liked Morty. Harry was the first to reach Hagrid, with the others just behind him. By the time Harry had reached him, Hagrid was surrounded by little first years. "Hi Hagrid," Harry greeted. "Harry," smiled the half-giant. "This is Nathaniel," Harry introduced the snow-white-haired boy. "He's a second year who was home educated last year. Does he go with you?" "Aye," Hagrid said gruffly. "Okay, see you Nathaniel," Harry said. "See ya," Cat added. "Good luck," Eve waved. "Our sister's a first year," Fred pointed Ginny out. Nathaniel nodded and watched as the Gryffindors left. Nathaniel went to stand beside the redhead that had been pointed out. The redhead girl was at least a head shorter than Nathaniel was. Compared to her brothers, she was a lot paler. Not like Nathaniel's naturally pale skin or Harry's but unhealthy pale. "I'm Nathaniel," Nathaniel introduced himself. "I know your brothers, Fred and George. So what's you name?" Nathaniel said happily, bubbly as usual. "Ginny," the girl said very quietly. "Are you all right?" asked Nathaniel. "Fine," Ginny said. You just seem kind of pale, Nathaniel replied. People have been saying that all month, Ginny said, sounding disgruntled. Nathaniel grinned. That got a rise out of you. Nathaniel and Ginny headed out for the fleet of boats. Before Hagrid had even told him what to do, Nathaniel knew what it was that he had to do. He got another sense of that déjà vu here. It was like he had been here before, which was impossible as he had never set foot in the castle, but he had been feeling this all day. You're remembering, a feminine voice said. A small, slender girl with long, dirty blonde, curly hair and large silvery gray eyes that seemed to see and know everything slipped in beside Nathaniel and Ginny. Nathaniel didn't understand what she meant. He was remembering. Remembering what? Nathaniel decided to write it off as the girl being crazy. I'm Nathaniel Evans and this is Ginny Weasley, Nathaniel said. Luna Lovegood, Luna said airily. The last person to get into their boat was a small mousy-haired boy who introduced himself as Colin Creevey. Colin apparently was a Muggle-born and hadn't even heard of Hogwarts before he got the letter in August. Luna would make strange comments about everything. Colin gave her a frightened look while Ginny looked at her like she was insane, but Nathaniel felt there was something very refreshing about the way she saw the world. Then there was Nathaniel's first sighting of Hogwarts. Again he had another sense of déjà vu. Luna looked at him like she knew what he was experiencing. Nathaniel shook his head. All that Nathaniel was experiencing was his mother's description of Hogwarts and her school days. With that thought firmly in mind, Nathaniel calmed down a lot. They came to an underground harbor where they had to duck down in order to avoid being hit by the rocks. It was especially hard for Nathaniel, who was 12 years old and would be 13 in December. The three first he was sharing a boat with seemed especially on the short side even for first years. The first year's Professor McGonagall, Hagrid introduced them. Nathaniel saw Minnie for the first time in his life. Then he shook his head, reminding himself she was his teacher, not a friend. He'd never been taught by anyone apart from his mother and father before. The new concept of having proper teachers was more than a little daunting. But he knew that this new teacher was not one that he should prank. She was strict and put up with no nonsense. Thank you, Hagrid, I will take them from here, McGonagall said. They moved into the castle, standing closely together at the massive castle that was bigger than anything that Nathaniel had ever seen before. Ginny was practically clinging to him. It was rather annoying, actually. Luna was standing a little apart from them, looking somewhere into the distance. Colin was bouncing hyper on his feet. Welcome to Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory and spend free time in your house common room. By the time this was over, Nathaniel was feeling a little bored. Nathaniel felt that the speech was repetitive and a little obvious. Nathaniel just wanted to get the sorting ceremony over and done with. It wasn't like he didn't know what was about to happen. Nathaniel's mum had told him about the hat before made by Gryffindor himself. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, began McGonagall. Just when Nathaniel had thought it was over. However, Nathaniel did feel a lot of pride to the first house mentioned, which was McGonagall's house and the house that his cousin and new friends had been sorted into. Nathaniel couldn't help the smile that spread over his face at that thought, something that made McGonagall look at him with a hint of a smile on his face. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin, McGonagall continued. Nathaniel couldn't help but sneer at that house, which got him angry looks from several of the larger boys and girls. There was just something about the Slytherin house which got on his nerves. He got into a glaring match with one such dark-haired, angry-looking boy with dark eyes. It wasn't until Luna nudged him did he turn back to McGonagall. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule-breaking will lose house points, McGonagall continued. Nathaniel grinned at this. He wondered how long it would take him to lose house points. McGonagall sighed at this and shook her head. Nathaniel was no Legimens, but he could practically read her thoughts in that second. Not another one. Nathaniel just grinned at the strict witch cheekily. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, currently in Gryffindor's possession, McGonagall boasted. A great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. Gryffindor, murmured Nathaniel. If I could have silence, McGonagall gave Nathaniel a pointed look. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarted yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. McGonagall looked at a black-haired, hazel-eyed boy whose cloak and hat that were expected to be worn on feast days were still in his hands. Then towards a girl with dark brown hair and light green eyes and facial features similar to Nathaniel's who was somehow covered in dust. Then she looked to a tall, muscular boy with black hair and pale blue eyes who was soaking with a shake of her head. I shall return when we are ready for you, said Professor McGonagall. Please wait here quietly. How do they sort us? Colin asked, sounding like a chipmunk. Mum and Dad won't tell me, Ginny said. Mum says it should be a surprise. Family tradition or something. Dad wants us to experience it. Like Muggleborns do. Dad loves anything Muggle. Fred and George said it hurt a lot. Nathaniel snorted. And you believed them? He asked disbelievingly. Mum told me years ago how Hogwarts students get sorted. She just never expected me to need it. Why? Asked Ginny. I was being homeschooled. Nathaniel shrugged. I am sorry about your mother, Luna said. How did you know? Nathaniel demanded angrily. Luna just smiled mysteriously at the snow-white-haired boy not answering his question. Just then McGonagall walked back into the antechamber where the first years and Nathaniel were waiting. Luna barely blinked at the return without showing any surprise. The first years got the nervous look once more. The sorting ceremony is about to start, McGonagall announced. Now form a line, ordered McGonagall. The first years and Nathaniel were quick to form a line. Nathaniel ended up behind a small, skinny boy with neck-length, messy black hair and in front of a tall, blushing girl with long, chestnut hair and dark blue eyes. Ginny had gone to nosy up to a handsome first year with dark brown eyes and a short ponytail. Luna was floating towards the back of the line, looking vaguely into the distance unseeingly. The first years were giving her a wide berth. Nathaniel understood that she came across as insane, but Nathaniel liked that about the girl. Nathaniel decided to keep an eye out on her to make sure that she wasn't bullied. Nathaniel followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall. He heard the children around gasping him. Nathaniel looked up at the ceiling. It was exactly like his mother had described it being. He knew he should be shocked at it, but it was far too familiar for him to feel that way. It was like he had already gotten used to it. Professor McGonagall was placing a raggedy old hat on a stool. Nathaniel knew this was the sorting hat. Nathaniel hoped he was sorted into Gryffindor with his cousin and cousin's friends. For some reason he desperately hoped not to be placed into the House of the Snakes, even if Harry had no problem with them. The brim of the hat opened and began to sing about the Hogwarts founders and their attributes. Nathaniel desperately wanted to be sorted into Gryffindor. Somehow Nathaniel knew that he would be in Gryffindor. Soon the hat fell silent as though it had never been in the first place. Nathaniel joined in with the applause, finding the hat funny. McGonagall stepped forward once again, this time holding a long row of parchment that had to be the list of new students. The applause quickly died down until it was only the Weasley twins left clapping. At a sharp look from Eve, Cat, Hermione and McGonagall, the latter too scarily similar, the twins shut up mainly because of Eve and Cat. When I call your name you will out on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, McGonagall announced to the new students. Adelarde, Angelino, McGonagall began. A tall, round-faced, gray-eyed, blonde-haired boy walked up to the stool. He carefully placed himself on the stool. The boy looked shyly around at the tables. He was quickly sorted into Hufflepuff and was greeted by a very handsome older boy with solemn gray eyes and dark curls. The Hufflepuffs clapped politely whilst the Gryffindors and Slytherins looked down their noses at him. Aphelion, Montana, McGonagall called. Montana was a small, pale-faced girl who, despite looking fit, still had baby fat on her face. Her messy dark brown hair fell just above her neck. She strode forward confidently, plopping herself on the wooden stool. Nathaniel realized that sometimes the hat took longer than others, as she was on the hat for several minutes. "Ravenclaw," the hat finally shouted out. "Amaragi, Axel," Minerval called. The boy was tall and slim. He had long, messy strawberry blonde hair that had obviously never seen a hairbrush and made him look almost wild. Axel had bright, blue, intelligent blue eyes set in a thin, pale, pointed face. He walked up to the stool with a smirk on his face, and McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head. "Ravenclaw," shouted the hat. So the sorting went on. Courtney Blanchett, a raven-haired boy, became the first Slytherin. Quite a few of the highest-classed Slytherins gave him a bad reaction, so that very few clapped for him. There was a polite applause from the Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs. A lot of the Gryffindors and Slytherins glared at him. The first Gryffindor was a tall, thin, gangly boy called Reed Bloom. His short, carefully styled white blonde hair and fair skin contrasting with the dark irises and black pupils in his eyes. The Gryffindor table was certainly the loudest in welcoming a new member. Fred and George Weasley cheered the fair boy to their table. The short, mousy-haired Muggle-born boy also joined Gryffindor, taking his seat beside a couple of other newly sorted first years. He sat in between gangly Reed and Omar Simela, the boy with intelligent dark brown eyes who had to be shushed by the red-haired prefect. Several times before he got the message. Luna was sorted in Ravenclaw. Somehow Nathaniel wasn't surprised. As dreamy and distant as she was, she did seem to have a knack of knowing what you were thinking. The Ravenclaws clapped politely but went back to sitting straight-faced soon after. The Ravenclaws were certainly a lot more composed than the Gryffindors, which Nathaniel knew he'd never fit into. Ginny Weasley was too sorted into Gryffindor. Nobody seemed very surprised at this. Ginny practically flung herself at Harry in her desperation to get close to Nathaniel's raven-haired cousin. Nathaniel and Harry were complete opposites in looks. Snow-white hair compared to Ravenlocks. If it hadn't been for their startling emerald green eyes, you'd never guess that they were related. After Ginny had been sorted, there were only 2 first years, and Nathaniel left to be sorted into their houses by the hat, a set of fraternal twins, Aubrey and Albreda Wood. Aubrey was sorted into Gryffindor, where he was greeted cheerfully by an older boy who had the same brown eyes as Aubrey, whilst Albreda was sorted into Ravenclaw. Albus Dumbledore stood up. "This year we have an unusual event, as Nathaniel Evans, previously homeschooled, has decided to attend Hogwarts this year. I trust you will make him welcome." Then the old man sat down again. "Nathaniel Evans," McGonagall called out. Nathaniel was blushing at being so keenly identified, something that was clearly identifiable on his pale skin. Nathaniel walked up to the stool where he sat down just as all the first years had done so. McGonagall lowered the frayed and patched sorting hat onto his head. Nathaniel almost jumped at the voice in his head, apart from the fact he knew it was coming. "Ah, welcome back," the sorting hat breathed. "Back?" asked Nathaniel. The sorting hat didn't answer him. "Do you still wish to be sorted into Gryffindor?" Nathaniel glanced towards the Gryffindor, where Harry seemed to be hiding behind one of the twins to get away from Ginny Weasley, whilst Eve and Kat were laughing at his displeasure. Nathaniel desperately didn't want to become a snake, but didn't mind the other 2 houses, even though he wanted to be in the House of the Brave. "You haven't changed," chuckled the hat. "Changed from what?" Nathaniel demanded hotly. The sorting hat didn't answer again, just shouted out, "Gryffindor." Nathaniel heard the cheering from the Gryffindor table and went to sit beside Harry. The rest of the night was wonderful. The feast was scrumptious. Gilderoy Lockhart was announced as defense against the dark arts teacher, something that Harry groaned at, insisting he was fake, whilst Hermione refused to believe this. Apparently she had a crush on the handsome blonde. Then the feast was over. Nathaniel hoped that they didn't eat like this every day, otherwise he would end up looking like a much paler Dudley Dursley. Percy Weasley, who had pompously introduced himself over Nathaniel's noodles, was gathering up the first-year Gryffindors to lead them to their dorms. "Come on, we'll show you where to go," Fred grinned. Together the 7 Gryffindors began to make their way up the twisting stairs, which were moving, something that the other Hogwarts students took for granted when Nathaniel pointed it out to them. They arrived at a portrait of a very fat woman in a long white toga-like dress and flowers in her hair. "This is Metrodora Antoniou," Harry introduced. "She guards the entrance to the Gryffindor common room." "Wattlebird," Hermione spoke. The portrait swung open. The group of Gryffindors walked in. Percy was standing in the middle of the common room, speaking to the 20 or so new first-year Gryffindors who were standing close together rather nervously. The older years were either making their way to their dormitory or greeting their friends in different years. "Come on, let's go up to our dorm," Harry said. "Ron, Dean and Seamus haven't gone up yet, we can talk." Nathaniel followed the others up to the dormitory where 6 beds now were. Harry flung Cloak on his bed and sat down. Eve, Kat and Hermione did the same, whilst Fred and George sat on either side of Neville on his bed. Nathaniel stood a little awkwardly in the doorway, not sure which of the beds was his. "The bed over there," Harry pointed at the bed that had been moved in since last year. "Right," Nathaniel said, "thanks." Nathaniel sat down on his bed, which had his large wooden trunk was underneath. There were another 3 beds apart from the 3 that they were occupying. Nathaniel guessed that it would be for Ron, Dean and Seamus that Harry had mentioned in passing. He wondered what they were like. "So you still up for trying to become Animagi?" asked Nathaniel. "I'll try," Neville said. "Illegally trying to achieve," began Fred. "Advanced magic," continued George. "That we can get into," continued Fred. "All sorts of mischief with," continued George. "We're in," the twins said together. "You know I am," Harry said. "As long as we register, then fine." Hermione gave the Impossible twins a sharp look. "After all, there's nothing illegal about training to become an animagus, just not registering once you are one." "I understand why the Ministry has to regulate animagi," Nathaniel said. "Otherwise you could have thieves and murderers getting away with their crimes." "Exactly," Hermione agreed. "But we're not thieves or murderers," argued Harry. "As long as we don't go and break the law in our animagi form, what's the harm?" "It's against the rules," Hermione said stiffly. "But do you really want people in power to know?" asked Harry. "Bribery and corruption is rife in the Ministry. I don't want them to." "No. We can always register with the American Ministry if you really insist on registering," Harry suggested. "Can we do that?" asked Neville. "Harry, Eve and I can, as we are American citizens," Kat said. "Harry and Kat have lived in America long enough that in the eyes of the Ministry they count as citizens," Eve said. "What about us?" asked Nathaniel. "Britain's relationship with America isn't brilliant." "We don't think you are a democracy," Eve said. "It is the lords and ladies in the Wizengamot that elect your minister instead of the people, which leaves muggle-borns and many half-bloods and magical creatures completely unrepresented," Eve said hotly. "Whereas they abolished lords and ladies in America when you broke free from Britain," Neville said. "Gran taught me politics both in the Wizengamot and International Confederation. The American body is made up out of 50 elected people, 1 for each state. Yeah, and the National Wizarding Body of America have 150 elected in it. Each state has a member of the 3 parties," Eve said. "Light, dark and neutral," Neville remembered. Gran was disgusted that the dark actually had a party. "Well, having political representation means that they don't turn to a madman to get representation," Eve retorted. "I never thought of that," muttered Nathaniel. "At the moment it swings between light and neutral of having the power," Eve said. "My dad supports the neutral party." "But will we be able to register with the Americans?" asked Hermione. "The law only says to register, not where to," Neville said. "It assumes you'll register with your native country, but there's no official thing saying where. It's a loophole." "Plus we know Minister Olhauser distantly," added Harry. "Plus he'd do anything to get a 1 over Dumbledore," laughed Kat. "You Yanks really don't like Dumbledore," laughed Nathaniel. "Well, I won't pretend that I've always fallen for his doddery old man act. You can't be half insane and such a wily politician," Neville said. "I swear he must have confounded the whole of Britain to make them believe him," Eve said. "Mum never really talked about the wizarding world," Nathaniel said. Your mum? Asked Neville. She homeschooled me last year, Nathaniel explained. She died in June just after my exams, Nathaniel sighed. Harry reached across and placed a hand on Nathaniel's. She is in Elysium now, at peace. Why didn't she talk much about the wizarding world? Asked Hermione quietly. Hermione, reproached Harry. Oh sorry, Hermione said, sounding guilty. So are you going to do it or not? Harry asked, changing the subject. Come on my own. Nathaniel gave her the look like a kicked puppy. It's not like you're going to be breaking any rules to try, Kat reminded her. For all you know you won't be able to achieve it. Of course I will, snapped Hermione. Everyone in the second-year boys' dorm grinned at each other except Neville and Hermione. Hermione scowled when she realized that she had been manipulated into agreeing by the unclaimed demigod. Neville gave Hermione a sympathetic smile but appeared to be trying to repress a smile at Hermione's expense. And you say that Dumbledore is manipulative, snickered Nathaniel. Some friends you are, muttered Hermione darkly whilst blushing. How would you like it if I went off and became friends with the Slytherins? Then you wouldn't be able to advance your magic and become animagi with us, Eve reminded Hermione. You love us really, laughed Harry. They're just messing with you, Neville said quietly. Hermione, you really have to learn to take a joke, Nathaniel grinned. Hermione huffed. I can take a joke. Of course you can, Nathaniel said, eyes twinkling. Just not one at your expense, the green-eyed boy added on at the end. I don't like being laughed at either, Neville supported Hermione. It was in good humor, Eve said. I just don't like being laughed at, grumbled Hermione. Were you bullied at primary? Asked Harry suddenly. Primary? Asked Neville. School for younger children where they learn stuff like reading, writing and maths, Harry explained. You're all homeschooled. Instead, different members of my family taught me different things depending on their area of expertise, Neville said. I was homeschooled too, Nathaniel said. For both magical and muggle subjects, Harry remembered. I went to primary in England till I was 7, then I lived in an America year-round boarding school. I'd love to go to America, mused Neville. They have so many interesting plants. You and your plants, laughed Kat. Where are we going to practice? Everyone turned and looked at Fred and George, being the twins who knew the castle the best, which was why they were able to escape trouble so often. If it hadn't been for their knowledge of the inner workings of Hogwarts, they would have probably been expelled by now. They were currently wearing innocent looks that fooled nobody. I can ask Professor Snape, suggested Harry. Though I don't think I'll tell him why I need a secret room, Harry muttered under his breath. He's stricter about rules than Hermione is. Oi! Defended Hermione. You know it's true, smirked Harry, but we love you anyway. You need someone to keep you out of trouble, Hermione shook her head. Well, that's your job, Harry grinned. What's Hermione's job? Asked Dean, walking in. To keep this lot out of trouble, Hermione replied, which has proven to be impossible. How they can get into so much trouble I do not know. She shook her head. You haven't even heard what Harry got up to over the summer, Kat added. I don't think I want to, Hermione groaned. You left us, began George. Of your adventures, continued Fred. Again, finished George, pouting. You're actually jealous that Harry left you out of his death-defying stunts, Hermione shook her head. You're not still going on about last June. The obnoxious voice of Ronald Bilious Weasley floated through the common room door, followed by a mane of red hair. Fred and George went all about it all summer. Like an 11-year-old could really best you know who in a duel. I don't care what Dumbledore says, but I don't believe it. Of course you don't, muttered Hermione darkly. Well, if idiots are going to start populating, I'm going to bed, Hermione said. And remember, we have classes at 9. Get to bed at a sensible hour. Yes, Mum. Fred saluted. Hermione rolled her eyes as she stalked off towards the door. Harry didn't blame her for wanting to get away from Ron. He was just a jealous, immature prat. Of course, Fred and George were a little on the immature side about most things, but they were a joy to be around. They reminded Harry a lot of the Hermes cabin, which is probably why Harry liked them so much. Know it all, muttered Ron. She may come across as stuffy, but she's got a good heart, Neville said quietly. She is just trying to help us. Unlike some people, Harry glared at Ron. Hey Nathaniel, right? Dean asked, avoiding the staring, glowering match. Yeah, Nathaniel agreed. I'm Dean Thomas. He held out a hand. Nathaniel Evans, but I guess you already know that, smiled Nathaniel. Harry hasn't mentioned you. Oh, you know Harry already? Dean asked, surprised. They're cousins, Neville said. Look at their eyes, laughed George. Are you seriously looking into Harry and Nathaniel's eyes, George? Eve questioned. I didn't know they were your type. Ugh, Ron said. Something wrong, Ronnikins? Asked Fred, smirking. Ronnikins? Asked Harry incredulously. Ron turned beetroot. What are you two doing here anyway? He demanded. This is the second-year dorm and your fourth years. Why don't you go and annoy Percy or find Lee or something, muttered Ron. Well, we can see when we're not wanted, right Forge, George said. Right Gred, Fred agreed. See you Americanos, Neville, Nathaniel, George said. With that, Forge and Gred. Fred and George sped off without another word to their friends. Harry shrugged. It was getting late anyway. Usually he stayed up late visiting the underworld, but school has started again, and with Dumbledore hovering around like an oversized fly, then it was impossible to go to the underworld. Americano, muttered Eve darkly. You're the only Americano here, laughed Harry. Cat and I were born in Britain. Can't believe how long it's been since we first met, Eve shook her head. I know, Harry agreed. I want to change, Ron grouched. Can't you do that behind the curtains? Asked Harry. It's my dorm, Ron retorted. I want to be able to dress in peace. It's our dorm too, Neville said, gesturing to Nathaniel and Harry. Thank you, Harry agreed. And we say that the girls can stay. Ronnikins. Harry smirked at the red's head blush. Shut it, Ron muttered, embarrassed. Sure thing, Ronnikins, Harry grinned. Well, as much as I'd like to see Ronnikins strip, I think it's time for us to leave, Cat said. Cat and Eve got up and hurriedly left the room. Harry didn't much blame them. Seamus joined them soon after. Apparently he had a crush on Cat and was avoiding her. The boys then got changed and then went to bed. Harry was unable to get to sleep for many hours until finally he slipped into a restless sleep about dracons and red-haired girls. Harry awoke sometime later in the night with a groan. He sometimes really hated being a demigod. Faint light was filtering through the curtains. Realizing he wasn't going to get any more sleep tonight, Harry decided that he may as well start looking for a place for animagus training. At this time in the morning, it should be quite enough for his explorations to remain undiscovered. Harry slipped out of the garish red and gold in bed and into his black robes with the Gryffindor badge as the only spot of color. He made sure that his wand sword that he always kept on his bedside just in case was in its holster, ready to be drawn at a flick of a hand. His dreams were making him edgy. In the early morning, the common room was empty of everything but the crackling of the embers in the fireplace. Harry left the silent room. Soon as he got out of sight of any portraits, he cloaked himself in shadows so that nobody could see what he was looking for. Harry began his exploration of the castle. Harry found a kitchen full of house elves. Harry looked around as they rushed up to him with offers of food and drink. Harry quickly assured them that he did not anything. The elves' ears drooped at this. Harry did ask for a seat, which brightened the elves somewhat. Harry found him on a small stool by the blazing fire. Do any of you know a house elf named Dobby? Asked Harry. The master elf stepped forward. I trained him before he was bought by Lord and Lady Malfoy. Malfoy? Asked Harry, surprised. Yes, sir, bowed the elf. As in Draco Malfoy? Asked Harry. Yes, sir, nodded the elf. MMH, murmured Harry. So what the Malfoys plotting, sir? Asked the elf. Nothing, Harry said quickly. I just have to keep an eye out on Malfoy from now on. Thanks for the help, Hans, the elf replied. Well, thank you, Hans, Harry smiled. Harry left the kitchen frowning, thinking on what he had just found out. So Dobby's masters were the Malfoys. That meant that either they had sent Dobby to try and get Harry to not come back to Hogwarts, Harry wouldn't put it past Draco. But Harry had a feeling that the scared little elf was genuine. Anyway, if they had sent Dobby, then they would have found out about Harry being dark. They would have then either tried to recruit him to their so-called cause in wiping out Muggles and all those who had impure blood, or reported him to the Ministry and have him arrested on account of him using illegal magic. That left the only other option, as Dobby had seen his masters plotting something that he did not agree with and snuck away to try and protect his hero. Harry felt that this was the most reasonable theory. He wondered how much Draco knew. It was most likely his father, considering Draco's talents did not lie in masterful plots. At around 8, Harry had decided, mainly due to his rumbling stomach, that it was time for breakfast. Harry was walking up to the Great Hall when he saw the small blonde girl with the large eerie gray eyes who had been sorted into Ravenclaw yesterday. Luna Lovegood. The girl was backed into a wall by a couple of Gryffindor first years. The taller of boys was Aubrey Wood, brother of Captain Wood. The first year had hair like his brother's, was brown but was far messier. He still had a round look that Captain Wood had grown out of sometime before Harry's first year, and the same brown eyes as his brother. He actually looked very much like Oliver Wood, apart from the fact that where Oliver was muscular, Aubrey was a little bit weedy. His fellow was a square-jawed with curly, short black hair boy that Harry had not caught the name of. His gray eyes shone with intelligence even if face looked blank and naive. His face was pale, like he didn't go out into the sun very often. Harry had a feeling that this boy was the one behind this display of bullying. "Oi, leave her alone," Harry snapped at the two boys. "Or what?" demanded the young Wood. "Or we can speak to your brother about bullying your sister's housemate," Harry said coolly. Harry didn't know Oliver Wood well, but if half the things that Kat said about him were true, then he would not stand for his younger brother ganging up on a petite girl 2-on-1. Neither of the first years were particularly muscular, but they both seemed to be tall, well taller than the little blonde girl anyway. True enough, Wood paled and snapped his jaw shut, stepping away from the little girl. He looked between his new friend, Harry, and the blonde girl. He was obviously rethinking his actions now that his 16-year-old brother was involved. It was as Harry had suspected, that he was only acting this way out of loyalty to his friend. "Coward," muttered the other boy. "Torrin," muttered Wood. "Just leave it." "Torrin, you're calling him a coward, yet it is you who is ganging up 2-on-1 on a little girl," Harry said. "She's a freak," Torrin argued, "going on about things that don't exist." "Is she now?" Harry asked icily. "Yeah," Torrin said, thinking he was being agreed with. "So you decided to gang up on her?" asked Harry. "We were being Gryffindors and defending against dark ways of thinking," Torrin said. "She's trying to infect us with her insanity. We have done nothing wrong. Nagels and Erumpets, everyone knows they're only figments of the insane." "You told me we were defending my sister against dark magic," Wood said angrily. "Aubrey," hissed Torrin. "I'm sorry, my sister was always the smart one," Wood said. "I should never have listened to him." "It is not me that you have to apologize to," Harry said. "I'm sorry, Luna," Wood said. "Good," Harry said. "It is okay, Aubrey Wood," Luna Lovegood said dreamily. "You should choose your friends carefully," warned Harry. "I'm sorry," Wood said. "Both of you are cowards," scowled Torrin. "How either of you got into Gryffindor?" Torrin trailed off. "No, that is you," Harry said, taking a step forward. "It is not brave or noble to gang up on minorities. She may be a little on the odd side. And if she's talking about unknown creatures, how are we to know whether or not they just haven't been discovered yet? Are you really so arrogant to believe that wizards have discovered everything? Don't you think you're acting like Muggles? Refusing to believe out of fear?" Harry stepped forward and pinned the first year to the wall. Harry let his own walls drop minutely. The boys shuddered, feeling the death in the atmosphere. Harry didn't usually use his powers to frighten people, but when it was the case of preventing bullying, Harry was more than happy to make an exception. "You are being neither brave nor noble," Harry said coolly. "You are just a bully, and if I ever hear of anything like this again, I will make sure you regret it. Do you understand me, Torrin?" Harry demanded. Why, yes," stuttered Torrin. "Good," smiled Harry. He let go of the boy and pulled his walls around his power back up so he was no longer radiating death. Torrance scampered into the Great Hall, obviously not wanting to remain in the Prince of Death's presence a moment longer. Harry watched the boy going, hoping this would stop the boy becoming a bully. "That goes for you too, Wood," Harry said. "Fair enough," agreed Aubrey. Aubrey left, trying to make it not obvious that he was running away from the boy who lived. He had been trying to show he was as good as his captain and heir big brother and Ravenclaw twin sister. Aubrey was not sporty like Oliver, nor was he smart like Allie, who was their parents' little girl. He was just the third Wood sibling. "You okay?" asked Harry as soon as the first-year Gryffindors had left. "Thank you, son of Hades," the blonde girl said. "Thank you, son of Hades," the blonde girl said. Harry's heart almost stopped beating at this point. How was it that this little witch knew who he was, and more to the point what he was? He would have to make sure that she swore to never reveal this to anyone if she wasn't a threat. If she was, then he would obliviate her of all knowledge concerning gods and demigods. Harry quickly pulled the girl off into a deserted room just off the hallway. He put up "Notice Me Not" charm and privacy bubble. Then Harry put a locking charm on the door. Whatever the first year knew, he didn't want anyone overhearing. Especially those who were likely to report to Albus Dumbledore or Lord Voldemort, and considering there were few neutral witches and wizards about, that was most people were on one or the other. "Nobody was there," Luna said calmly, as though this happened all the time. "How do you know?" Harry asked gruffly, feeling threatened. Luna just smiled mysteriously. "The Nargles told me." "The Nargles don't exist, do they?" Harry asked. Luna smiled mysteriously once again. "They infest the mistletoe." "There's no mistletoe around," pointed out Harry. Luna smiled. "No, there is not." "Distracting me won't work," Harry said. "How do you know who my father is?" "The Nargles told me," Luna said. Harry sounded disbelieving. "How do the Nargles know?" "They're Molinos," Luna said. "Molinoe?" asked Harry. "As in the goddess of ghosts?" "And your half-sister," added Luna. "I never thought of it like that," mused Harry. "She lives in the underworld, but I've never really seen much of her. But what do Nargles have to with her?" "You mean spirits who do not have a true form, don't you?" "You know a lot about spirits," Luna said. "Son of Hades," Harry smiled. "They speak to you," Harry murmured. "You're not Molino's daughter?" "Granddaughter," corrected Luna. "Granddaughter?" Harry asked. "What does that make me, your great-uncle or something?" "Demigods are not related to one another," Luna said calmly. I know, otherwise most gods and demigods would be incestuous," Harry said. "That is why Dad was able to have me with my mum," Luna said. "So are both your parents demigods?" asked Harry. "Just Dad," Luna said. "Athena's my mum. That explains you being in Ravenclaw." "How many goddesses are in your family tree?" asked Harry. "Athena and Molinoe to start off with, then you're distantly related to Hecate." "People think I'm weird," Luna said offhandedly. "They call me loony," she said casually. "They do they?" Harry scowled. "I don't mind really," Luna said. "Well, I do," Harry said sharply. "You're radiating death," Luna said casually. Harry forced himself to relax. "Sorry, it just reminded me of the way I was treated at St. Gregory's. They were scared of me." "Do they think you're a heliopath?" asked Luna. "Fire spirits?" Harry asked. "Helios, fire spirits," agreed Luna. Before he faded, Harry said, "Well, no, they do not think I'm a heliopath. I do radiated death, though, which tends to creep people out. You're not mad. Most mortals, even descendants, don't get people like us." "Thank you, Harry Potter," Luna smiled. "Why don't you go to camp?" asked Harry. "I know some of your half-siblings. I'm friends with a girl called Annabeth Chase. She wants to be an architect when she's older." "Dad was made to feel unwanted," Luna said softly. "Because Molinoe is a minor goddess, or because of the death thing?" asked Harry. "Dad doesn't like talking about it," Luna replied. Harry nodded. "I can understand that. Few people at camp know who my father is. They just think I'm another unclaimed kid. Not even Annabeth knows. Cat, Eve, Raven and Chiron are the only ones who know." Dad taught me about the beings that exist, Luna said. Of course he did, Harry grinned. So do you want to meet my friends? As long as we are not caught up by some heliopaths, Luna said. Harry snorted. That would cause a delay. The granddaughter of the goddess of ghosts and the son of the Lord of the Dead walked side by side into the great hall. Luna followed Harry to the Gryffindor table. It wasn't common for the houses to intermingle, but there wasn't anything in the rules against it. It was only feast days, and when they had visitors was it mandatory for you to present yourselves at the house tables at meal times. Hey guys, Harry grinned. This is Luna Lovegood. I met you before the sorting, Nathaniel said, looking unnerved. Nice necklace, Hermione said, looking unimpressed, taking in her butterbeer cork necklace. Hermione, Harry frowned. You're in my sister's house, right? Captain Wood asked. I actually wanted to talk to you, Harry said. About your brother, Aubrey. Harry, moaned Cat, looking embarrassed. He and his friend Torrin had Luna pinned to the wall, Harry said, hellfire green eyes flashing dangerously. I doubt Oliver cares what his Gryffindor brother was doing to the Ravenclaw loony, Ron Weasley spoke up. Harry's eyes burned like the killing curse. Luna is not a loony. She is unique, which is a lot more than I can say about you. You are nothing but a jealous, bullying bastard with the IQ of a flobberworm. The brightest part one can say about you is your hair. By the time Harry had finished his speech, waves of death were rolling off him, and people said that Harry had inherited his father's temper. Not that Harry really had much of a chance of being even tempered with the Lord of the Dead as his father and a fiery redhead as his mother. Harry had a feeling that when he was angry he took more after Hades than Lily. Ron Weasley, Oliver Wood and everyone else in the vicinity appeared to be shuddering at the waves coming off him. It was only Luna who appeared unaffected, standing calmly beside him. Harry had a feeling it was his goddess half-sister's blood in her that was protecting her from feeling the same as everyone else was. Harry took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Slowly those around him stopped flinching and cowering away from his fury. He really had to stop doing that. Harry blamed being a preteen son of Hades. You had all the power of being a son of Hades combined with hormonal imbalance. It was not a good combination. You calm? Asked Nathaniel. You're certainly scary when you're angry. No kidding. George shook his head, for once not laughing. You're not like I expected you to be, shuddered Ginny. Are you always like this? Only when he loses his temper, Cat said casually. He's fine every other time. Just don't get on his bad side and you'll be fine. There were mutterings around the hall. Harry decided that it was probably better to leave before he did or said something that he couldn't take back. His group of friends followed after him out of the great hall. It was only after he had left did Harry realize that he wasn't sure where he should go now. Hey Luna, you wouldn't happen to know of any large, secret rooms in Hogwarts? Harry asked. Considering it was his long-dead half-sister who had placed much of the magic within the walls of Hogwarts, then it was more than likely that Hogwarts herself could have communicated with the blonde girl. Otherwise Harry would just go and raise the founders of Hogwarts to see if they had created any places that Harry could use. How would she know? Asked George, looking insulted that a new first year could know more about Hogwarts than he. She just seems to be very knowledgeable. Harry shrugged, giving Luna a pointed look. So do you? Harry asked. Eve raised an eyebrow, giving Harry a look that told him that after they got rid of the ones not in on the secret, they were so having a long talk about throwing around his powers and Luna Lovegood. Harry was more than happy to tell his friends once they were on his own. It wasn't like they would betray one of their own. There's nothing in any books, Hermione muttered. Are you okay? Asked Neville. I know what it's like to be bullied. Harry won't stand for anyone hurting you. He really hates bullies. Neville knew what a lot of the braver Gryffindors could be like. To people like Neville and Luna and Hermione, the odd, brainy and shy. Neville had been called a squib by both Gryffindors and Slytherins. If it wasn't for Harry, he doubted that he would have anyone for that he would be forever grateful. I know what it's like to be an outside, Harry explained. I was one when I lived in Britain. I was never bullied. The other school children were a little frightened of me because of my accidental magic, but I had no friends, so I won't stand for others to be bullied. So I seem to gather around the lonely and odd. Apart from Fred, George and Nathaniel. Harry grinned quite suddenly at the twins. But Nathaniel's family. Why become friends with the Weasley terrors? Asked Eve. Amusement. Harry said straight-faced. Got to have some laughter in life. Hermione snorted. Don't be ridiculous, we all know that you care for them. I also care for Morty, Harry said. A three-headed dog with a taste for human flesh. That's disgusting, Neville muttered. It's no worse than Devil's Snare, Harry replied. How many man-eating plants are there? Hundreds, muttered Hermione. Precisely, Harry grinned. How is Morty any worse than them, Neville? He eats what meat is available to him, so do they. It is just nature. You can be very grim sometimes, George commented. Can't help my personality, Harry replied. I can't see any way he wouldn't be, Eve shook her head. But that what makes you fun to be around, grinned George. You cause so much trouble, grinned Fred. Thanks, muttered Harry darkly. Glad to know you love me, Harry muttered. Didn't know I was your type, grinned George. Not really, Harry shuddered slightly. What you against gays? Fred pouted. Of course not, Harry said, thinking of his late stepfather. Just you. The come-and-go room on the 7th floor corridor, Luna said dreamily. The come-and-go room? Asked Nathaniel. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Nathaniel seemed to half remember so much of the castle but not this come-and-go room. Nathaniel was quite relieved by this fact. He was sure that he was going mad. He'd never stepped foot in the castle, yet he knew it. It was impossible but true. And he couldn't explain it away by his mother's stories, because not all of this was in her stories. After all, she had been a snake. I've never heard of it, Nathaniel admitted. It's not in Hogwarts a history, Hermione said, sounding insulted that one of her precious books had failed her. Odd, did Hermione's precious books fail her, sang George. Considering it's a room used for rule breakers, do you think that anyone's going to publish it? Asked Harry. What troublemaker do you know is going to do something as academic as writing a book? I can't believe how many troublemakers I'm involved with, groaned Hermione. Do we have time to go now? Asked Harry. Eve checked her watch, 8:10. 50 minutes to check this room out, Harry grinned. Lead the way, Luna. The group of friends began to make it up to the 7th floor corridor where the come-and-go room was located. Luna began pacing back and forth opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls how to tap dance. Harry was convinced that Dionysus had driven him mad for some reason, because no sane wizard would try and train trolls. Luna, what are you doing? Asked Harry. Have you forgotten how to get there? Asked Neville. I do that all the time. Harry, whispered Hermione, sidling up to her friend. Are you sure she knows? She seems a little odd. Hermione trailed off. How do you know her anyway? Harry, tell me what's going on. Hermione fell silent as a door appeared in the middle of the wall. The strange girl smiled dreamily and entered. The others followed her in. They were now in a large, airy room with lots of paintings in. Several squashy armchairs and a large rug. Luna ignored the armchair in favor for the rug, where she sat cross-legged humming a Muggle tune under her breath. Oh, breathed Hermione. Yeah, grinned Harry. Told you she'd know. Sorry, Hermione said. But what is this place? The come-and-go room, Eve said. Just like Luna said, grinned Eve. How did she know? Demanded Hermione. Eve shrugged. Does it matter? The brunette asked. We've found a room. So we're still going to do it? Asked Hermione nervously, looking nervously at Luna, who looked far too all-knowing. Does she know? Hermione asked Eve. What are you two girls whispering about? Called Nathaniel. Nothing, Hermione said quickly. We were just talking. Come on, Hermione, let's sit, Eve said. Eve jumped onto a brown leather wing-backed armchair. Hermione wondered whether she had any sugar recently or whether it was just her normal hyperactive behavior. Hermione much more gracefully sat down in a brown leather chair beside Fred. The group of friends, both old and new, found their seats. Cool room, grinned Eve. Can we move the chairs though? She asked. It changes on your wishes, Luna said quietly. Most people find it by accident. You can practice your animagi transformations here. I wouldn't mind joining. Of course you can, grinned Harry. Just don't tell the teachers. How did you know? Demanded Hermione. Harry, did you tell her? She turned to the green-eyed demigod. No, I didn't, Harry replied, looking completely calm. So how did you know? Asked Eve. The Nargles told me, Luna said seriously. The Nargles are quite chatty, laughed Harry. What in God's name are Nargles? Demanded Kat, staring at the smaller blonde girl. I've never heard of them. I'll explain later, Harry said, quickly giving Kat a pointed look. All right, Kat understood. Shouldn't we go and get our timetables? Asked Neville. Yes. We should. I completely forgot, Hermione squealed. She hopped out of her seat and rushed off, leaving the rest of her friends gaping after her. It was as though the timetables wouldn't be there anymore if she left it any longer. Harry was actually surprised that Hermione had forgotten about the New Year's timetables at all. He knew she would have memorized the timetables by the end of breakfast. Why don't you boys go on ahead? Harry said. I'd like to keep the girls to myself. Ah, a boy after my own heart, Fred grinned. We will see you and the lovely ladies later. Fred, George and Nathaniel took off with Neville following after them after giving them a strange look. Harry was sure that it wouldn't be long until the heir of the Longbottom house began to question the oddities about his friends. Harry pulled them into an empty classroom where there was an old blackboard with a series of complicated equations. I'm guessing you two want to know about Luna, Harry said. Yes, she knows about us. No, she will not tell anyone. She and her father are one of us. You're kidding, was the first thing Kat said. So do you know who your mom is? She asked, trying to keep jealousy out of her voice. 2 gods in 2 generations, Eve said. You must be very powerful. Harry smiled sadly at Kat. Athena, he said immediately. And her grandmother is Melinoe, my goddess half-sister, Harry laughed. Harry Potter's my great-uncle, smiled Luna. So what does that make you, Wisdom's ghost? Questioned Kat with a laugh. There was silence. Right, let's get our timetables, Harry suggested. You gonna radiate death? Asked Kat with a grin. You've terrorized enough people for one day. You don't want Dumbledore questioning you, warned Eve. I'll be good, Harry promised. Good, Eve said. Harry dropped the wards around the classroom. The 4 of them left the small classroom, running into a teacher with long dark hair cascading around her. She was dressed all in maroon, including the hat. The students rarely wore their school hats except on the welcoming and leaving feast. They nodded at her and continued on their way. Who was that? Asked Kat. You've been here longer than me, Harry said. Kat rolled her eyes. But you're nosy. Kat's eyes twinkled. I like to think of it as inquisitive, Harry grinned. Sure you are, Kat said sarcastically. Would you two stop bickering? Eve rolled her eyes. Or I'll turn you into puppies. But they're so cute, grimaced Harry. That's just cruel, Harry said, looking disgusted. I don't do cute. I'm a son of Hades, for crying out loud. I am anything but cute. I think you'd make a nice terrier, Luna interjected. Gee, thanks, muttered Harry darkly. As long as you two don't gang up on me, I'll be fine, Harry told them. Don't, Harry added, seeing the 2 girls' smiles even if Luna's was sort of distant. I'm going to regret you two becoming friends. Aren't I? Harry groaned. How did you find the room anyway? Asked Harry, changing the subject. Don't worry, we won't hurt you, Eve grinned. Well, thank you, muttered Harry. No problem, Eve said chirpily. You are my best friend after all. What about Kat? Harry responded with a grin. One of my best friends, Eve glared at Harry. What about, Harry began. Shut up, Harry, snapped Eve, glaring. You love me really, Harry grinned. You are so frustrating, Eve groaned. Yes, I am, agreed Harry. You do know my glare is better than yours. Harry pointed out to the still glaring Eve Knight. Of course it is, laughed Kat. Harry grinned back at the girls. My glare far more powerful than yours, Harry said. Mine is powered by the underworld, the dead, and Hades himself. Yours is just a mortal glare. Harry Potter's glare of death, laughed Kat. Terrorizing the innocent. Hardly, Eve shook her head. Unless it's Ronald Weasley, Kat laughed. Always fun scaring Ron, Harry agreed with a smirk. You're definitely Hades' son, Kat commented. You say that like it's a bad thing, Harry retorted. I happen to like being a son of Hades. Harry and the four girls re-entered the great hall where there was a sudden silence. Harry ignored them and slipped down into his vacated seat. He met the eyes of Severus, who shook his head at the boy's stupidity. Harry couldn't help but agree losing his temper like that was not a good idea. Harry had managed to inherit Hades' temper, making him a volatile person to be around at times. Harry retrieved his second-year timetable from Professor McGonagall after a piercing look mingled with concern. As strict as McGonagall was, she had a heart of gold. When she became the headmistress of Hogwarts, Harry would be only too glad. He really hated the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Oh no, groaned Eve. What? Asked Neville nervously. Something wrong, Hermione said, doodling on her timetable. Eve's not looking forward to defense, Luna said knowledgeably. Lockhart looks like a pompous ass, agreed Dean. Harry nodded. His books seem more about his hair than defense. We're going to have another useless defense teacher. Isn't that always the case? Nodded Eve. So what have you lot got first? Charms, Luna said softly. Herbology, shrugged Seamus. Brilliant, grinned Neville. You're obsessed, Harry told the other boy. It's not his fault you don't like herbology. Eve shook her head. I do prefer transfiguration though. I think we should head to class, Harry said. Harry got up. There were other students beginning to move towards their classes depending on how far away they were. Considering it was a large castle, then it could be quite a distance with a few flights of moving stairs and corridors between them and their class. Harry often wondered what they did with all the spare rooms. Harry, Hermione, Nathaniel and Neville headed outside to the greenhouses whilst the others headed up the stairs to their various classrooms. The three of them were the first to arrive outside the greenhouses. The Hufflepuffs arrived soon after, but the class had almost started before the others. Gryffindors came. Greenhouse 3, Sprout said cheerfully as always. Harry took a bench with his other three friends, Harry and Nathaniel on one side with Neville and Hermione on the other. Neville and Hermione were both looking as eager as each other. This of course was Hermione's normal expression for any class, but it was only herbology that Neville did a Hermione in. If Neville didn't end up doing a mastery in herbology, Harry would eat his father's cloak of the souls of the dead. Harry still had no idea what he wanted to do with his life. Probably not an Auror, as he was more likely to stab dark wizards than capture them. Nor was he interested in animals or plants. Healing wasn't really his thing. He wanted to do something that kept his interest, but he had no idea what. Still, he had plenty of time to decide what to do. Harry looked around the greenhouse. Professor Sprout was standing at a trestle bench at the front of the other benches that the students were arranged around in sets of 4. There were a bunch of multicolored earpuffs that looked truly sickening in Harry's opinion. Harry would have been much happier if there was a nice pair of black ones somewhere. So what are the plants? Asked Harry. Mandrakes, Neville whispered. What? Harry asked blankly. Plants are not my forte, Harry muttered darkly. We'll be repotting mandrakes today, Professor Sprout said, calling silence to the chatting students. Shush, hissed Hermione at her friends. Professor Sprout's talking. Professor Sprout gave a sharp look to the demigod, the witch and the wizard, having heard the three students chattering amongst themselves even if it was about the subject. Pomona Sprout wasn't a strict teacher but didn't approve of people interrupting her lesson. Mr. Longbottom, since you seem to know so much about mandrakes, you can tell us the properties of the mandrakes. Neville unsurprisingly went red but answered whilst inspecting the scuffed leather of his shoes. The mandrakes have a piercing cry that when mature will kill the listener. Useful, murmured Harry. Neville heard and gave his friend a small grin. They are also used in restorative potions. Very good, Mr. Longbottom. Professor Sprout gave a small smile. Take 10 points to Gryffindor. The Gryffindors grinned at each other. Harry clapped Neville on the back whilst Neville looked quite shocked. Neville's confidence issues rather than intelligence were what kept him from getting more points than he did. Neville if possible went redder but looked quite pleased with himself at the points he had received. As Mr. Longbottom has just pointed out, only the cry of full-grown mandrakes will kill you, so we're starting off with seedlings so we don't have any accidents. Professor Sprout started making several Hufflepuffs and Neville looked relieved whilst Ron Weasley rolled his eyes, gaining attention from the herbology professor. However, they will knock you out for several hours. As I am sure Madame Pomfrey doesn't want to have to deal with unconscious students on the first day back. Be sure to make sure they're on tight, she said, looking directly at Ronald. There was a rush to get the earmuffs, as no one wanted the lurid pink ones that Harry was sure that Dumbledore would have loved. Harry inwardly shuddered at having to wear bright pink earmuffs which were liable to make his ghostly skin look even more ghostly in comparison. Once everyone had their earmuffs safely on and Professor Sprout had given them the all-clear, making sure that everyone was safely wearing their earmuffs, Professor Sprout wore one of the left-behind pink earmuffs that clearly none of the class had wanted. She grabbed one of the plants and pulled up, revealing a very ugly baby. Harry gaped. Plants had never been his forte, but even he could see that this plant would be favored by Demeter. Under the brightly colored leaves the fat baby was mottled green. Professor Sprout buried the mandrake in a pot of soil, then signaled that they could take their earmuffs off, which the class all did. "Did you see that?" asked Neville excitedly. "I can't believe we're on Greenhouse 3 already. She must have moved us ahead. Usually you don't enter Greenhouse 3 till March." "How did you know that?" asked Hermione. "Gran takes me to all the ministry conventions she's invited to," shrugged Neville. "I talked to the other kids there." "Okay, quieten down," Professor Sprout called over the students. "I want you to repot the mandrakes safely," Professor Sprout said sternly, looking at some of the students who had to be corrected on wearing mandrakes safely. "There will be 4 to a tray, and be careful of the venomous tentacula, its teeth." She slapped a plant with dark red, spiky leaves. "Wow, that comes all the way from China," Neville whispered. "Where did you read that?" demanded Hermione. "Oh, one of the books in the Longbottom library," shrugged Neville. "You have a library?" Hermione demanded enviously. "Most archaic families do," shrugged Neville. "The Potters have a large collection on transfiguration, which is something the Potters were famed for their transfiguration skills." "In the Potter mansion, right?" Harry asked. "Yeah, you'll inherit when you turn 17, Neville smiled. Neville and Hermione's conversation on libraries was interrupted by Ron Weasley attempting to join them. Harry had to bite down a groan. The youngest Weasley had wanted to be friends with the boy who lived since they'd met, but Harry had no interests in a boy who just wanted him for his fame. "Hello, Ron," Harry said coolly. "Aren't you going to join Dean and Seamus?" "Parvati and Lavender are working with them," explained Ron. "Of course they are," muttered Harry. "But as you can see, Hermione, Neville, Nathaniel and I make up for." Thankfully they were told to put their earmuffs on, so conversation was ceased once again as Ron was forced to join a group of 3 Hufflepuffs. Harry could never understand how the Weasley twins and Ronald Weasley were related. As much as the twins pretended otherwise, they were intelligent, but Ron was just an idiot. The class was quiet and hard work, but it flew by, so they were thankfully saying goodbye to Ron and heading up for a quick wash to get the mud and sweat accumulated in the greenhouses off. Neville was grinning red-faced. "That was fun," Neville said happily. Transfiguration was the next class, which was Hermione's favorite subject, so they were forced to sit at the front of the class by the bushy-haired 12-year-old. They were asked to transfigure the beetle into a button, which Harry honestly couldn't see the point of. "When will this ever be of use in real life?" muttered Harry darkly. "Be quiet," hissed Hermione. Professor McGonagall looked over at the 3 students. "Mr. Potter, would you please repeat the question? When will we ever need to transfigure beetles into buttons in real life?" Harry repeated, staring McGonagall right in the eye. "You're right, in all likelihood this will never be needed," agreed McGonagall. "However, the basic wand movements, incantations and magic used in these simple transfigurations will be needed for the more advanced transfigurations, which will be used in real life. Does everyone understand?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry muttered. "Good, Mr. Potter. If you have any problems with the syllabus, you are more than welcome to discuss them after class, Professor McGonagall said sternly. The incantation is Brucus Piga, with a sharp prod towards the beetle. Like so Brucus Piga, she demonstrated easily turning the beetle into a perfect black button. Harry had never had any real problem with transfiguration, unlike poor Neville, who struggled with the basics of transfiguration. He understood the theory, which was what got him acceptables in the subject. However, he really struggled with the practical side of things. For some reason Harry didn't get. True enough, he hated the theory side of things, but that was his dyslexia for him. Harry jabbed his wand at the beetle, which was scuttling towards Neville, Brucus Piga. He imagined his magic embracing the beetle with its tendrils and transforming it into what Harry wanted. He focused on the round and shininess of the beetle, which was already in line with a button. It transformed into a perfect black button. Beside him Hermione had done the same thing. Neville, however, was struggling to do anything. "I don't understand why it's not working," Harry frowned. "You've got the right pronunciation and wording." "I'm just useless at transfiguration," Neville said, downcast. "Do you want it and believe that it can be transformed into a beetle?" Harry asked. "For successful transformation you have to believe it can work. Like this, imagine your magic embracing the beetle, looking at how round and shiny the beetle is. Recall the same structures within a button. If you can make the beetle into a button in your mind, your magic should be able to replicate it." It wasn't until Harry had finished speaking that Harry realized that a lot of the other students were listening intently to what Harry had been saying. Neville's button still had antennae, but he was doing a lot better than before. McGonagall was smiling slightly at him. "Thank you, Mr. Potter, for the succinct summary of effective transfiguration," Professor McGonagall said. "I hope you all will remember that for future lessons." "Thanks, Harry," beamed Neville. "I've almost got it now." "No problem," Harry smiled. "I just understand transfiguration, you know." Neville smiled. "You are a Potter. Transfiguration and defense are your best areas." Yeah," Harry said. "So do you reckon Eve will have survived Lockhart?" "Of course she will," Hermione said bossily before going into a stream about how wonderful Lockhart was. "I think Hermione has a crush," grinned Harry. Hermione blushed. "Do not." Harry just grinned at his friend. Hermione scowled at the raven-haired boy and hit him lightly on the arm, causing the boy to grin more widely. They found the 2 third-year girls and 2 fourth boys they were friends with already at the table. "Hermione has a crush on Lockhart," Harry sang as Neville snickered. "Does she now?" grinned Fred. "That idiot," snorted Eve, making room between her and Cat for Harry. His first lesson was a test on his books. "There is a lot of knowledge," Hermione began. "That began with Lockhart's favorite color," Eve continued. "You're kidding?" Fred asked incredulously. "I wish," Cat scowled. "How are we going to learn anything with idiots like this teaching us?" "Maybe we should start up a study group," suggested Neville. "What?" asked Neville as everyone stared. "My parents met at one. Where do you think a 7th-year Hufflepuff met a 5th-year Gryffindor?" "We should talk to Luna," Harry said. "Get the Ravenclaws to join. It should be open to all houses." "Yes, even Slytherins." Harry fixed the twins with a glare. "As long as they're willing to be respectful to all members." "We should talk to McGonagall, find a study space," Hermione said. "I'll talk to Snape, see if he has suggestions for Slytherins," Harry said. "Hermione can talk to McGonagall, and whoever sees Luna first can talk to her." "We need a name," grinned Fred. "How about DWL?" suggested Eve. "What's DWL?" asked Neville. "Down with Lockhart," grinned Eve. "I don't think McGonagall would agree with a hate campaign against one of her colleagues," Hermione said shrilly. "How about the DA?" suggested Hermione. "Standing for the Defense Association. It tells people what we do without being biased." She threw an annoyed look at Eve. "But it's so boring," moaned George. "Why don't we ask the members when we start it up?" Harry suggested, wanting to break up an argument. They were about to continue the discussion when suddenly there was a flash, causing the group to blink. Harry saw the little first-year boy that had been sorted into Gryffindor yesterday grinning up at the older students. "I'm Colin Creevey," he said in a high-pitched voice that made Harry wince. "What was that for?" muttered Harry. "I just wanted to prove that I've met you," Colin grinned. "You've met me, so leave," Harry said angrily. He really hated people who only saw his scar. Colin's face fell. But I wanted to ask if you would sign it? No, I bloody well will not sign your blasted photograph, Harry snapped. I am trying to attend school in peace without any bloody stalkers who only see me for the scar I got when my parents were murdered, for God's sake. By the end of his rant, Colin was shivering along with anyone with the vicinity. Malfoy looked like he wanted to say something, but from the look on the son of Hades' face decided against it. Harry stood up and stormed out of the Great Hall. Harry, called a girl's voice. What? Harry wheeled around, coming face to face with Luna. Luna? Harry asked in surprise. You're radiating anger, Luna told him. Harry knew what the blonde girl meant and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, calming himself down. Harry knew what he got like when he was angry, thanks to his father's ichors. He then smiled at the small girl. Thanks, Harry sighed. Sorry about that bad temper. Don't worry about it, smiled Luna. We all have problems, she said, referring to demigods. Tell me about it, muttered Harry. Hey, Luna, how about you join our defense club? Of course, smiled Luna, as if she knew he was about to ask this, which she probably did. Thanks, Luna, Harry smiled. Have fun in defense, smiled Luna. Fun? Asked Harry. From all the things I've heard about Lockhart, fun is going to be the last thing on my mind. Harry was the first to arrive at defense against the dark arts class, where he found a seat at the back of the class. Hermione and Neville soon joined their dark-haired friend. Neville smiled sympathetically at the black-haired boy, whilst Hermione gave Harry a sharp look for his display. Sorry about back there, I hate it when people mention my fame, Harry said. I get it, Neville said, and he did. I'd feel the same if people came up to me and wanted to know me just because of what happened to my parents. Harry nodded sadly. Thanks. Lockhart then walked in with a ludicrous grin on his face, like he had just been awarded immortality by Zeus. Harry just stared at him like he had lost his mind, shaking his head. He didn't understand how a man could be so narcissistic. Harry almost groaned. He had heard at camp that one of Narcissus' many children had married into a wizard family. Could it be the Lockharts? He'd have to check up with Eve and Kat after class. Lockhart picked up one of Parvati Patil's Lockhart books, where the photograph of Lockhart was smiling and waving roguishly at the students. Harry wondered how many pictures of Lockhart there were in this room between the books and the walls that were plastering. The wall. You could see what Lockhart thought was most important in the world. Me. Lockhart pointed at the picture. I'd never guess, Harry whispered dryly, ignoring the annoyed look from Hermione and giggles from Neville. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League and 5 times winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the abandoned banshee by smiling at her. They were handed out the papers, which were as useless as Eve had told them they were. Harry had been hoping that his friend had been over-exaggerating somehow. Harry didn't even bother to pick his quill up. Instead he stood up, which got the whole class staring at him. I'd like to ask you, Lockhart, how is this, he sneered, is going to prepare us for fighting the dark arts or even our owls? Now, Mr. Potter, Lockhart said in a voice Harry hadn't heard since he found Camp Half-Blood. I am a teacher, I know better than you, voice. I have been fighting the dark arts for many years. That you would know if you had read the books. Really, because all I've got is your favorite color is lilac, Harry said coldly. For example, you said you were able to change the Wagga Wagga werewolf back into human form by a charm. I know for a fact that is impossible. The spell you used is used to turn animagi back into the human forms, but does not work on werewolves, or wolves would already be cured. Gilderoy Lockhart had a shocked look on his face at being caught out by a 12-year-old child. Gilderoy was planning to obliviate the boy and the whole class of the fact he had failed to properly check up the material for his book. You should know Transfiguration is my second favorite subject next to defense. And I do mean proper defense, not the stuff you teach. Then there is the fact that your travels overlap. For example, you were defeating the Banshee in Ireland at the same time that you were employed to hunt down vampires in Transylvania. Gilderoy flushed at this comment. You know what, I think you're nothing more than a fraud, Harry said coldly, radiating death once more, making the class shudder. You don't know what you're talking about, Lockhart said. Okay, then duel me, Harry said. What? Asked Gilderoy, shocked. If you are capable of all you say you are, the surely beating a 12-year-old boy will be no problem? Asked Harry. Or are you just a coward more concerned with his good looks and reputation than the truth and the ability to actually duel? Okay, Potter, but you should know that I am a fully trained wizard, Lockhart said. Harry just smirked. Then show me what you've got. Now this is a complex shield charm. Lockhart began doing a funny wiggling motion with his wand. Expelliarmus, drawled out Harry. The spell was so strong that Lockhart was flung into the wall. Harry smirked, catching the wand with his carefully honed battle skills. Harry stalked towards the man with a hard look on his pale face that came with the many years he spent training for battle. His bright green eyes were blazing, as furious as hellfire. You're pathetic, murmured Harry into the man's ears. I'll bet if anyone else was willing to teach you'd be out of a job. Don't you dare try and take me on. You have absolutely no idea what I am capable of. I could have a better duel from a firstie than you. Lockhart. Harry stood up. Don't expect me back in class. I can do better without you. Gilderoy looked at the boy with fear, feeling as though something was crawling over his grave. The boy had a dark look on his face, as though he was deciding the best way to torture him. Gilderoy was relieved when the boy turned on his heel and stormed out of the classroom. Harry was sitting at the table for dinner, having cooled down considerable since his confrontation with Lockhart, mainly due to wandering around the Forbidden Forest getting into fights with the creatures there. Hermione, accompanied by Neville and Nathaniel, was the first to arrive. What was that in defense? Demanded Hermione. I was having a bad day, Harry said. You challenged a teacher to a duel, Hermione pointed out. Lockhart was pathetic, Nathaniel said. Complex shield spell, snorted Nathaniel. He just waved his hand around. He really is a fraud, Hermione sighed. What did you say to him to make him so afraid? Neville asked. He was shaking for the rest of the lesson. I just told him that a first year could duel better than him, Harry shrugged. Harry, squawked Hermione. What, it's true, Nathaniel said. We really need to start that defense club. And private animagi training, added Harry in a low voice. We don't want the whole world to know about that. I can't believe someone like that could have become a teacher, Nathaniel shook his head. I see why Mum kept me behind. Me too, agreed Neville. Fred and George came in with grins on their faces. They had obviously heard about what had happened in defense between Harry and Lockhart, as had everyone else by the looks of things. What could he say? Nothing stays secret in Hogwarts. The Hogwarts rumor mill would be the envy of the worst child of Aphrodite. Heard about defense, grinned Fred. You were wicked, agreed George. Thanks guys, muttered Harry, glaring darkly at them. Ah, Gred, Fred wiped imaginary tears away. We trained him well, agreed George. Oh, shut up, Harry said. I was having a bad day and vented. Vented? Demanded George incredulously. You knocked him out, Fred added. Huh? Asked Harry, confused. Since when did Harry knock Lockhart out? Questioned Nathaniel. That's what I heard from Ron, George said. Well, that's not happened, Harry scowled, annoyed. Okay, cool it, George shook his head. What did happen? Asked Fred. Lockhart was giving out his test, Hermione began, only to be interrupted by the younger Weasley twin. When the idea of doing a test was so horrifying, began George. That you went mad, Fred continued. Oh, very funny, scowled Harry. Is that what everyone thinks, that I've gone mad? Asked Harry, slightly worried. The boys find it funny, George said. But the girls are angry at you hurting, began Fred. The smart, brave, handsome, heroic Gilderoy Lockhart, smirked George. But watch out for Percy, warned Fred. He's on the warpath, added George. He should see my warpath, muttered Harry. So what happened? Repeated George. As I was trying to say, Hermione said, annoyed, but was once again interrupted by George. Harry was driven mad by the test, George grinned, speaking over Hermione. Called Lockhart a fraud and pointed out his mistakes, Hermione continued, glaring at the redhead. Go Harry, laughed George once again, interrupting the Muggle-born. Harry gave him a chance to prove himself by challenging Lockhart to a duel, continued Hermione, sounding more than slightly annoyed. Where he knocked him out, laughed George. Lockhart attempted to demonstrate an advanced shield charm by wiggling his wand, snorted Nathaniel. It was pathetic, agreed Harry. Then I disarmed him. With such force that it knocked him into the wall, laughed Nathaniel. I was in a bad mood with Colin before class, explained Harry. We could tell, Nathaniel snorted. You have a terrible temper. I know, Harry agreed, not telling them who he inherited his horrific temper from. But he taught the rest of the class fine, Nathaniel assured them. Oh yeah, what did he do? Asked Harry. He still did the test, snorted Nathaniel. You're kidding? George asked, disbelieving. After Harry slaughtered him for giving it? Hardly slaughtered him, Nathaniel snorted. Just embarrassed him, Hermione said. Which I still can't believe you attacked a teacher. You could be expelled, Harry James Potter. He couldn't actually, George said. It was in a defense class, added Fred. Where a duel was initiated, George continued. So would be counted as a demonstration, finished Fred. Hermione scowled, still Harry. My anger is my worst aspect, Harry agreed. Is the test all you did? No, Nathaniel shook his head. He let loose pixies, Hermione said. He couldn't control them, Neville said. Did he try to contain them? Asked George. Yes, Neville agreed. How? Asked George. Pesky pixie pesternami, replied Nathaniel. I think he meant, pesky pixie lacaisunt, Hermione said, frowning. I can't believe I liked him. Harry, I've got a bone to pick with you, Percy sat beside Harry. I take it this is about dueling, Lockhart, George grinned at his stuffy older brother. Not dueling the way I heard it, frowned Percy. Were you there? Demanded Nathaniel. No, Percy admitted. Then how do you know what happened? Asked Nathaniel almost reasonably, except for the grin on his mischievous face. Percy scowled. Ron was there. Yeah, well, he claimed I knocked Lockhart out, Harry bit out harshly. So you didn't knock out Lockhart? Asked Percy hastily. No, Harry said, frustrated. How many times was he going to have to repeat the story before the day was out? I will say this one last time. I jeweled Lockhart and disarmed him with such strength that it flung him into the wall and told him he was pathetic. And you expect me to believe this? Asked Percy skeptically. The Weasley prefect had never liked the Potter heir. The last time you didn't believe me, it turned out that Quirrell was hosting Voldemort, Harry reminded the older boy, causing Percy to blush. Percy hated being proven wrong, especially by a kid. You think you'd learn it is wiser to trust me, Harry said coolly. Fine, but I am going to talk to McGonagall about this. It is my responsibility as a prefect to report any of my house's misdoings to the head of house. Percy stood up brusquely. Git, muttered Nathaniel. Hope I'm never a prefect. What's wrong with being a prefect? Asked Hermione, hurt. Nothing, Harry said. My mum was a prefect and head girl. As long as you don't like you're better than everyone else. Do you have to terrify everyone? Asked George. I'm not that bad, Harry complained. You really are, Hermione said. I know worse, Harry replied, thinking of Hades. I'll bet you do, muttered Hermione, knowing who Harry was thinking of. Cat and Eve gave Harry a pointed look at the time that Professor McGonagall hurried up the table. Her lips very thin and angry, very. Unlike how she had looked after his demonstration in Transfiguration, clearly Percy had spoke to her. I take it this is about defense, Harry muttered, scowling. Indeed, Mr. Potter, if you would follow me, McGonagall said without waiting for his input, strode out of the Great Hall. Harry, with his ADHD, was able to see Draco Malfoy smirking at him. Harry wasn't worried, however. He knew that Dumbledore needed him too much to allow him to be expelled. Plus, he hadn't exactly done anything wrong by asking for a practical demonstration from his defense teacher. Even if somehow Harry was expelled, he'd simply attend Salem's Institute. Harry already knew a couple of the teachers, like the potions professor was a daughter of Athena, and there were several demigods in Salem Institute. The only reason so many demigods attended Hogwarts was it was where they were needed to keep others out of Dumbledore's hands and protect the world from the combined forces of Dumbledore and Voldemort. They entered McGonagall's office that Harry was becoming far too familiar with. Harry wasn't surprised to see Dumbledore looking grave and disappointed, happily sucking on a lemon drop. If it was any other student, Harry doubted Dumbledore would give a damn, but because he was the bloody boy who lived, he had to be here. That wasn't quite true. If it were for those Dumbledore was sure would become Death Eaters, i.e. the whole of Slytherin house, he would be encouraging expulsion. Dumbledore didn't seem to understand that by discriminating against Slytherin he was pushing them into the welcoming arms of Voldemort. Harry was sure some could be saved if they were just given a chance, like Snape, who had so desperately wanted to belong after years of bullying at the hands of his father and the Marauders. That was why Harry planned to invite all those who were open to not becoming Death Eaters, even if they were in Slytherin house and had parents that were Death Eaters. The mistakes of the father, or mother for that matter, he thought, thinking of Cat, should never be passed on to the child. Also, Dumbledore made sure those who were in his precious Gryffindor house went unpunished. This would create loyalty between them so that the Gryffindors would almost always become part of his order. It was only Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws that Dumbledore didn't give a damn about. Professor Dumbledore. Harry nodded, his bright green eyes displaying no emotion, concealing his absolute hatred of the bumblebee. Harry, Dumbledore nodded, looking disappointed at the boy in front of him, although Harry was sure it was an act to make Harry feel guilty. Please take a seat, McGonagall said, taking her own seat. Sure, Harry sat. I am sure you know why you are here, Professor McGonagall said, disapproving. Because I refuse to be taught defense by someone who doesn't know one end of his wand from the other, Harry retorted. We need defense and we're not learning anything from Lockhart. I saw Voldemort last term. He tried to kill me several times, and I'm not learning anything from Lockhart. You know I can't learn from books. ADHD and all. Have you been thinking about what happened in June a lot? Asked McGonagall with a sympathetic look at Harry. That was McGonagall, she had a golden heart. Okay, time to prove why he could have been in Slytherin. True, he could have been any of the houses. He could play up the traumatized preteen having met his parents' murderer. He knew that McGonagall, having a big heart, would fall for it. Dumbledore would probably just ask Severus to keep an eye on him, not realizing who his loyalties belonged to. Harry and Lily, never Dumbles. Of course I have, snapped Harry. True, he'd been worrying more over Kronos' newfound activity than a maniacal wizard with delusions of grandeur. I am sorry, Harry, McGonagall smiled sadly. It's okay, Harry shrugged. I was thinking about the appalling defense classes and wondered if we could start a club. A club? Asked Professor McGonagall. Yeah, Neville told me that his parents met at a revision club, shrugged Harry. Indeed they did, smiled McGonagall sadly. Yeah, well, I was thinking of doing that, you know, Harry shrugged. Is it going to be practical defense? Asked McGonagall sharply. Of course, Harry said. Then you'll need teachers, McGonagall said. Defensive spells can be dangerous. I know, Harry agreed. I was going to ask Professor Flitwick. He was a dueling champion back in the day, Harry said. Good, good. I'll leave you to sort out the details, Dumbledore said, and left, hoping that these children would be his next recruits, especially if they were loyal to the boy who lived. And Snape, Harry added. He has experience and has combined defense and potions mastery, right? Indeed, McGonagall nodded. I think the Slytherins deserve a chance to learn too, Harry said. Hopefully it would lessen the house rivalry. You'd think that whatever happened between the founders 1,000 years ago would be ancient history rather than get worse as the days go on. I agree, smiled McGonagall. She had always gotten on with Severus and was glad that he had repented on the mistake he had made when he was only 16. She always wondered if she had been harsher on the Marauders, would the same thing have happened. She had just been glad that a boy from a dark family was trying to escape his birth and a werewolf had found acceptance amongst her lions. It was why she was harsher on the Weasley twins. Maybe if she had punished them for their near persecution of Severus Snape, then he wouldn't have turned to the Death Eaters for acceptance. Especially after Lily had cut ties with the young Slytherin. I don't think they would listen to me, but Snape doesn't like me, Harry said, lying, but knew that was what was expected of the two of them. I'll speak to Severus. He's been complaining about the caliber of defense teachers since he was your age, McGonagall admitted, knowing that as long as she didn't mention the name Potter, Severus would be up for it. Thanks, Harry smiled. I'll have it posted on the common room notice boards, McGonagall assured him. Just don't let Lockhart know. He'll insist on coming and passing on his so-called skills to the next generation, muttered Harry darkly. McGonagall gave Harry a disapproving look at the insult to her colleague, but didn't correct the 12-year-old, knowing he was right. She didn't like Lockhart any more than the next person, but he was literally the only person to have applied this year. Before there was always a few, but after one had died it wasn't surprising the interest in applying had dropped to idiots like Lockhart. I'm sorry about my reaction. I've done fencing, sword practice, since I was almost 7, and I've just realized how important it is to use magic as defense. And Lockhart's test was basically a test on his likes and dislikes. The first question was what his favorite color was, Harry complained. Can I ask you to at least show manners in Lockhart's classes, McGonagall told him. Do I have to go? Moaned Harry. Yes, Mr. Potter, defense is a core subject, McGonagall pointed out. That's, Harry began. If you don't wish me to give you a detention, could you please refrain from completing that sentence, warned McGonagall. Yes, Professor McGonagall, muttered Harry mutinously. Harry left McGonagall's office with a grin, happy to have got off without being in any trouble. That was the good thing about being a demigod. You were able to come up with excuses quickly due to all the trouble you were bound to get into on a day-to-day basis. Harry found all of his friends sitting around the table in the Great Hall, where Dumbledore was having a cheery conversation with Professor Sinistra and Snape was glowering at everyone else in the Great Hall. Harry was convinced he had Hades' blood in him from somewhere. So what did McGonagall want? Asked Eve. To tell me off about defense, shrugged Harry. Did you lose any points? Asked Hermione. Nope, Harry grinned. Detention? Asked Hermione. Nope, Harry grinned again. How did you get off? Asked Hermione. I just told them that I was worried about not being good enough at defense after what had happened with Voldemort last term, Harry shrugged. Good one, Harry, laughed George. I spoke to McGonagall about the Defense Association. She thinks it's a good idea, Harry said. She's going to talk to Snape and Flitwick and we'll find somewhere to practice. We can start meditating afterwards. Cool, Nathaniel grinned. The next weekend Harry, Neville and Nathaniel were awoken by Eve and Hermione at God's knows what time in the morning. Harry groaned and attempted to bury his head back into the pillow when his blanket and pillow disappeared, leaving Harry shivering in his pajamas. What? Harry glowered at Eve. Cat and the twins have Quidditch practice, wanna watch? Eve said hyper. Have you had sugar? Asked Harry. Just a couple cans of Coke, shrugged Eve, dancing about. I take it not sugar-free, muttered Harry darkly. Where did you even get Coke at Hogwarts? Asked Harry. I bought them at the airport, Eve said, bouncing up and down. Come on, Quidditch pitch now. I really hate Quidditch, muttered Harry. No, you hate flying, Hermione smiled. Can we get dressed first? Asked Harry. Hermione blushed slightly, pulling the demigod out of the room. Harry shook his head at this point. How did she manage to buy Coke at the airport? Harry would never know, but he could guess that Chiron didn't know about it. 10 minutes later Harry, Neville and Nathaniel were fully dressed in the common room. Neville was still bleary-eyed. He really wasn't a morning person. Harry, however, was wide awake, greeting Eve with a hug. Let's pick up breakfast first, Harry grinned. I think Neville could do with some. Hermione smiled. I think we all could. So the group of 5 grabbed a couple of pieces of toast each and began walking down to the Quidditch pitch. It was a cool, crisp morning for September. Harry couldn't believe Wood had them out so early. When they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, Harry saw that the team were just coming out of the changing rooms. Harry had heart from the twins and Cat about the horrors of Wood's prep talks, but they must have been in there for a good hour. What was Wood doing in there with them? Asked Nathaniel. Harry and Eve snickered at this, gaining a couple of whacks around the head from Hermione, who was sitting in between them. Harry just grinned at the bushy-haired girl, not upset in the slightest. Hermione shook her head in frustration. I always thought they were exaggerating Wood's prep talks. Harry shook his head. Glad I'm not on the team. Apparently not, Neville said, looking as if he agreed with Hades' son. Makes me want to reconsider being on the team, Nathaniel said. By the time there's space, Wood will be off the team, Hermione said. You could take Wood's place. Fifth year, Harry said. I'm more of a chaser, admitted Nathaniel. At that moment the entire Slytherin team made their appearance, causing Harry to groan. This is just what they needed on the first training practice. Since when does any team start training this early? Never mind 2 teams. Wood might be a fanatic, but Flint was not. He was clearly only here to cause trouble. Harry got up wanting to be there when the fireworks hit off, as they were bound to. The Gryffindor and Slytherin team on one field was always going to cause problems. There was a reason why Gryffindor and Slytherin matches were always the first of the year. To keep house rivalries to a minimum. Flint, bellowed a furious Wood, dismounting from his broom. This is our practice time. We got up specially. You can clear off now. Harry shook his head. Slytherins rarely confronted people unless they were sure they could win. If Flint was attempting to take the Gryffindor practice time, that meant he had something up his sleeve. A teacher's permission would go ahead of a captain's request, and Snape had to keep his position as a spy. Plenty of room for all of us, Wood, Flint said snidely. The rest of the team were gathering around Wood, looking murderous, none more so than Kat, who had always hated Slytherins due to the fact her psychotic mother was one. The Slytherins glowered back, their tall, bulky builds contrasting oddly with the slender muscles of the Gryffindor girls and the twins. Only Oliver showed any real muscles. However, Harry could only see 6 team members. Terrence Higgs had graduated the year before, and from what Harry had heard was working at the Daily Prophet in the sports column, not having got into any of the teams he had tried out for. So who was the new seeker? Or were they planning a tryout today? But I booked the pitch, spat out Wood, seething. I booked it, sounding quite mad. Harry winced as Flint smirked, just as Harry had guessed. Flint had a trick up his sleeve to get his practice session when by rights it should be the Gryffindor's turn. Flint pulled a small roll of parchment, confirming Harry's earlier thoughts about Snape. Ah, Flint smirked. I've got a specially signed note from Professor Snape, Flint said, unrolling the parchment and reading it. Professor S. Snape give the Slytherin team permission to practice today on the Quidditch pitch, owing to the need to train their new seeker. That caught Harry's attention. So the Slytherins had acquired a new seeker without so much as a tryout. Nor had flying lessons begun, so they couldn't have talent spotted anyone. Then how had they chosen the seeker unless it was someone with connections? You've got a new seeker? Asked Wood. Where? He demanded. It was always good to get a measure of the new team. And from behind the 6 bulky upper years strode out fellow second year and arrogant gid Draco Malfoy, smirking around as though he had just been made Minister for Magic, not bought his way onto the Slytherin team. How much is Lucius Malfoy paying you to let Draco onto the team? Asked Harry. Draco Malfoy went pink at this, not to Harry's surprise. Harry just rolled his eyes. If you were going to buy your way onto a team, you were going to have to accept derogatory comments from the opposition. They'd see who was laughing at the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match. Who says father's paying them anything? Snapped Malfoy. I might have just got in on my own skills. Without a tryout? Asked Harry. Says you who can't mount a broom without being stuck with lightning, Draco said coolly. At least I don't try and bring my house down with me, retorted Harry. Are those the new Nimbus 2000 ones? Asked Kat with envy, clutching her Nimbus 2000 that she had bought out of the Lestrange vault. Funny you should mention that, smirked Flint. Lord Malfoy donated them when he heard that Draco had become Seeker. That's what I thought, muttered Harry darkly. So Harry was right, Hermione said, looking at the pure blood with disgust. You had to buy your way in. Nobody in Gryffindor had to buy their way in. They got in on pure talent. The Slytherins got very ugly looks at this. Draco's face got pinker. Well, don't give if you can't take, was all Harry could say. Then Draco said probably the worst thing that he could say, considering he was surrounded by annoyed Gryffindors. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood, Malfoy spat out. Hermione didn't understand the comment, but given her fellow Gryffindors and even some Slytherins' reactions, she could tell it was bad. And mudblood implied dirty blood. She could only assume that it was the wizard equivalent of a racist comment. Then she saw the look on the son of Hades' face. Harry stepped forward, a dark look on his face. "How dare you?" whispered the 12-year-old boy. Draco shivered and stepped back onto Marcus's toes. There was something in the atmosphere that was terrifying. The way Potter was glowering at him made him want to run and hide. He remembered the rumors about the confrontation between Potter and Lockhart and decided he didn't want to be in Lockhart's position. "I am sure you have heard what I did to Lockhart," Harry said coldly. "If you don't want to know what my wand feels like," Harry said, pulling out his night-black wand, "then you better apologize to Hermione." "Now," he snapped. "SSS sorry GGG Granger," Malfoy stuttered out. Harry turned on his heel and stormed out of the Quidditch pitch before he did something he would really regret, like causing a minor earthquake or summoning the undead to destroy Draco. Harry hated prejudice, knowing what it was like to be feared because of what you were born. "Coward," Kat said, pulling her hand back and punching her little cousin square in the face. "If you ever say anything like that again, you will know why I am the Lestrange heir." As the Gryffindors couldn't contest the Slytherins' right to practice, they all trudged back up to the castle looking angry. Hermione, Eve, Kat, Nathaniel, Neville, Fred and George split from the rest of the Quidditch team. "So where do you think Harry has gone?" asked Hermione. "Does Hogwarts have a graveyard?" asked Eve. "Yes," Hermione said. "It was originally used for the founders and their families, and teachers who died teaching at Hogwarts have the choice to be buried there. There are wards around it, though, to stop students from disrespecting the dead." "Harry will be able to get through the wards," Eve said without hesitation. "And he could never disrespect the dead, it's not in his nature." "Why do you think he's in a graveyard anyway?" asked Nathaniel. "It's his favorite place," shrugged Eve. "Of course it is." Nathaniel shook his head. "Has he always been a goth?" asked Nathaniel. "Yes," Eve agreed. "But seriously, he'll come back when he wants," Kat said. "You shouldn't force him to come back." Harry found his way back to the castle at midday mainly because he was hungry. He had been meditating in the founder's graveyard and lost track of the time, as he often did in graveyards. Before he found out about his heritage, he had spent hours in the graveyard with the groundskeeper, who seemed to be the only person who didn't get the shivers with him. Upon entering the Great Hall, he met up with McGonagall, who had told him that she had spoke to Flitwick and Snape, who had unsurprisingly agreed to help get the defense up to standard, which had drastically fallen over the last 50 years. There was a reason that so few Aurors were taken on nowadays. Most of them came from Overbroad, as the defense marks in Britain were so appallingly low. There would be sign-up sheets on the common room notice boards tomorrow. On Friday afternoons between 2 and 4 o'clock in the Great Hall would be devoted to the Defense Club. Harry now just needed to find a place that Harry's own group of friends could start practicing to become animagi. "Anywhere you can think of?" Harry asked Fred and George. "It would need to be somewhere big enough to house 7 animals that we don't know the sizes of yet," Luna said. They were in a small chamber on the 3rd floor, not far from the Charms classroom that, according to Luna, had once been a changing room for Ravenclaw's daughter. Harry did not doubt her knowledge. Eve had warded the room to stop any manipulative headmasters from listening in on the conversation. It was just before curfew when that night. "The Shrieking Shack?" asked George. "Isn't that full of ghosts?" shivered Neville. "What's wrong with ghosts?" demanded Harry, glowering at Neville till the brunette shrunk back. Harry sighed. "Sorry, Neville. I like ghosts. Anyway, there's none in the Shrieking Shack." "Do I even want to know how know that?" Neville asked softly. "No," Kat said sharply. "I'll ask about," Harry said, meaning he would speak to the dead and Severus. They made plans with Luna to meet up after breakfast the next morning and left to go to their separate towers. After Harry had effectively terrified the 2 young Gryffindors, the rest of the school left the odd daughter of Athena alone. They didn't like her, but she had friends even if they were older than her. That night Harry had a dream about a book that reeked of black magic eating up souls. He woke up shivering. Looking outside, Harry could see the thin rays of sunlight filtering through the windows. Harry decided that now would be a good time to speak to Snape. Harry quickly dressed before he stepped into the shadows. Harry reappeared in Snape's bedroom where the man was buttoning up his black teaching robes. Snape jumped, looking shocked at the preteen's appearance. "Harry, what are you doing here?" he demanded. "Sorry, do you want me to come back later?" Harry asked, blushing slightly. "No, it's fine," Snape shrugged. "You wouldn't happen to know where any large space big enough to contain 7 animals is?" asked Harry. "Do I want to know?" asked Snape. Harry just grinned. "That's for me to know and you not to know." Snape just shook his head. "I'm afraid I do not. There are legends about a come and go room, but I've never had any concrete evidence that it exists." "The come and go room?" asked Harry. "They say that the room will change depending on what the user needs," Snape said. "Right," Harry said. "I'll talk to Rowena about it. It was her that placed the charms on the castle in the first place, but over the 1,000 years different teachers and students have added their magic and enchantments to Hogwarts, so much that Hogwarts has become almost a sentient being." Harry's shadow traveled once more to the founder's graveyard after picking up supplies from the kitchens. It was truly beautiful, Harry thought, in the misty half-light of the morning. The tombstones and statues standing in their otherworldly beauty as a connection to the dark and forgotten paths that most would only tread upon their demise. Harry made his way to one of the largest, oldest and expensive tombstone. A large bird made of white marble with words in Old English. Harry knew this was Rowena's tomb. Harry breathed in the musty smell that he associated with graves. "It really is beautiful, isn't it, Morty?" Harry smiled. The 3-headed dog was for once in unison. Like Harry, it was a product of the underworld, so that only in places like this did it ever feel truly at home, where their mother's mortality and their father's underworld heritage met. This wasn't a person Harry knew personally, so raising Rowena Ravenclaw wasn't anywhere as easy as raising his mother or those he had met in the underworld, as Harry hadn't formed the connection between himself and the souls of the dead. Harry pulled out a bottle of pumpkin juice, pouring it over the grave. "Let the dead taste again," Harry murmured almost lovingly as the juice was absorbed by the earth. "Let them rise and take this offering. Let them remember." Harry then dropped a ham which he had asked the house elves for. It wasn't like anyone would miss it. The house elves always overcooked considering how small the school number was. It used to be bigger before they began denying local creatures acceptance into Hogwarts. But the house elves still cooked as though they had larger numbers than the school currently did. That's something else Harry would change when he inherited his seats. Harry then began the summoning in ancient Greek that he had been taught many years ago by his mother and father. The smooth soil that had grown over the years since Rowena, the first Transfiguration professor of Hogwarts, had died refusing to leave her beloved school until she died defending the school from the early Christians that had once lived in Hogsmeade. Slytherin had slaughtered them when his longtime friend was killed, which had set the foundation for the belief of Slytherin's evil. But soon as Harry had finished his incanting, the carefully tended grass and soil beneath it began to bubble, the early morning mist turning into thick fog. Then out of a fog emerged the of-shape young woman. Her face was naturally ghostly pale and her hair long and dark. Harry was sure in life it would have dark brown or black. She had small, sharp, intelligent eyes that caught Harry's. "Rowena Ravenclaw," Harry called. "Yes, master," the woman intoned emotionlessly. "Tell me a room where 7 students can practice animagi transformations of unknown shapes and sizes within the halls of Hogwarts where none of the teachers can find me," Harry ordered. "There are several rooms that were there when I taught all those years ago." Rowena began softly reminiscing of those lost times. "The room of requirement that I created for when Hogwarts was attacked by non-magicals or magical armies. It would create whatever the children needed as long as you remembered to stockpile food. The room of requirement will only appear when needed." "The come and go room," muttered Harry. "It is found on the 7th floor and is done by walking past the invisible door 3 times, thinking of what you need. If you don't want anyone else discovering you there, make sure to say that. Then there were my training rooms which only myself and my heirs could gain access to. I used that for teaching those gifted in Transfiguration how to become animagi and how to use Transfiguration as a battle art," Rowena continued. You can use transfiguration in battle?" asked Harry. "Of course," laughed Rowena. "I might call you again for help in that department," Harry said, thinking using transfiguration in battle would be very useful. "Of course, Master," Rowena smiled. "My training rooms are found on the first floor in the transfiguration department." "Is that the trick wall that looks like a wall?" asked Harry excitedly. "You will be allowed access if you are with my descendant," Rowena said. "Too bad I don't know your heir," muttered Harry. The group met up again after breakfast as they had planned to do, where Harry filled them in on the 2 places he had found. Harry just told them that he had been asking around, but he was sure that the other 3 demigods and Hermione would know what he had meant. "So Ravenclaw's training room is out," Hermione said briskly, "as none of us are descendants of Ravenclaw." "I am," Luna said. "What?" asked George and Kat in surprise. "On my father's side," Luna smiled. "And it will only be accessible if we are with you?" asked Hermione excitedly. "Or my father," Luna smiled. "It sounds more secure than the Room of Requirement," Harry said. Eve nodded. The Room of Requirement could be found by others if worded well enough, and the headmaster probably could find it, as he is tied to the wards until he chooses to release them or dies, whereas Ravenclaw's room is bloodbound, so Dumbledore won't be able to gain access unless your father allows him to. "He won't," Luna said, for once not sounding as distant as she acted. "So when do you want to go?" asked Hermione. "Now," grinned George. "We have all day," Hermione pointed out. Rubeus Hagrid was known to most as Hagrid after a nasty incident in his first year when that nasty good-for-nothing Riddle had started calling him Ruby. After a while, Hagrid decided to refer to himself only by the last name, refusing to answer to anything else. Even 50 years later, when he had grown up and being called Ruby didn't upset him. He'd been called worse. He had still introduced himself as Hagrid, having gotten used to thinking of himself simply as Hagrid. He hadn't tended to the graveyard in a while, which, unlike most of the grounds, was let run wild, apart from the front lawn and the paths students regularly used between the greenhouses and the care of magical creatures field, was tended to carefully out of respect for their late colleagues. Hagrid was keyed into the wards, keeping the students out of the graveyard, but when he entered, his heart stopped. Someone had been here. Hagrid could only tell this because of the rough earth and missing grass surrounding Rowena's grave. But how? Only someone really powerful could get past the wards that had been added to by generations of headmasters and mistresses. This was why Hogwarts was thought to be the safest place in the world, as few would be able to get past the wards without the head's permission. Voldemort himself had only been able to get past because Dumbledore had given permission to Quirrell, who was ferrying him. The guilt at his helping Voldemort almost return was horrifying. If it hadn't been for Harry, Voldemort might have returned. Hagrid wasn't particularly close to Harry. No more than any of the other staff, at least. He had been closer to his father, as he was constantly trying to keep those boys away from the Forbidden Forest, and had become friends with Lily during their order days and through James. Hagrid supposed it was because Harry was very independent, as you could tell by his reaction to Lockhart. Hagrid shook his head, approaching the broken gravesite. Hagrid didn't know what had happened, but realized he had to alert the headmaster about the events. The headmaster would probably be able to figure out what had happened here at Rowena Ravenclaw's burial site. Hagrid trudged up the lawn and knocked on the headmaster's door, where he was quickly admitted by the old man. Hagrid was always filled with a sense of relief upon seeing the wrinkled face of Albus Dumbledore. "Hagrid, my dear fellow, do come in. Would you like a lemon drop?" the headmaster asked. "No time for that," Hagrid said sharply. "Rowena Ravenclaw's grave has been disturbed." Dumbledore was surprised. He hadn't felt anything so much as passing the wards, never mind getting past the wards. He had been thinking of how to convince Harry to return to the Dursleys at least for Christmas when Hagrid told him what his problem was. At Lady Rowena's grave, Dumbledore began murmuring under his breath quietly. His eyebrows shot into his hair when he found what had gone on earlier this morning. Someone had broken into the Founder's graveyard to use necromancy. Since the spell had been ended, then it was clear that whoever the necromancer was had came for information. What information a light witch like Rowena had that a dark necromancer would need, Dumbledore didn't need. Dumbledore frowned. First he needed to talk to Severus about this. If there was a student using necromancy, it was bound to be a Slytherin. Almost all dark witches and wizards came from Slytherin, Dumbledore had found. Plus it was the house he had least influence in, unless it was the black girl. That would make it so much easier to part Potter from Black. If Albus could prove that it was Catherine Araminta Black, even if it wasn't her, then a boy who had lost his parents to dark magic would never associate with a dark witch. He may not be able to sentence her to Azkaban, as she was a minor and a citizen of America who had different views on light and dark magic than Britain. However, he could convince the Ministry of Magic to extradite her. It wouldn't be too hard. The dark faction didn't like her because she was a bastard, whilst the light faction didn't like her because she was the daughter of Bellatrix Lestrange. However, to do this he would need the current head of the Ravenclaw house to press for an investigation, as it was their ancestors' burial site that had been desecrated. It's why he got away with so much, because as much as he broke the law, he convinced those who could press for an investigation that it was for the greater good. He had never bothered to recruit Xenophilius Lovegood. The man was too much of a crackpot to be of any use, and his rag of a magazine was less than useless, even if it was far more honest than the Prophet. If he had tried to get anything published in there, he would have been laughed out of the wizarding world. He never really cared that the man was the heir of Rowena Ravenclaw, but at this moment he needed the man. Surely even Zeno would care that his ancestor had been used in a dark ritual of some kind. He wasn't connected to the man's flow, as he wasn't what would be called a friend or even an acquaintance, so Albus was left to send the man an owl. Dear Lord Lovegood, it has come to my attention that the Founder's graveyard has this morning been broken into. I am still not sure how. I am planning to contact a wardmaster to have a look at the wards. I am deeply sorry that this has befallen a family as archaic and noble as yours. As you know from our laws, to press charges and begin an investigation, it must be instigated by those affected. It would be beneficial for both you and I if you were to alert the ministry to what has happened. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Fawkes, take this to Lord Xenophilius Lovegood of the Ravenclaw house, Dumbledore instructed his familiar. Dumbledore watched as Fawkes flew off before contacting Severus through the flow. Dumbledore had to be careful not to directly accuse Severus Snakes, because he knew that the man was not short of house pride. If Albus directly attacked his snakes, it would make Snape refuse to look into it any further. Although Dumbledore planned to set Catherine Black up as the perpetrator, he had no wish to let the true culprit out of his sights. Albus decided the best way to get Severus on his side was to make it look like he was looking through all the houses. That would make it easier to keep an eye on Black anyway if he spoke to Minerva as well as Severus. So Albus contacted the other heads of houses. Within 10 minutes his employees were in his office and Fawkes was back. Severus was quiet and alert. The Slytherin had never really trusted him. Once a Slytherin, always a Slytherin, Albus supposed. Albus knew that it was only that they had a common goal in mind that made them on the same side. Albus, what's wrong? Asked Minerva briskly. There has been a break-in at the Founder's graveyard, explained Albus. How? Asked Minerva, shocked. I'm not sure, admitted Albus. However, I have found evidence of necromancy being performed. There were gasps from Phileas, Pomona, and Minerva. Severus was silent and didn't react. That was the years of spying for you. He had become an expert at hiding his emotions even from Albus. But the Slytherin didn't seem to have any prior knowledge of this event. Severus, of course, knew exactly it was who had been performing necromancy. There was only one person who could slip seamlessly through all manner of wards and leave little evidence behind of who had been. And also happened to be a son of Hades. Necromancy was in his blood. Severus was going to have to speak to the boy about being more careful in the future, i.e. not leaving evidence of his deeds behind. He would do it in the form of a detention later on today. Nobody would even be surprised that he was giving the son of James Potter a detention. It was expected of him. Who was it that necromancy was performed on? Asked Minerva. Rowena Ravenclaw, replied Albus. Severus could have groaned. He had heard what Harry had said about Ravenclaw laying the foundations of the rooms here at Hogwarts. Severus suspected what Harry and his friends were going to be doing, but as long as he didn't ask too many questions, he remained deniable about what they were up to. I have to ask you to keep an eye on your students, Albus began. Albus, said a shocked Minerva McGonagall, you think a child could do this? She demanded. Severus could have smirked at this point. He was well aware that it was a student but not one of his like everyone would expect. No, it was the Gryffindor golden boy Harry James Potter. Not that anyone would believe that the precious boy who lived could be a necromancer. It would have to be someone who was already in the premises, Dumbledore said. Unless it was one of the staff, it has to be one of the students. Not necessarily, Phileas shook his head. If this person was powerful enough to be able to bypass the wards around the graveyard, then it means they could have bypassed the wards around the school. There is no evidence of the wards being tampered with, Dumbledore said. Then the only explanation is someone who has already access to the graveyard, Phileas said. So a teacher or a governor or an heir of the founders, Minerva said, frowning. You won't be able to do anything without Lord Lovegood's permission, Phileas reminded Albus. Albus nodded tiredly. I've already wrote to Zeno to explain the situation. Good, Minerva nodded. If that is all. Severus swept out of the room. Albus scowled, not liking the fact that his plan to expel Catherine Black had been backfired. Still, he could change this when Xenophilius came and demanded an inquiry into how his ancestor had been raised. Molino's son was working on replicating the diadem of Ravenclaw when Fawkes burst into flame in his office. Zeno was well aware that Albus Dumbledore had forcibly bound a phoenix to himself. Zeno knew that phoenixes weren't meant to familiars. The only ones they were true familiars of were the rare children of Hephaestus that could control fire. The only reason that a phoenix would come down from their eyries is if a fire child had already been born, either that or Dumbledore had invaded an eyrie and stolen a phoenix. He petted the poor phoenix softly and fed it some of his bacon. Fawkes crowed softly before he flashed back to his master, and here it was master, not companion like most familiars were. Zeno took the letter that had been left, frowning softly. So someone had been using necromancy on his ancestor, but for good or for ill. Zeno had no problems with necromancy. Being a son of the goddess of ghosts meant that death was natural to him. Although he wasn't a powerful necromancer, he did have a small amount of control over the dead. He couldn't bring up armies of the undead. However, he could summon spirits. Even Voldemort only got his powers to summon inferi due to the fact that Hades was his ancestor. Zeno decided that it would first of all be prudent to speak to Luna to see if she had any insight onto who the necromancer was. It would have to be a descendant of Hades, but due to Hades' reputation, few descendants would admit to being so. Zeno apparated to the gates of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, gaining automatic admittance as he was both a school governor and the head of Ravenclaw House. He asked the first spirit he found where he could find his daughter. To his surprise, he found that she and her friends were in Ravenclaw's training rooms. Quickly making his way to the Transfiguration Department, he walked through the door that acted as a wall to most of Hogwarts' populace. In the room he found that mats had already been laid and 7 children were meditating or attempting to meditate, as the case for some would be. The girl, who was a few years older than his precious Luna, who had been twitching and fidgeting before her dark eyes sprang open, looking at him in surprise. They obviously hadn't expected him to be here. I thought you two said only you or your father would be able to get in here, complained the girl in an American accent that he recognized from his camp Half-Blood days. Daddy, smiled Luna, her gray eyes so like Athena's smiled. The rest of the children began to shake themselves out of their various states of meditation. Some, like the Weasley twins, seemed very deep in meditation, whilst others, like the American girl, seemed to be hardly meditating at all. Are you going to introduce me to your friends, Luna? Asked Zeno. I'm Forge, grinned one of the Weasley boys. And I'm Gred, the other one intoned. Fred and George, the bushy brunette girl, rolled her eyes. I'm Hermione Granger, Lord Lovegood, she sounded nervous. Zeno, please. Lord Lovegood makes me sound so posh, laughed Zeno. The girl smiled, looking relieved. Thanks. Neville Longbottom, L. Zeno, sir, the familiar-looking boy smiled shyly. Frank Longbottom's son? Asked Zeno. We were in the same year. The boy's eyes lit up, looking like he wanted to ask questions but was too nervous to ask. That was probably his grandmother's doing. Augusta Longbottom, even when he had been at school, had been a formidable woman, only tempered by her husband's gentle nature. "And the hyperactive Yank is Eve Knight," laughed George. "And this is Harry Potter, who you really need to talk to," Luna said, pointing at the black-haired, green-eyed boy. "I'm Kat," another American girl with a slight English twinge added. "And then you are?" Zeno asked of the blonde boy. "Nathaniel Evans," Luna said cheerfully. "The messenger's great-grandson." "I thought so," Harry said cheerfully. "What?" asked Nathaniel, confused. "Never mind," Harry said. "So what do we have to talk about?" asked Harry. Zeno looked at the other children warily. He knew how loyal the Weasleys were to Dumbledore. The Potters were too, but if Luna said he needed to speak to Harry Potter, then he had to. Then he heard a whispered comment from the specters that were always in the room. He knew who it was who had been doing necromancy and guessed that finding this forgotten room was why. "We'll wait outside," Hermione said, guessing it was something to do with the three descendants of the death gods. "So you're a son of Hades," Zeno said. "And you're a son of Malinoe," replied Harry. "Dumbledore called me to discuss an investigation into Rowena's tomb being involved in necromancy," Zeno said. "Ah," Harry said. "Sorry about that. I must have forgotten to clean up after myself. I'll tell him I have no such wish for an investigation, as I don't want the attention focused on my daughter as it will be if becomes widely known that she is Ravenclaw's heir," Zeno said. "I have no problem with necromancy. I was just checking if it was used for good or for ill." "Of course, Zeno," smiled Harry. "I thought my daughter might have some insights into what was going on, and naturally she did," smiled Zeno. It was midday when Zeno turned up in the headmaster's office. Refusing his offer of Veritaserum-laced lemon drops. Refused to have the matter investigated, claiming he was much too busy with crumple-horned snack sightings in Sweden. Albus was reminded why he never associated with Lovegood. He was completely and utterly insane. And his insanity is what had foiled Albus' carefully laid plans. It seemed for the time being Catherine Black would stay. And thanks to Phileas, none of the teachers even believed that it was a student responsible. True, it probably was, but he needed there to be suspicion on the students, so when the time came he could easily expel Bellatrix Lestrange's bastard daughter. Had they all forgotten what her mother was capable of? Just because she was sorted into Gryffindor, she was still a Black at heart. Look at what happened with Sirius Black and James Potter. But no, they were judging her on Catherine Black's own merits instead of that of her dark family. He'd just have to contact a ward master to see if they could prove that the wards had been broken into. As it turned out, the wards hadn't been tampered with in the slightest, meaning that, as Minerva said, it had to be a teacher or a governor. The only dark teacher was Severus, and Albus had him under oath, so it couldn't be him, leaving it to be one of the governors. The dark families that currently had people on the board of governors and not in Azkaban or underage were the Malfoys and the Bulstrodes. He couldn't accuse the Malfoys, as Lucius would simply buy himself out of trouble, and the Bulstrodes had never been convicted of being Death Eaters, but they were constantly Slytherin, so Albus was sure. They must have dark deeds done in their name, even if they seemed to support the light side. But without Zeno's support he could do nothing. After Harry had explained to Kat, Eve and Hermione what had happened, he endured Hermione's lecture on clearing up after he decided to go all son of Hades. Harry had never exactly been the tidiest of people, and that was hardly going to change now. "I was excited, all right," Harry moaned. "Well, next time you get excited about whatever it is the dead have told you, remember to regrow the grass over the grave," Hermione snapped back. "All we need is for Dumbledore to find out what you are," Kat said. "Then he'll work out what the rest of us are." Okay, I'll clean up next time," Harry said quickly. He didn't realize it was me anyway. At dinner he ran into Severus and got a detention the next day for doing so. Harry was sure that Professor Snape had purposefully positioned himself like that so that Harry had to run into him, and it was a way to give Harry a detention, meaning that Snape had heard about the necromancy and put two and two together. "See you later," Harry said after a rushed dinner. Harry made it down to the dungeons feeling a sense of warmth that he always did when underground. It wasn't like he was the very rare child of Hades who had powers of the rocks and metals under the ground, but he was a child of the underworld, meaning he instinctively felt safer the closer he was to the underworld. Harry entered the potions master's office where Snape was sitting behind the desk, obviously waiting for him. Harry realized this was going to be a long talk from the man's serious expression on his black eyes that always reminded him of his father's. "Professor," Harry greeted. "So did Rowena tell you about a place to train?" asked Severus. "Yeah, told me about where she used to teach transfiguration battle magic and animagi transformations to those who showed aptitude in her subject," explained Harry. "It would have been easier to teach people how to become animagi in those days," murmured Severus. "It wasn't until the 15th century that it became law to register after the current Minister of Magic's infant son was kidnapped by an animagus in the shape of an owl." "I'll register with the Americans," shrugged Harry. "It's perfectly legal if I'm caught, but I don't trust the British ministry. The American Animagus Registry is only open to members of law enforcement, unlike here where there is a copy in the school library." Harry shook his head. "You should be careful," frowned Snape. "Between your bouts of anger and necromancy, Dumbledore could get suspicious. He already suspects it's a student doing so, luckily as the wards were undisturbed. Shadow travel, I'm guessing?" Yeah," Harry shrugged. "As the wards are undisturbed, it would mean someone who already had access, an heir, a teacher, or a school governor," Snape said. "Any idea who he suspects?" asked Harry. "Apart from a student, no," admitted Snape. "Well, as Luna is the only blood heir that I know, and he'd never be able to charge the heir of the woman that necromancy was used upon as the culprit, I'm not too worried," Harry said. "Indeed," Snape said simply. "I forgot necromancy was illegal here," frowned Harry. "In America, as long as you have a license and permission from the family whose body or soul you are raising, it is fine." "And do you?" asked Snape delicately. "Officially no, but unofficially, as a child of a death god, nobody would be able to stop me from raising the dead," Harry said. "Demigods are treated with a lot more respect in America." "Why do you come to Britain then?" asked Snape. "We go where we're needed," Harry shrugged. "If it's our immortal parent who is our primary guardian. If not, it's up to the mortal parent. Eve only came because she didn't want to be the only one out of our trio to go to Salem. As long as she keeps her grades up, Ralph is fine with that." Snape nodded. "Good, sit down and do your homework then." "This isn't really a detention, is it?" asked Harry with a grin. Snape didn't grace that question with an answer. Harry sat down to do the essay on Anthropoda to Inanimate Objects. It was a mercy really that he had Severus to help with the English. Usually that was Hermione's job, which was why he and his friends didn't accidentally hand in essays in ancient Greek, which would be awkward to explain, putting it mildly. That Friday the seven made it to the Great Hall along with most of the school. Harry had learnt from Snape that he was planning to charm the doors to not allow Lockhart into the Great Hall. Of course he would disguise his magical signature, making it unrecognizable so that he wouldn't be caught. Harry told this to Eve, who looked simply overjoyed at the mention of her least favorite teacher being banned from the Defense Association. Harry felt this was probably prudent given the fact that Lockhart would be a danger to himself and everyone else if he was allowed to properly teach her. From what Harry had been told about Lockhart's defense classes from his friends, they mainly were made up of long passages from his books and acting them out. Harry had refused to go to any more classes after the disastrous first lesson and had ordered some old defense books from Greece in ancient Greek. Harry then got Eve to charm them to look like they were special ADHD English books. A lot of his male classmates were thinking of doing the same. Hermione was horrified at the thought of dropping classes but was interested in a lot of the spells that Harry was learning. They had actually started writing in a notepad that had the spell written in English, ancient Greek, the pronunciations of both, and any wand movements that were associated with the spell. It had begun circulating around Hogwarts' demigod population and was self-updating, so when anyone owning the book added an input to the book, everyone else got it too. Their animagus sessions weren't really going anywhere. True enough, it had been less than a week, but patience wasn't Harry's strong point. ADHD didn't help any with trying to meditate for hours on end. At least it gave Eve a reason to stop overdosing on sweets and fizzy juice, which really was horrific for her ADHD, as they needed to concentrate as much as was possible for demigods, which wasn't very much true enough. "What do you think we'll be learning?" asked Hermione, eager as ever to increase her knowledge. "Don't know," admitted Harry. "They both fought in the war, so it's not like they have no experience. It's just what they would be willing to teach kids that is the question. With such diverse age ranges, how are they going to teach us effectively?" asked Hermione. "Probably split us up into groups," suggested Harry, thinking about how Chiron taught them battle skills, maybe 5th years to 7th years and 1st to 4th years. "That would make sense," admitted Hermione. "It would mean we'd all stay together," Neville said happily. "I doubt they'd split us up, as we're all of a similar level if it comes to a magical duel," Harry said. "Sure, if I had a sword I could murder you." "Harry," laughed Hermione as Neville went pale. "Stop scaring Neville." They shut up as Snape and Flitwick entered. The hall quietened down, although there were a lot of groans from Harry's fellow Gryffindors, especially Ron, who had been telling anyone who would listen that Dumbledore was going to teach them. Ron had real fanboy issues going on between himself and Dumbles. The Slytherins, however, smirked, hoping for favoritism that was sure to be shown by their head of house. Harry heard muttering coming from some of the older students that Flitwick had been a dueling champion when he was young. "There will be silence," Snape began in his usual fashion, "as there have been complaints about the incompetence of the previous and current teachers." Here he shot a glare at Harry. "The deputy headmistress has decided that you dunderheads have to be given additional teaching by those who know the art. Now, if you're not prepared to work hard, then do us all a favor and clear off." Unsurprisingly, nobody did. However, several other Gryffindors looked quite annoyed at the fact Severus Snape was going to be teaching them. In their opinion, they saw enough of the potions master without seeing any more of him. "The group will be split into two," squeaked Flitwick. "Severus will be taking the 5th to 7th years, and I'll be taking the 1st to 4th years." "Told you." Harry laughed. "Shut it." Eve smacked the son of Hades lightly, causing her friend to grin mischievously. Flitwick demonstrated the Expelliarmus charm, explaining that although it was used in defense against the dark arts, it was classed as a charm and not a jinx or a hex. It was a simple charm that didn't require a lot of power, although adding more power to the spell would cause a greater effect, such as unconsciousness and even death if strong enough force was used. They were told to be careful not to use too much force. There were mats around the hall anyway, so if too much force was used, they'd not be flung into any hard surfaces. Expelliarmus. Harry flicked his wand almost lazily at Cat, who he was dueling. This reminded him so much of the years that he had spent dueling with her growing up at Camp Half-Blood. That was probably why the two of them looked so happy. Well, they were demigods, fighting was in their blood. Cat scowled at the younger demigod clinging onto the wand with all her might, just stopping it being removed forcibly. Then she grinned at her friend. Harry scowled at her but refused to give her a chance to get the upper hand. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry pointed at Cat's wand. Okay, it wasn't exactly in the rulebooks. Nor was it what they were supposed to be doing, but he hated losing. He was sort of related to Ares for a reason, after all. Cat's wand flew up into the air as Cat hadn't been expecting that move. She gaped as the wand hung in the air for a few seconds before Harry levitated it to him. "Would you like your wand back, Catherine?" Harry asked sweetly. Cat glowered. She hated her full name. It was just another thing that her mother had left her. Anything of Bellatrix Lestrange's Cat hated simply on principle, even if it was something as ridiculous as her own name. Cat was the name she had chosen had it was something of her own that had absolutely nothing to do with her mother. And Harry knew that, yet he deliberately taunted her. She stormed up to Harry and grabbed her wand off him. Unfortunately, Flitwick had seen their little demonstration and decided that they should be parted as they weren't following the rules. He knew that both children were powerful and didn't want a full duel to break out in the Great Hall until he made sure they knew the basics. "Mr. Potter, I'd like you to pair up with Mr. Finnegan and Miss Black." Flitwick continued, ignoring or not noticing Cat's scowl, "with Mr. Thomas." "Expelliarmus," Harry said casually. Unsurprisingly, the wand went sailing out of Seamus' hand. Harry waited whilst Seamus went and retrieved his wand. He returned looking mildly embarrassed at being so easily defeated by the other 12-year-old. "How did you get so good?" asked Seamus. "I live in America," explained Harry. "The rules against underage magic aren't as strict as long as an adult magical being is around to fix any mistakes you might make. Then you're allowed to perform magic in the summer." That was half true, but the other fact was after Harry had come face to face with Voldemort and then stopped a war of the gods and felt Kronos' presence all in the space of a few weeks. Harry had decided that it would be prudent to become a more proficient dueler. If Voldemort hadn't consented to a sword fight, Harry knew he'd never have been able to beat him, so Harry had spent time talking various deceased wizards and witches. It was exhausting, but he was a much better wizard now, or so he thought. "Lucky," Seamus muttered enviously. Harry shrugged. "You should make sure that it is a quick jab with your wand rather than like most wizards and witches do flourish their wands. The quicker you jab, the quicker, the less time your opponent will have to combat your spell or clutch their wand." Expelliarmus, Seamus tried. This time Seamus was able to successfully disarm Harry. True enough, Harry wasn't exactly trying to defend himself, and he told Seamus that. Seamus called him a spoilt sport, but Harry reminded him that in a real duel his opponent wouldn't have just stood there waiting for him to disarm him. They would be casting spells quickly at the same speed. "Okay, then let's have a real duel," Seamus suggested. "I don't think that's a good idea," warned Harry. "Try me," Seamus said. "Your choice," shrugged Harry. 1, 2, Seamus began. "Ictus," Harry cursed. Seamus was suddenly on the ground as though he was being beaten up. Harry quickly lifted the curse. Seamus was gasping on the floor, gaping up at the black-haired boy. Flitwick was once again coming round to see him. "Mr. Finnegan, are you all right?" asked Flitwick. "Fine," gasped Seamus, rubbing his stomach. "What was that?" he demanded. "A punching curse," Harry grinned. "I told you I've been training over the summer." "I thought I told you and Miss Black to stick to the disarming charm," Flitwick said. "Both Seamus and I had done that," shrugged Harry, "and Seamus challenged me to a duel." "Is this true, Mr. Finnegan?" asked Flitwick. "Yes, sir," admitted Seamus. "Not everyone has got the charm yet," Flitwick said. "But it's easy," Harry complained. By this time most people had achieved it, so Flitwick got them started on a few more spells, except the few who weren't able to do it who were brought into a small group for Flitwick to work with separately. Harry looked briefly over, happy to see that none of his friends were in that class. He had been worried about Neville, but it was really Neville's self-confidence keeping him down. Spell casting was all about the right belief. If you believed it was possible to warp objects and people with magic, then it would occur. If not, you wouldn't be able to do so. There were some exceptions, of course. After dinner, Ravenclaw's room was once again occupied with 7 students sitting on the mats meditating, or attempting to at least. Harry closed his eyes and let his mind focus on the underworld. Few people could see the beauty and tragedy in it. The sadness and the hope. The horror and wonder. The fields of punishment and isles of the blessed. But for Harry, who lived and breathed death, he could see the underworld in all its sad beauty and desolation. Harry felt he was chasing towards something, but he couldn't catch up with whatever it was. It was fast and patting the ground softly. Harry couldn't see or touch, but he just knew it was there. Harry kept running after the animal until... "It's almost curfew," Hermione said, breaking his mediation. "Hermione," Harry yelled. "What?" demanded Hermione, shocked about being yelled at by her friend. "Did you see something?" asked Hermione jealously. It had been 5 days since they had started practicing, and she hadn't so much of a whiff of what her animal form might be. She had been fine with that, considering the same could be said for the other 6. Now Harry seemed to have gotten close. She had always been the best in her class. She'd even moved up a year before coming to Hogwarts. "No," Harry said bitterly. "But something happened?" asked Eve, surprised. She was the one that magic came naturally. "I was following an animal. I didn't see what it was, but I know it was there when Hermione interrupted my meditation," Harry moaned. "Sorry," Hermione muttered. "What were you thinking about?" asked Hermione. "Death," Harry said vaguely. "Oh," Hermione understood. Hermione had been trying to clear her mind of all distractions, which was difficult considering that she always had more questions. She hadn't thought of meditating on the things that defined her most. She wouldn't even know where to start if that were the case. For Harry it was easy. He was Hades' son. He had an intricate connection with death that unnerved her slightly. Eve had the same thought, so next time she planned to focus solely on her magic. Her connection with the magic that was all around them. How Eve felt when she was using magic, seeing the magical lines before her very eyes. Kat scowled. She could have used the same trick if she knew who her father was. But her father had forgotten her. Sometimes she wondered if she had siblings at camp who were all claimed, but she had been rejected because of her mother. It wouldn't be the first time that people hated her because of her mother. Luna just smiled at her friends, knowing that they'd all get it. She had been doing much the same thing as Harry had been doing. She knew that it might seem creepy to some, but to Harry it was natural. "That's creepy," Neville muttered. Harry just grinned. "Thanks. Just focus on the thing that defines you." Will Harry sneak out of Hogwarts with the Eve, Kat, Fred and George on Hogsmeade weekends? Halloween came much to Harry's sadness, as it would always be the day that Harry had lost his mother and stepfather. It was a Saturday, which happened to be the first Hogsmeade weekend for third years and above. Eve had been going on about Honeydukes, Kat about the Hogsmeade branch of Quality Quidditch Supplies, and the twins unsurprisingly about Zonko's joke shop. Fred and George had even shown them the Marauders map, which would allow them to meet up at Honeydukes. Hermione flat out refused to come on principle and had roped Neville into staying with her. No amount of persuasion would allow her to change her mind. Nathaniel, Harry and even Luna had decided to sneak out regardless. "You know, for a Ravenclaw you have a certain disregard of the rules," George laughed. Luna just smiled in her soft, knowing way. She was very unlike Hermione, who would break the rules when needed, like in stopping Voldemort returning, but not for fun like they were doing at the moment. Harry felt she needed to let loose now and again. The past weeks had been enjoyable, with Harry doing self-study rather than attending defense, much to the teacher's annoyance. McGonagall had begun assigning him to detentions every night with Snape. She hadn't cottoned on to the fact that Snape was supporting him in his endeavor and teaching him advanced defense instead of getting him to clean out cauldrons or whatever. It was a good thing that most people didn't realize that Harry and Snape didn't hate each other. However, when several other students had followed Harry's example, she had to start doing Saturday morning detention with many students. Not that it stopped them. It became so that whenever a defense class was on, you would find a group of students in the library with defense books out. Or like Ron and the Weasley twins skiving in the common room. Hermione was the only one of their group who persisted in taking defense, although she admitted that she learned more in self-study than with Lockhart. Lockhart's classes seemed to be made up of those who couldn't bear to drop out of classes like Hermione, and a lot of the Ravenclaw house and love-sick teenaged girls like Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil. The DA was going well with them moving on to actual dueling, much to Harry's relief, as he wasn't being reminded by Flitwick to only to the spell demonstrated anymore. Harry mainly stuck to dueling Kat and Eve, who like him would fight brutally as long as they kept to light and neutral spells. It was fine, though they had been asked to tone it down a bit at points. Animagai's studies wasn't progressing much, although most of them were getting closer to finding the animal that represented their personality. But considering that some people would never find their animagai, they felt it was progress. But finding which animal they were was only part of the problem. They then had to learn how to transform into their animal, which would mean researching the anatomical structures of their animal's lifestyle, diet and anything else associated with it. Hermione's birthday had come and passed with the twins throwing a party for the bookworm. Percy naturally told them off for stealing from the kitchens. Harry pointed out that the house elves liked giving away food, and a lot of the food went wasted anyway due to the sheer volume of food made. That was when Hermione Granger had found out about house elves. It was only when Eve explained that they were creatures of magic. If they weren't bound to a witch or wizard, they would fade out of existence. Harry did say that there should be laws about how you treat a house elf, so that people like the Malfoys didn't have the right to abuse them or make them abuse themselves. She had gotten books from most of her friends, even the twins, who gave her The Art of Pranking by R.J. Lupin. Funnily enough, she had never opened that book. Harry often joked it was the only book that Hermione hadn't read. Nathaniel gave her a book that he too had a copy of on becoming an anime guy, which included the different animals and what they meant. Harry, knowing that she was attempting to learn ancient Greek, gave her an ancient Greek for beginners book. Kat gave Hermione an advanced defense against the dark arts book, and Eve gave her one on converting transfiguration into battle magic. Neville gave her the healer's helpmate, as Hermione wanted to become a healer, as becoming a doctor was no longer an option. Kat and the twins were feeling increasingly nervous at Quidditch, as the twins had snuck in to watch the Slytherins fly on their new racing brooms. Harry was considering buying his friends new racing brooms for Christmas. His main vaults would fill up his trust vault if he ran out. But he wasn't sure if the twins would accept charity. Kat wouldn't accept, as she had her own money. Not as much as Harry, as she was the heiress to only one old family, but more than most people. Nearly headless Nick had invited Harry and Luna to his 500th death day party. Harry had told his friends what he was doing. Hermione wanted to come for the learning experience even. After Harry had warned her that it was likely to be freezing and depressing, but that hadn't dampened her spirits. "See you at Honeyduke's," whispered George. Harry grinned. "See you." "You shouldn't be doing this," hissed Hermione. "You really have to learn to let your hair down," George said. He, Fred, Kat and Eve got up and left for Hogsmeade, leaving the bushy-haired second year hissing like a cat. Neville smiled weakly at the girl whilst the others finished their breakfast. After leaving enough time as they could, the group of friends who had decided to sneak out did so. They snuck down the secret passageway underneath the one-eyed witch statue. Fred, George, Kat and Eve were standing at the back of the shop debating whether acid pops or cockroach clusters were the best to prank their prat of an older brother. "Having fun?" asked Harry, amused. "Yep," grinned George. "Harry," laughed Eve, hugging her friend. "You let her buy sweets," Harry said, disbelieving. "Only a picket of sugar mice," grinned Eve. "Do you know how much sugar is in those things?" asked Nathaniel. "Eve's mental on sugar," laughed George. "We know," Kat and Harry intoned together. "Let's have a look at the Shrieking Shack," suggested Harry, intending to burn of some of the sugar Eve had consumed. Fred and George seemed quite happy to give them the tour of Hogsmeade. They finally made their way up to the Shrieking Shack, which was definitely not haunted. Harry would have been able to feel it. "Are you sure it's not haunted?" asked George. "Yes," Harry said assuredly. "You know you're weird, right?" asked Nathaniel. "You have no idea," Harry said, smirking slightly. "With a smirk like that," began George. "You should be in Slytherin," finished Fred. "According to the hat, I could be in any of the houses," Harry said. "What made the hat decide on Gryffindor?" asked Eve. "I wanted to be with you lot of nutters," Harry replied perfectly seriously. "I don't, they're insane," Luna said dreamily. "You wouldn't," Harry said good-naturedly. They spent the rest of the Hogsmeade weekend walking around Hogsmeade with the younger students who weren't supposed to be there, avoiding prefects, especially Percy, the head boy and girl. Both of them were demigods or anyone Harry knew, and both were Ravenclaws, so it was easy enough to escape under their radar, as he looked old for his age. Back up at the school, Fred and George were chattering about the band of dancing skeletons Dumbledore had booked for the occasion. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. For a country that frowned on necromancy, they had a very odd idea about what was respectful for the dead. "I thought that necromancy was illegal in this country," frowned Harry. "He's not really booked a band of dancing skeleton," laughed George. "It's a rumor we set up," laughed Fred. "Of course you did." Eve shook her head. "Good," Harry said sharply. "Forcing the dead to dance would be hugely disrespectful." "Is it not illegal in America?" asked George. "You need a license," Kat said, glancing sidelong at Harry. "And permission from any living relatives," added Eve. "It's usually used in murder cases that there are no leads or evidence for, because it's very expensive and there are only 3 necromancers on the ministry's staff." "That's different," George muttered. "It's tightly regulated so you don't have any zombie apocalypse scares in the Muggle world," Eve shrugged. "Has that happened before?" asked George. "Of course," Eve shrugged. Eve, Kat, and the twins parted with the 2 demigods hungry and eager to get to the Halloween feast that had promised to be spectacular. Luna and Harry were making their way down to the lower levels of the castle where the party would be held. That was when a relieved Hermione ran up to them dressed in her black school skirt and a black shirt with her hair pulled back into a bun. It was obviously an attempt to look somber, like she was going to a funeral. It seemed she was still keen on going to Nick's death day party. "Are you two ready?" demanded Hermione. "Yes," the two demigods answered together. Hermione glanced at Luna, who, unlike Hermione, didn't look dressed for a funeral. Luna was dressed in her peach skirt, orange cardigan and brown shawl which had bells sewn into so she jangled as she moved and had radishes as earrings. If Luna and Dumbledore were in a fashion contest together, Harry didn't know who would lose. "Nice shawl," Hermione said awkwardly. "Thank you, Daddy made it," Luna said brightly. "Hermione, it's not a funeral," Harry said. "Says you," Hermione muttered. "What?" asked Harry. Harry looked down at his black Converses that had skulls sewn onto the outside of each of them, his black skinny jeans, and his leather jacket with a skull on the back. Okay, so maybe he was a little gothic, but he wore this every day that wasn't a school day. "So I'm a goth," Harry shrugged. "Did you eat before you came?" asked Harry. "Dinner hasn't started yet," Hermione said as though it were obvious. For a bright girl, Hermione could sometimes lack common sense. The ghosts weren't going to serve food, they couldn't eat. Harry and Luna had picked up roast potatoes from the 3 broomsticks on the way home, which they ate in the hankies. "Ghosts don't eat," Luna sang. Hermione blushed slightly at her idiocy. In her defense, unlike the rest of her friends, she hadn't grown up in the magical world, so things that were just common sense to them were not known to the bookworm. Harry began sifting through his pockets for sweets that he had bought in Honeydukes, making sure that his fringe covered his scar. He handed a bag of mixed varieties of magical sweets from the pick and mix section to Hermione. Harry had been planning on saving the sweets for later. "Here," Harry said. "You should eat it before you go in," Harry warned. Not all ghosts will take kindly to food being eaten in front of them. "Why?" asked Hermione, frowning. "Just because they don't need food doesn't mean they don't miss the taste of a freshly cooked meal," Harry said gently. "Be sensitive about the fact they're dead," Luna added. "Some ghosts can be funny about that. Especially if they die in a tragic way," Harry said. "Of course others like Nick are quite happy to answer questions on death." Hermione nodded, looking confused. It was times like that she remembered that as normal as they looked, although that was contestable considering Luna liked to wear radishes as earrings. They both had death in their blood. Once Hermione had finished eating the sweets and handed the bag back to Harry. Okay, maybe Harry had overindulged on sweets, but there were just so many types of sweets that Harry hadn't even heard of. Especially as there weren't many sweets in Camp Half-Blood. And for good reason. All the Camp Half-Blood needed was 100 hyperactive demigods on a sugar high. Birthday cake caused many sleepless nights as it was. The passageway in the dungeons, which was at the opposite side of the school from the potions department, was lined in candles that reminded Harry of the type his father favored. Jet black tapers, although they burnt with bright blue flames instead of hellfire. "I think Nick used my dad's decorator," Harry said mock seriously, causing the girls to giggle. Hermione's slightly tanned skin took on a ghostly light, whilst Harry and Luna's naturally pale skin that they'd both inherited from their deathly ancestors shone in the pale blue light. Beside Harry, Hermione shivered. It was then that Harry realized that Hermione was only in a shirt. Harry had warned her it would be cold, but obviously Hermione had thought that considering it was in the heated castle, then it would be warmth. Not considering that the volume of ghosts would bring the temperature right down. "Here," Harry said. He slipped off his leather jacket, handing it to the Muggle-born, revealing his dark gray t-shirt depicting a Grim Reaper that reminded Harry a lot of Karen, whose chained knuckles spelled game over in red writing. Harry didn't mind being only in a t-shirt, as the cold never really bothered Harry thanks to Hades' ichors. "Thanks, Harry," Hermione smiled, relieved, pulling on the jacket. "It's warm." Harry shrugged. It was a birthday present from Eve. "Definitely your style," smiled Hermione. "My style's not hard to guess," Harry said. "Throw a couple of skulls and bones onto anything black and I'm happy." "What's that noise?" Hermione asked, wincing. Harry heard it too. He may be a child of the underworld, but he had a taste in music. And that was no music. It was the sound of chalk being scraped across a blackboard. And Harry couldn't stand it. If Harry, who had been half brought up near to the fields of punishment, it was no wonder that Hermione had her hands clamped across her ears and Luna had her radish earrings in her ears. I think I'm going to have to raise Mozart if this is what passes for music amongst the Hogwarts ghosts, Harry declared. You can do that? Asked Hermione, getting used to the sound though still wincing. With a ritual, shrugged Harry. Turning to get away from the ear-splitting racket that was the music of this SP-called party, the three students came across nearly headless Nick. Nick was standing in the doorway, which had thick velvet drapes that if Harry had his way would be hung on the windows of the Hermes cabin, whether or not the Stoll brothers accepted that. My dear friends, my young prince, son of Hades, and the granddaughter of Malinoe, and Hermione, welcome, so pleased you could come, Nick said, unusually grave, bowing to Harry and taking his hat off to the ladies. I wouldn't miss the chance to commemorate your life and reminisce on your death, Harry said, bowing his head in respect to the many long years of the ghost's death. Luna smiled softly, placing a hand on Nick's shoulder, which few living people could do. Touch ghosts wasn't exactly something that mortals had the ability to do. Hermione just nodded her head respectfully, obviously not sure what to say or do, trying not to be insensitive about her insatiable curiosity. Harry felt that the sight was beautiful, and beside him Luna smiled softly. Harry had never realized how many ghosts there were at Hogwarts, as most of the ghosts haunted the places they died. Harry knew that Hogwarts was the most haunted building he had walked into, but he hadn't realized just how large their population was. Wow, breathed Harry. There are so many of them, Luna smiled. It's sad, Hermione sighed. I think we know where the music is coming from, Harry said, amused, nodding to a corner of the room where about 30 musical saws were played by a ghostly orchestra. I should really introduce them to Mozart. Harry repeated his earlier comment. Do you like Mozart? Asked Hermione. Not really, but my musical tastes are a bit modern for this lot, shrugged Harry. Dad likes him. Hades likes Mozart, Hermione repeated, sounding as though she found this fact hilarious. Oh yeah, he's always in the dining room, Harry grinned. Oh no, groaned Hermione. What? Asked Harry. Hermione was looking at a depressed-looking squat girl with glasses in robes that would have been Ravenclaw robes if they had not become translucent in death. Harry frowned. She couldn't have been much older than they were. I don't want to talk to her, moaned Hermione. She's been throwing tantrums and flooding her toilet. Hermione, frowned Harry. If she's a ghost, what do you think that means? She died young, Luna said sadly. And now she has to watch lots of other young children grow up and start dating, and graduate. Something she'll never do, Harry said sadly. Is it any wonder that she's depressed? I guess I didn't think of it like that, Hermione sounded guilty. Tragedy has never befallen your family, was Harry's only answer. Harry approached the girl, looking at her sadly. The girl turned around with large pearly, distrustful eyes, obviously expecting unkindness. Harry supposed there were a lot of children who laughed and teased her. Hello Myrtle, Harry smiled. I'm Harry, son of Hades. This is Luna, granddaughter of Malinoe, and Hermione. You're making fun of me. Myrtle's eyes filled up with ghostly tears. Harry shook his head. I would never disrespect such a tragic soul as yours. I'm here to let you know that if you want to talk, I'll listen. And if you want to go on, I can help you achieve that. I don't think I want to go on, Myrtle admitted. My classmates have children and grandchildren now. I see them from time to time. She looked about to cry. And I'm dead. Oh, that poor girl, Hermione said as moaning Myrtle wailed. I told you this would be depressing, Harry said grimly. And I hated her, Hermione said. You didn't understand her, corrected Harry. Nearly headless Nick had come to find his only living guests as they were the star guests he had always felt. He had heard the talk with moaning Myrtle and felt pity for the girl who had been taken before her time, and fear of Harry, who could take his soul down to the underworld on a whim. Enjoying yourselves? Asked Nick. It is a beautiful party, Luna said, not commenting on the music. Not a bad turnout, Nick said, looking around at the assorted ghosts. The Wailing Widow came all the way from Kent. Nick said, looking at the ghost of a woman in a veil who seemed to be having a contest with the orchestra at who was the loudest. I better warn the orchestra. Thank the gods, muttered Harry. Then a hunting horn sounded, causing the orchestra to stop playing, much to the three living students' relief and all the ghosts except Nick to look around excitedly. Nick, however, looked incredibly bitter. What's happening? Asked Hermione, confused. Party crashers, Luna said. Through the dungeon wall glided a dozen ghost horses, which were each ridden by a horseman who were carrying their heads. Harry knew it was the headless horseman that Nick so desperately wanted to join, but as his head was just attached to his body, he didn't qualify. Harry just hoped that they weren't going to ruin Nick's party. The horses began galloping and prancing around in the middle of the dance floor in moves that Harry had watched the other campers perform with the Pegasi back at camp with some envy. The lead horseman finished his show by jumping off his horse and holding his head so that the crowd of ghosts could see him. He then squashed his head onto his neck so it perched precariously, just waiting to fall off again. Nick, how are you? Head still hanging in there? He said jokingly. Harry hissed indignantly at the ghost's rudeness. This was Nick's party and the ghost was stealing the limelight and taunting Nick for what must have been a horrific death. If this man went on any longer, Harry would remind him who was boss. That's not very funny, Harry said coolly. Live uns, the ghost said in mock surprise, jumping, causing his head to fall off again. That is so choreographed it loses all humor, Harry said coldly. And I'll show you, live uns, Patrick Delaney Podmore. Harry strode up to the ghost and grabbed him by his muscular arm. The headless horseman gave a start in surprise, obviously not expecting a living human being to be capable of this. What are you? Whispered the ghost. Hades' son, Harry hissed, causing Sir Patrick's eyes to widen in surprise. How dare you crash this party commemorating a death far more painful and humiliating than your own and then start taunting the host? Fair enough, don't let him join the headless hunt. Sorry, Nick. He's not qualified, but don't start taunting him for not being able to do so. Your death was quick and clean, whilst Nick's death was long, drawn out, bloody, gruesome and far more humiliating than it had to be. Either stay and join the festivities or leave. If I hear you causing any more disruption, I'll personally deliver you back to the underworld. Do you understand? Yes, my prince. Sir Patrick was quaking with fear. Nick seemed to be very amused by his bully being taken down a few notches. The ghosts around him all seemed to be teetering nervously at the appearance of a son of Hades who could rid them of the semi-life they were living. There were those who would enter Elysium, but most would end up in Asphodel, and some, like the Bloody Baron, would end up in punishment. So let's get this speech underway, Harry said. Nick's speech was long-winded and he could understand why the headless horseman wanted to play a game of head hockey, but really you'd think a few centuries you'd have learnt some manners. True, the big three still argued about who was Mummy's favorite, and they were a few millennia old. By the end, the three students were very tired, and as the festivities began to get more and more ludicrous, Harry felt it was time to leave. He made his way up to Nick to explain that. Wonderful speech, Nick, Harry smiled. Thank you, young prince, smiled Nick. Call me Harry for the last time. Harry rolled his eyes. We would love to stay, but we have curfew. I understand, chortled Nick. Don't want the three of you getting detention because of me. Thank you, Nick, Harry said. No, thank you for standing up for me, Nick said. Harry shrugged. Sorry I can't make you headless. Good night, Harry, Nick said. The three children began making their way out of the dungeons. Once they were far enough away from the ghostly festivities and there was some color back on Hermione's face, she handed Harry his jacket back. Thanks, Hermione said. Surely he realized it's. Hermione looked at her watch. Another hour till curfew. The dead don't judge time like we do, Luna said cryptically. Will Harry still be caught in the wrong place and wrong time? Will they hide in the shadow? Will Harry still be accused of being the heir of Slytherin? Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, spam red hearts in comment box.